Hi, y'all, and welcome to today's live stream. We are on day 5 of the Donna Adelson trial. She is accused of murdering her ex son in law, Dan Markel, back in 2014. She's already the state has convicted her son, Charlie, the middle woman, Katie Magbanua, who was Charlie's girlfriend, and hired two hitmen, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. All of them have been convicted, and now we are on to the trial of Donna Adelson. She is the mother of Charlie and the mother of the woman who had been married to Dan Markel, Wendi Adelson. So as we go into the trial, they've started early today, and we do not want to miss a minute. So we are just going to go ahead and get started a little early because we don't want to miss anything. Let me get things started for us.
Either one, that essentially that there were no photos. Obviously, standard operating procedure is to photograph when executing a search warrant.
And by the way, it's very soft. That will happen until they kind of get things organized. People sit in front of their microphones and stuff. So we'll just have to listen as closely as we can to this portion.
Need more time to go through those. I believe that witness is tomorrow.
Yes.
So my intent would be to go through those in more detail. And tomorrow morning I'll be able to address any Richardson issues.
All right. Well, it does raise somewhat of an interesting issue in that way. Part of the inquiry is the prejudicial effect on your ability to prepare for trial. With having the opportunity to review this evidence, obviously that will mitigate some of that effect. You do not want me to go through the inquiry now.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
So there is some new piece of evidence. We don't really know what this is about. They're talking about a search warrant and a witness who will come tomorrow. So wow, do we have something to look forward to?
I need to go through them to see if there would be any prejudice. I can't stand here before the court and say there's not prejudice. It might actually be beneficial. Until I have a chance to go through them, I'm not going to be able to answer them.
All right, concerning the recording, so that way we have a clean record on this topic. And the basis of having this inquiry at this point would be both based on the appellate precedents of the Florida Supreme Court and the DCA courts. I believe Landry versus State specifically holds even a possible discovery violation triggers the requirement to conduct a witness hearing, as the inquiry is intended to flesh out whether there has been a discovery violation. Concerning the recording that was made by, what was the witness's name again?
No, the recording.
Was it McElveen?
Yes, Your Honor.
As to Mr. McElveen's recording or any audio forensic or enhancement work that he did to make it clear, Ms. Kappelman, one version of the recording was provided, but not the second version, which he later provided to the defense.
That's correct, Your Honor.
So as to the enhanced version, or in some way what Mr. McElveen has worked on, that was not provided. There has been a discovery violation as to that aspect. However, the item was known to the defense as to the original state of the recording. Ms. Kappelman, what were the circumstances of not providing the enhanced version of the audio?
Oh gosh. Apparently I requested that work be done prior to Ms. Adelson's previously scheduled trial with previous counsel. I do not recall doing that, but it seems I did or someone on my team did. It was discovered in the envelope from Mr. McElveen during preparation for this trial and believed to be the attempt to clarify the meeting between the defendant and her son at the pier that we've talked about in the testimony yesterday that was unsuccessful. So only in the pretrial conference of Mr. McElveen did he bring to my attention that we did do a clarification effort of this jail call. So I provided it to the defense when I realized that we had done that and it was in our possession, and I advised the defense that whichever version they wanted to publish is the version that I would go with, based on the fact that we were discovering it late.
Very well.
Okay, so this is, I know, super hard to hear. They will get all the sound under control. It's going to happen. But for right now, it's really hard to hear. By the way, would y'all hit the like button for me? That'll wake YouTube up and let them know we're here. Here's the deal that they're talking about. There has been a discovery violation by the state where the state is suddenly producing an enhanced audio to the defense. Well, they're not allowed to do that. And you know how hard the prosecution, let me, so you can see me a little better. You know how hard the judge has been leaning in against the defense for their discovery violations. And why haven't you made these objections in advance? Because then we could have dealt with them before trial. It's really slowing us down. The jury's having to wait. So here is something kind of similar being done by the state, where the state has made a discovery violation. They had this enhanced audio and they had not produced it. It appears to be an enhanced audio or clarification of a jail call between Donna and Charlie. It could be the one where the jail call did not hang up and there continues to be talking in the background. That is an ultra important one. All of the jail calls were kind of hard to understand. So I do know that there would be a lot of benefit to being able to understand it by having this enhanced or clarified call. But the problem is it was not given to the defense. And what Georgia Kappelman is saying is she thought it had been. And there was confusion between the first trial and the second trial, and she thought it had been turned over. And then after that, she had even forgotten it had been done. So yesterday, when the witness came and talked about the clarified video and audio, he reminded her that there was this clarified audio out there. So now they're trying to figure out what to do about it. And the state isn't saying, well, we demand to use it anyway. That she's saying, look, I'll let the defense use whichever because I recognize that we should have done this earlier. So it's a mature way of handling a problem. And the defense is saying too, I don't even know how much, I don't know which one I want or how to object to this because I don't know what's in this audio yet. I haven't even seen it. So I can't really tell you, Judge. And the judge is trying to figure out what on earth he is supposed to do with all this. Now, I think we have just learned that Charlie is going to testify tomorrow. The reason I think that is this is the jail call, at least I think. And well, she said it was a jail call. I just don't know if it's the one with Charlie on or with Charlie off. But they talked about the person who's going to testify about this is going to testify tomorrow. So that could be Charlie. It could be the people who were in the room with Donna and Harvey as Donna was on the phone. So, but tomorrow is the day when this actually will come in. So they're trying to figure out how they have time to deal with it. So if you're very confused and having trouble hearing, all of those things are true. They will get the sound ironed out. It's always a little questionable early in the morning.
Concerning this, the court will find that it is inadvertent since an original version was provided, although a clarified or enhanced version was not provided until the trial had begun. As to whether this is substantial or trivial, do you have any argument, Mr. Hellman?
As I indicated, at this point, I cannot make that representation in good faith. I need to listen to it in more detail with my client in order to do so.
And lastly, as to whether this has had a prejudicial effect on the aggrieved party ability to prepare for a trial, once again, the original recording was provided to the defense. The state also, as well, has agreed with the defense to essentially let them pick how this evidence would be entered, whether it would be the clarified or enhanced version or the original version. So as to a prejudicial effect, the court will find there is not one. As to a conference that you need to have with your client concerning which will be entered and also presented before the jury, obviously you'll have the opportunity to do so. As to any matters involving the photographs, the emergency inquiry will need to take place, but I will allow you an opportunity to review the evidence if you have any arguments to make concerning substantial, trivial, or prejudicial effect.
On the open line call, the jail call that we're talking about, we are intending to publish that in whatever form the defense agrees to, either later today or tomorrow at the latest. So I will need an answer before Saturday. It's only a 14-minute call, so I suggest that we take a recess so that they can do that over lunch or whatever your honor deems appropriate.
Would you all prefer for the jurors not to come out at 9 o'clock and you go over this call now, Mr. Zolman?
Your Honor, we would need to do it in private with our client.
Very well. We'll put the jurors then on an earlier lunch break. The courtroom will be cleared out and the recording equipment that is currently in place will be turned off. That will be your opportunity to go over this with your client.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any other matters for this morning?
Not from the state.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
Jurors are ready. We can bring them up.
Okay, we'll stop it for just a minute and talk. It sounds like there's more than one piece of evidence. There's the clarified version of the jail call. There are photos, and there's a 14-minute call. Now, I'm not sure if the 14-minute call is the same as that jail call. It sounds as if it's different because it sounds as if the state wants to use it today, and they're going to talk at lunch about that particular jail call while the jury is out. But this is quite a number of items that are going to be new and sound like they're going to be presented today and tomorrow. And the judge is trying to figure out, is it prejudicial or is it just a trivial matter? Is it something substantial that's going to matter or just trivial and whatever? So they gave him one version and here's the same photo from a different angle. He doesn't really know yet. It sounded to me like he ruled on the clarification of the jail call that because the original was produced to the defense, the fact that the clarification wasn't produced is not prejudicial. It's not enough to make it substantial. So that's what it sounds like. So we're going to get started. They are zipping in. They move quickly, even before expected. So let's go ahead and dive into the trial. I don't want to miss. Oh, that's background noise.
Once Agent Sanford returns to the witness stand, we will resume with his examination by the state this morning. Ms. Kappelman, is he outside?
Yes, Your Honor.
Detective Sanford.
Agent Sanford, you remain under oath, sir. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Thank you, sir.
You may continue with your examination.
Agent Sanford, when we began your testimony yesterday, we talked about the wire, and one of the things we talked about was that Charlie and his mother, the defendant in this case, would get together to talk about certain things regarding Wendi. Do you remember that?
I do.
And one of the things that they would sometimes talk about was Wendi's career, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and I tried to play a call on that subject, but we had the wrong call attached, so I'm going to publish that at this time. Judge, this is on State's Exhibit 99, call 2873. If we could start at 7:08, please.
I don't know if I told you this. I got Wendi to accept that job with Wall.
Oh, yeah. Give the jurors a chance to get settled. We'll start it over.
I'll stop it real quick and say, for those of y'all who aren't right at your computers or just listening, they're showing the transcript on the screen. That may help you follow the testimony if it's sometimes the audio is just not all that strong, but you'll be able to actually read it.
accept that job with Walt.
With who?
She told me she was gonna accept, like, after I got,
Going on with, with the judge and other stuff from this firm. Dan, what you should have shared on
so I don't know if I told you this, I got Wendi to accept that job with Walt.
With who?
She told me she was gonna accept, like, after I got done,
She
remember
did.
down the walk with her, she said she was gonna accept that job.
No,
She was thinking about not taking it.
I think this is not what she wants, but it's only about.
But I said, Wendi, because, first of all, there's no time frame on it. And if you change your mind, just change your mind, so, but you'll pick up skills you don't have.
Right.
And
That's right.
basically, now's not the time to just chill and become a guidance counselor at Miami. Like, you're way
But
overqualified.
she can't get hired, anyway, there's like nothing there.
No, they offered her a job at UM. The dean called her up at UM.
Oh, she didn't tell me that.
Yeah, but it would have been basically like as a,
She's not qualified to be a guidance counselor.
not a guidance counselor, an advisor or whatever it was.
Oh,
Like, she's like, no, it's basically, it would have been brainless work for her.
no.
She said, the way she said it, she said even the dean called her up to ask her to take the job.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I'm like, Wendi, you have to get as much skill as you can now. If this is a skill you just got done telling me you don't really know how to do, now's the time to go learn that skill, not later.
Right.
Like, you need to learn it. So at least you can learn it and say you don't like it, you can learn it, you can make a bunch of money. That's the whole thing, is that she can, I'm like, Wendi, then you might as well do it to see if you even like it. She's like, well, it's not really what I like.
But she's never done it.
Right, but you've never done it. So you really don't know until it's like dentistry. Until you practice dentistry, you don't really know what it's like.
Exactly.
So I got her to do that. And then the other thing I was going to tell you is she asked me if Dave could come to the house for Mother's Day.
Oh, she asked you.
Dave,
Yeah, if I would mind. And I said, of course I mind. Don't bring him. I told her,
When
I
did
said,
she
yeah,
ask
bring
you
him.
that?
She texted me the other day.
so for those of you who aren't in on it, Charlie and Donna want Wendi to get together with Dave in the worst possible way. And for some reason, Dave, although a paragon of virtue in the eyes of Donna and Charlie, is just not Wendy's cup of tea. So they're pushing her for Dave. They're all in.
Yeah, bring him. The more the merrier.
Why not? It's fun.
Yeah, I don't care.
Listen, I wouldn't care if you take the kids and her and Dave out on the boat. Her and Ella,
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah,
I pay
yeah.
like a fool, just to help,
I told her, of course, bring him. I mean, I'm sure you'd rather him go spend the day with him than you anyway.
Donna and Charlie doing the Dave dance.
That's the best Mother's Day present you could have given me. Could have spent the day with him.
You know what, and that's like, I'm happy, as you know, I'm super happy.
Yeah.
to hear that, so thank you.
Oh, yeah, no, I thought that would be your best Mother's Day present this year. When he wants to bring Dave.
Ooh, ironic.
She's developing the brain.
I'm still developing a brain, that's right. And you know what, I have to walk away from things, Dan, it's a feeling to be. But he's not, and both boys are not very good at fucking kissing, and it always makes one feel bad. It's kind of their boys, they're just not the way girls are, girls are more kissy. So I said to her, then, I said, people who love you hug and kiss. I said, that's what Grandma and Grandpa always want to get a hug and a kiss. And I said, I always did that with my mommy and daddy, and I did that with my children, and I do that with my grandchildren. So he said, yeah, it's like Dave and Mommy. They're hugging and kissing all the time because they love each other. And I said, yeah, I guess so. So, you can never hide anything in front of each other. Once they have a mouth, they open it up and they tell you everything.
Yeah. No, that's great. Listen, Wendi just doesn't comprehend at all how lucky she is.
So she doesn't.
It doesn't register in her head how lucky she is. No, like not even nothing. It's just, which is great. Yeah, but at least she doesn't see herself as a victim anymore, which is great too.
I'm just happy to hear that she is spending more of her time with things. That's great.
Yeah, no,
All right, so now if we could fast forward back to where we ended the day yesterday, we heard the first call in which Charlie Adelson speaks to Catherine Magbanua. That was call D, right?
Correct.
Okay, and they were discussing an in-person meeting there. Did an in-person meeting take place between Charlie and Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, Charlie left from his mother's condo and drove to Catherine McManuel's work.
All right,
across
and
town.
was that after the meeting that we saw the photo of the defendant and Charlie at the table speaking in low tones?
That's correct.
Okay, so after he leaves there, does he go straight to Catherine Magbanua?
He does. He goes straight to her.
All right, and was there an attempt to surveil that meeting as well?
There was.
Okay, and had Magbanua been under surveillance prior to this?
I believe we tried to get somebody over there. Yes.
I mean, in general, during the course of the investigation, had she
Oh,
been
yes, correct.
surveilled?
I'm
Okay.
sorry. Yes, she had been.
And as part of the surveillance on her, was law enforcement ever able to capture an image that included Magbanua and the Lexus that she received
Yes,
during this
that's correct.
sometime during our time? Right. Show you what I've marked as States 54. Recognize States 54.
I do.
What does that show?
It shows Catherine McManua meeting with Charlie Adelson. She drove to his location where he was working that day, and he came out of the office. She got into the car with him. She parked behind him, and she got into his car, sat there for a little while, then they got out. And that's what the photo is showing them outside the car.
This is all post
When
bump.
was this photo taken, if you know?
It was prior to the bomb.
Oh, pre-bump.
Exact date.
Any objection to States 54, Your Honor?
Oh, well, I wouldn't be the one objecting at the feds.
Well, I'm not allowed to talk to them. Only allowed to talk to you.
It's 54, isn't it?
All right, so sometime prior to the bump, we have this image taken, and is the vehicle back here the one that was previously in the name of Harvey Adelson, but transferred over to Magbanua?
Correct. The timing of this photo was during the wire. That vehicle was during the wire, I believe, was still currently registered to Charlie Adelson or Harvey Adelson. The
Okay.
Adelson family.
But we've heard evidence of it being transferred over to Catherine Magbanua at some point, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's the car.
That is the car. It's a Lexus.
And then the meeting that we're about to talk about was at the Dolce Vita restaurant. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
And were some images taken there as well.
Correct.
Publishing 137, is this in front of the Dolce Vita restaurant?
It is after they exited.
Publishing 140.
Yes.
All right, and we heard from some agents yesterday about the attempts to capture and clarify their audio conversation inside that restaurant.
Okay.
Have you had an opportunity to listen to that recording?
I have.
Okay. And right before that meeting, we've got call E. Is that one just Magbanua and Charlie Adelson planning this meeting where they're going to meet up?
That's
Call
correct.
E.
After he left the meeting at Monty's, he called her to discuss where to meet.
Okay, I think we can skip that one. And have we got the Dolce? Yep. This is going to be States Exhibit 116 being published, Your Honor.
Sorry. I think they're showing the video of the Dolce Vita meeting. So let's just talk real quickly about what you're about to see. This is right after the bump. Charlie has met with Donna, and she's explained to him that a man on the street handed her this article about Dan Markel's murder and a phone number and a demand for $5,000. Said you need to take care of and use the nickname for Luis Rivera. Now, Charlie goes to Katie Medbanwa, and they're going to meet. The law enforcement is wiretapping all of this. They're wiretapping video, following all of this because they're trying to get evidence that all of these people were involved in hiring the hitmen to kill Dan Markel. And so you're going to see a video of Charlie and Katie speaking at this restaurant. For years, it was so hard to understand that they didn't even prosecute this case. They were able to enhance it, and they felt like that gave them strong enough evidence. And now you are going to see the video. It will have enhanced sound. It will still be super hard to hear. The jury will have a transcript. I don't know whether they'll do that on the screen, or I don't know what we'll get. Well, not much so far. They may have turned the sound down. It's brutal. It's real hard to hear. They're in the restaurant, I presume. There's a transcript. So let's do a quick show of hands. We have an option. I could read the transcript to you if you can't see it on your screen, and we could do it that way, or we can continue to listen to the audio. I don't know how many of you are able to see the screen. That's pretty important, or it's going to be really hard to hear what's going on. So quick vote. Vote 1 if you want to continue. I could set up a vote over here, but that'd take a little bit. Just vote 1 real quick on whether you want me. 1 means you want to keep going and hear it as it's presented to the jury. 2 is you want me to read it to you. I'd like you to read. 1, people voting 1. Yeah, 2 will be, okay, did I mess that up already? 1 is we want to hear from the court. 2 is we want Lee to read it. Okay, so 1 is hear from the court. 2 is Lee reads it. So I know that I didn't say that right at first. So now let's look at what the vote is. It is a mix. Well, I'm going to tell you, it's mostly two. Okay, that's how I feel also. Let's do that. You can always go back and listen to the audio of the court um, from some other channel, but I feel like we can't really cover it and understand the information if you can't understand anything. I think it's useless otherwise. So let's go back to the beginning and I'll just read it to you because it's probably the most critical piece of information. That's why the state waited so long. Okay, Charlie Adelson. If they had any evidence, we would have already gone to the airport. Critically important, right? Because that's what Donna did. She went to the airport and they're going to learn about that. The jury is. The problem is, even if they bug this, even if they bug your home phone, nobody is going unintelligible. Katie, unintelligible. Charlie, even if they unintelligible, even if they bug your phone, something, even if they bug your phone, something, you're still not talking about any of this. So my point is, how do you get people to talk? You throw smoke grenades and then you get all of the cockroaches to run out. There's smoke in the house. There's smoke in the house. And everyone's running and everyone's talking and you throw a smoke grenade. Let me keep going to the next page. What do you think? Listen, if that's what it was, it's very smart because that means my mom hasn't told my dad anything. My mom knows my dad is going to flip out when he finds out, but my mom hasn't told my dad anything. Okay, now I can't help myself but to stop and editorialize along the way. Oh, see what this means because Charlie is exactly right. We have just heard from law enforcement. That is exactly what they're doing. They're setting off a smoke bomb to try to get cockroaches to run out. They are trying really hard to get everybody shaken up and talking about it. But also listen to what this says about Harvey. That means my mom hasn't told my dad anything. My mom knows my dad is going to flip out when he finds out. So this suggests maybe Harvey didn't already know. Let's keep reading. But normally, obviously, if that was a cop that came and spoke to my mom, and that night when he comes home from work, she would say, guess who I talked to today? There's something missing. Or guess who paid me a little visit when I'm taking the grandkids to school? And then Katie said something, Charlie. After she dropped them and after she was walking home, yeah, she dropped them off and was walking back by herself. So this person had to be because the thing is, something missing. A lot of times my mom takes their car and drives them to the school, the kids. This person knew her routine, knows who she is. Katie says something and Charlie says, yeah, someone may have come up to the office. My dad works Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It's probably either get him on the beach or get him at the office up there. They may have approached my mom because my dad may be someone who is carrying a gun. So you never know. You don't want it to turn into an effing shootout. What? No. Katie says, word that I use. Charlie says, and I can tell you a lot of times I carry a gun on me. I mean, someone comes up to me and Katie says, I have mine right next to and it's inaudible. I don't want to know. You carrying on, and Charlie says, you carrying on you right now? I mean, I'm going to start carrying one on my back. The holster that fits in your back. If someone comes up to me, they better be ready to shoot because I'm going to shoot them. Someone comes up to me asking for money in my house, which, of course, if you will recall, under Charlie's theory, Katie did. She came up to him in his house and demanded extorted money from him. And he didn't take out a gun and shoot anybody. He handed the money over. Katie says something unintelligible. And then Charlie is going to start talking again. Let's page up. Yeah. And guess what? When the effing police show up and there's a doctor, there's an oral surgeon standing there with a dead gang member in his effing driveway, they're not going to come down too hard on me. And I'm not going to talk anyway. I don't know. I don't trust them. So I'm not really sure what this tangent is about. Maybe Charlie he does say over and over, it could be one of two things. It could be gang extorting him, or it could be law enforcement. And he's suggesting it would be dangerous for the gang to come to him because he's going to kill them and never get in any trouble. Katie says something unintelligible, and Charlie says, Katie, this is not like some chick showing off tattoos to your man. This is happening. And it's serious because these people are going to come back. They didn't go through the trouble of seeking my mom out to hand her that and then go away. So I've got two options. They're not going away. I may wish they'd go away and never come back, but they ain't going away. The trouble they went through. And Katie says something there now because something, there's going to be a point where it's just like, hold on. And Charlie says, well, with a beard or with a badge? I guess meaning gang member or law enforcement. I don't know what the beard is, but Katie says either or. And Charlie says, I don't know. Listen, if a badge comes up to you, tell them, have a nice day, officer. Listen, if they want to charge me with something, charge me. If not, I don't talk to cops. Sorry. Katie says, perfect. Charlie, no, it's very simple. It's like, Katie, yeah, something, that S, something. Charlie, if you're going to charge me, charge me. Katie, yeah, again, not intelligible. Charlie says, yeah, but things have changed a lot. You know what's changed a lot? There's cameras everywhere. So cops now, they have a effing pension. When they retire, they're going to get a pension for the next 30 years, medical, dental, and a salary every month. If they think that, the cameras look, how many cameras are in here? 5? It was more than he thought. More than he thought, at least 2 more than he thought. They better be going in a place where there's not a chance that someone doesn't have a camera pointing outside to know the caption of something. Katie says something right now. Charlie says, what I'm saying is that this person is not going away. They came very equipped with details. Where did the details come from? I don't know. The details. Katie says something. Charlie says, well, because it's one of 2 things. What else could you go to the cops and you give information. Let me double check. There's something in the private chat too. Okay. Just telling you what the vote was. Okay. I was like, am I not having sound or something? Okay. Where were we? It's one of 2 things. And he says this over and over. What else could you go to the cops and you give something, information. Okay. I'm going to tell them that my brother did it. I'll go right now and tell them. They're going to say, can you prove it? And I'm going to say no. Poor Robert being thrown under the bus for no reason. He doesn't even live there. Did you know what kind of a gun was used? I say, no. Did you see your brother do it? No. How do you know that it was him? He told me. Okay, he told you. That's called secondhand knowledge, and it's not even admissible. False. But anyway, okay, he told you. What did he tell you? He said, I did it. Even if I went in and said, my brother said he did it, you've got to prove it. You've got to put the person on the scene. All of this, Charlie really should stick to dental work. You've got to understand, in order to prove it, you have to put that and I'm back to reading. You've got to understand, in order to prove it, you have to put that person at the scene at the time, not in the car. Because the fact is, it's like, even if, let's say you just sat in the car, right? And then I go ahead and I commit a crime. And then I go, but your DNA is in the car. And I go, yeah, Katie was in my car and she got out and she did this horrible crime. Okay, so then they come and get the DNA in the car and go, oh, Katie was in the car. Okay, let's see where, no, Katie sat in the car for 2 minutes and they got in the AC and then they got out of the car. Katie has nothing to do with me robbing the Burger King. I don't know if anyone understands Charlie's analogies, but something about robbing a Burger King and Katie popping in and out of the car. I'm not really clear where he's headed. So even if I can prove that, yeah, Katie was with me. Can you put Katie at the Burger King? I can put Katie, I can say that she sat in the car. Yeah. What you need to do is get that little bit of evidence from you having been in the car, and then they bring you into an interrogation. They're like, listen, we know that you were in that effing car and you were in that car such and such day. We know, we've got your DNA. Even if your DNA, your fingerprints, your effing hair is all over that effing car, that proves, yeah, congratulations, you were in the car. It's not a crime to sit in the car, okay? You know what I mean? My mom could have sat in the car too. It's not a crime. They have to prove, they have to put you at the scene at the date. And Katie says something unintelligible like, I don't think it works that way. I don't know what she said. Charlie says, 2. They said the guy's name was 2-0. I don't even know who the F it is. Is there just 2-0? Katie says something like, that would be Luis Rivera. And Charlie says, Tuto's incarcerated now. And I know that you've been helping out Katie. And he's repeating what was said to the mother. Tuto's incarcerated now. And I know that you've been helping out Katie, and helping your family has been helping out Katie and her family. Now Tuto's family needs your help. My mom was like, I don't know what you're talking about. And he goes, well, maybe this will refresh your memory. And he handed it to her. Katie says something unintelligible like, ah, I don't know what it was. Charlie says, and she said, unintelligible, respect, unintelligible. In other words, I think she's describing what he was like. Well-spoken, like polite. She goes, something unintelligible, polite and well-spoken. I said, did he act thug, or did he have talk with like a thick Spanish accent or anything? She said, no. I said, was he white or Hispanic? She said he was white, but he could have been Hispanic, but that something unintelligible. Katie says, either way. And Charlie says, yeah, couldn't say. I mean, everybody in Miami is Hispanic. So it's like, you can't tell. I talked to you on the phone. It's like talking to some like, Maria from West Story. Like it could have been like unintelligible. So he wasn't, wasn't strong skinned. She had an effing unintelligible, sounding unintelligible, which was very recognizable. I think Donna's saying, I don't know much about him other than that he came up to me. Katie says something unintelligible and says, so recognizable. Charlie says, with no glasses. I said, unintelligible, no glasses, no hat. Something. She said, well-dressed. Katie, well-dressed. Charlie, yeah, he wasn't like you would have looking at and you're like, oh, he's a thug. No, she said he was wearing like a shirt and kind of like a little vest or kind of like a little jacket. She said he was broad. My mom's like, he was big. My mom's walking away and my mom goes to the right and he moves like this. And he turned and my mom's like, oh, sorry, sir. Like this. And then he goes, my mom's like, sorry. And he's like, Miss Adelson? And she's like, yes. He goes, I need to talk with you. Okay, so my mom thought it was like a process server. Katie says something unintelligible and this says somebody had to know where your mom, something, a lot of knowledge, something. In other words, somebody knew what was happening and what your mom was doing. Charlie says, Katie, for $19, which makes no sense, for $19, if I entered your mom's name and address in the effing computer, it costs $19 to, oh, there's the $19 to find out where they probably rented an apartment under their names. So it's probably in the registry or whatever. So it's like, when you're online and it's like $19 or $29.99, find anyone you want. That's all you do. And it shows where they're registered at. And then you locate them and you go online, pull up a picture, and then you sit outside and you wait. And you know what their kids look like because guess what? They're online too. So he's saying easily the gang members could have found this. Katie says something unintelligible. Charlie says, so Katie, they'll be back. These people know about unintelligible. Whoever it is knows information. Katie says something unintelligible. Charlie, what? Which is what we're thinking. Katie says something more unintelligible and then says, you know what I mean? And there's not a lot of people that know much about unintelligible. Charlie says, they didn't mention my name, which makes me think that they don't. These people only know part of the story or they think they know part of the story. Sounds pretty damning right there, that the way he phrases that. Katie says something more unintelligible. And Charlie says, do you think that, let me ask you a question. When everybody was there the next day, did any of you take any money? It's not like you're driving around in a Bentley, cruising around in a mega yacht, he must unintelligible at some point because otherwise he would have no idea that I had anything to do with unintelligible. That sounds so damning, right? He's saying like, he's talking about the next day And did you take any money? Did you buy anything flashy with it, basically? And then saying, otherwise, they would have no idea I had anything to do with it. He thinks he's insulated. Katie says something unintelligible. I feel like something unintelligible. And the way that you're describing it, like how they well dressed, number one, intelligent, something else unintelligible, that's not something like unintelligible. Yeah, inaudible. Not quite sure the difference. Charlie Adelson says, well, you can know some things about anything. The problem is this, okay? So we go tell the cops. They're going to ask you, where's the weapon at? You're going to say, I don't know. How do you know who pulled the trigger? You can say a name, unintelligible. Okay, did you witness it? And the person is going to say no. The question is, how do you know? So if you didn't witness it, you only heard a rumor on the street that this person did something. Do you know what that's worth? 0. Then what you do is you wear a wire, get this person talking. And if you can get the person to confess on wires, then you have something that you're charging. You have a confession. You have an admission of guilt. Bingo. Outside of that, there is no evidence, okay? You have a car and you can link this person to renting that car that's used at the scene of the crime. Okay, because he knows that's happened with Lewis and Sigfredo. But you have to also prove that they were also driving that day too. They didn't rent it and then lend it to a friend. Anyway, don't go to Charlie for your legal advice. We'll just make that mental note. What if you rented a car today? I go, Katie, can I borrow it for the weekend and I'll bring it back on Tuesday? You go, yeah, sure. So you rented a car. You've been in that car. I drive it to effing Orlando. I rob a McDonald's in Orlando. I come back and I go, here's the keys, Katie. And you go, okay, thanks. Yeah, you rented it, or what if you were effing out all weekend and you didn't even know I took your car and I did something and I brought it back, okay? My point is I don't have any knowledge of what went on. Unintelligible. Evidently, this person's either pretending to or does. I don't want someone paying visits to my parents. Katie says something unintelligible. Charlie says it could. I wish that it was a cop playing games. Why didn't they know it was me? If it was a cop playing games or an investigator playing games and they didn't mention me, they did mention your son's girlfriend, Katie, not mention me at all. Okay. How is mentioning your son's girlfriend not mentioning your son? It's in the phrase, and my family. And I think if they thought I had something to do with it, they would find me and they'd talk to me. You know what I'm saying? Wake up, Charlie, it's coming. Like, go talk to the person who's involved, not effing people who aren't involved. And I'm not involved. But if they knew your relationship is with me, not my family. Like, I dated you, not my mom. They knew my dad's name. This person obviously doesn't even know that we dated. That's the direct connection. Is who was her boyfriend? The 71-year-old guy, Dr. Adelson, or the 37-year-old Dr. Adelson? Yeah, 37. Let's go talk to him, Dr. Adelson. That's who they'd talk to, not waste your time with mom. They needed to talk to someone who knew what the F went on. And so wouldn't it make sense that your connection to my family is me? Your connection to my family is not my mom, which is exactly the argument of the state. But boy, there's a lot in here about Donna too. Okay, back to reading. Like, yeah, you work for the office now because the checks are from there. And that's just because you come in and work on the weekends, which I trust that you're doing because I'm never there when I see you. You tell me you do it in the place that's clean. So you get your checks, you clean up, whatever. Boy, we've heard a lot about these checks, right? Sorry for the editorial thrown in, but we've heard a lot about that. They were written in a really abnormal fashion, bunches at a time, and they were signed by Donna herself. Okay, keep reading. But and by the way, not only did she not do cleaning, Katie didn't even work for the Adelson Institute. But that's neither here nor there. This person knows information, and even if they are cops, that information, something unintelligible, said your name. And they also know that they're claiming that somebody who had something to do with it is incarcerated. I don't know anybody in jail. Katie says something unintelligible, something him. So maybe he doesn't realize Luis Rivera has been taken into custody for another matter. I don't know if Katie told him that in the part you can't hear, but that's pretty important. Charlie says, my point is, I don't want this coming back. I don't have a problem helping the community out. He's generous, but I don't want this community to come back next month. And what I think happens if I pay the money, they're going to be back again and again and again. They've got to make more money. So Charlie has really convinced himself this is not law enforcement. This is gang members. And all they want is money. It's just a matter of paying them off, but making sure they go away. And it's probably all tax deductible as his donation to the community. I'm just kidding. I have no idea what he did with it. It's not a cop, says Charlie. We'll take this route. We already addressed it. If it's a cop, I'm happy because I've got nothing to hide, okay? If it's not a cop, something unintelligible. Katie, unintelligible. Charlie, if it is a cop, I think unintelligible. Unintelligible. Would it be so easy to do? You've got to understand something. Then they sit down and they tell the police what happened. First, they're going to ask my parents to take a lie detector test, which they won't do, just for the simple reason that those things give false positives all the time. In fact, why did I not make this bigger? So y'all can see me. I should have done that all along. Oh, well, because some of you might want to read along. I will make it smaller again. Okay. You've got to understand something, and they sit down and they tell the police what happened. First, they're going to ask my parents to take a lie detector test, which they won't do, just for the simple reason that those things give false positives all the time, which unfortunately makes you look bad because it's like, okay, we just feel that way, that nothing to hide. But 99% of people, if they have nothing to hide, take a lie detector test. It makes you look bad if they're like, Katie, you want to take a lie detector test if you shot JFK? And you're like, yeah, I'll effing take the test and I'm going home afterwards, all right? Make it quick, okay? Because you didn't shoot JFK. Katie says something unintelligible like, what are we talking about here? And back to Charlie. Right. And you're right. But let me explain something to you. If we go to the police, this is going to put a spotlight on the investigation. The FBI. We're talking about a bigwig in the FBI, not like the first year rookie. You're going to have a 20-year vet with the FBI knocking at your door, wanting to speak with you and wanting to speak with your attorney. Unintelligible. This made not only national news. This was in London. My family in London was calling. You know what the BBC News is, the British Broadcasting News? This was on the BBC News. Katie says something inaudible. Charlie says, okay, that doesn't matter. This made the BBC News. They write BCT, but it's got to be BBC. This was on Good Morning America. This was on the New York Times. This was a big story. So, well, listen, you didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. Keep talking, Charlie. Well, let's make it a little lower. And Katie says something unintelligible. Again, probably like, what are we talking about here? And Charlie says, well, prove it. The next question is, prove it. And I don't have time. Unintelligible. I've got a problem with this. If you want to arrest me, oh, dang it. Sorry. I meant to excise that out with an effing arrest me. I'm not going to sit here and show you the photos of all of the blank pictures starts with a D I took of myself. Katie says something inaudible. Charlie says, why can't you have my phone? Because I've got tons of new photos of myself on my phone. You're not looking at D pictures of myself all day too. So why don't you come back with a warrant so you can look at all much the D pictures you want of me? I'm serious. I don't want them laughing at my pee-pee. This conversation has really devolved. I'm not sure what they're talking about anymore. Katie says something unintelligible. Charlie says, the point is, okay, I don't like cops and you're not getting my D pics of myself. So have a nice day. So that's my answer. Okay. If you think I did something, arrest me, charge me, and that's it. That's it. Now, I don't want these people coming back. If they are cops, I'm happy because I have nothing to hide other than D pics, apparently. If they're a bad guy, there's two ways of dealing with it. One is go ahead and contact Miami Beach Police Department. Katie says, yeah. And Charlie says, okay. They'll contact this guy. They'll talk to him on the phone. They'll arrange for the things to be set up. Katie says, yeah. Charlie says, okay. And when it's set up, there'll be like a effing SWAT team in place and effing FBI, and they're going to effing take this guy down. And then he will proffer, maybe serve 10 years because we just have you on tape extorting somebody. And now tell us everything you know, or else you're going to serve 10 years in prison. Is it worth it? And Katie says, yeah. And she says, yeah, again. In other words, I think Charlie is saying, here's the problem. If we turn the person in and for extortion, then the FBI is going to say, okay, well, what do you know? Why were you extorting them? What was the backup knowledge you had that supports this? So back to Charlie. Okay, next thing you know, this person is singing. Other people start singing. As soon as they have him, he starts calling your name out. Oh, my parents are going to have to say, yeah, the guy came and he said that. They're going to ask the story what happened. There's going to be police at your door, at my door. It's going to be Katie, my name, and Charlie. They're going to want it, and then they're going to check out anybody who got bailed out of jail. Something unintelligible, bailed out of jail. Maybe that's what she told him about Luis Rivera. I don't know. And then they're going to be, oh, maybe they bailed Sigfredo out. Maybe that's how they took care of Sigfredo. I'd always wondered about that. Back to Charlie. And then they're going to be, it's not going to be cops. It's going to be effing big boys flying in to see what they can come up with, okay? And then that's probably going to make the newspaper. And Katie says something inaudible, and Charlie says, I want to give them the money, but what I don't want, when I moved, I lost it. What I don't want to get involved in is next Tuesday, he's asking you for $10,000. So this was my idea. I give you money, you contact unintelligible. He wants Katie to handle this. He does not want to be involved. Katie says something unintelligible like, I don't know. No, we don't know what she says. Charlie says, listen, this is why I'm saying it. This is why, maybe what she said was, why me? Why am I the one? This is why I'm saying it. This is why I'm saying it. I give you money. You talk to him on the phone. Let's see. Katie says something unintelligible. Probably again, why me? And Charlie says, and you say, and I'm just because my head's effing spinning. So you now know that I know whoever the guy is. I don't know who he is. And these people are going to call you. Say, my friend, say I call the guy up and say, I got a call from so-and-so. I got a call from somebody who said you reached out to them. That's all I want you to say. Got a call from so-and-so that you reached out to them. These people. Katie says something unintelligible and Charlie says, these people. All right. Something else unintelligible. This is what I want you to do. I want you to call up this person and say that I got a call from some friends of mine who says that you reached out to them and that you mentioned my name. And remember, unintelligible, protect your name recently. Wonder what that was. So what you're going to say is, I got a call, and he's really, this is what you're going to do. You will do this. I got a call from some friends of mine who said that you had reached out and that you had mentioned my name. These people want to go to the police because they had nothing to do with what you're talking about, okay? And frankly, I don't know what you're talking about. This is Katie, what Katie is supposed to say to the person who gave the extortion note to Donna. But the name sounds familiar of who's incarcerated, so I'm going to give you something as charity to help the less fortunate. But do not contact these people again, or they're going to the police. And let them know that you had to do everything in the world to prevent these people from going to the police because they don't know anything and I don't know anything. And that you, the name sounds a little familiar, and that I'm going to help you out with some charity, and don't ever contact me, my friends, or my family again, or we will go to the police. That way he gets his money. He also knows that you know everything, that you may have a friend who may not be so cool, which I guess is Charlie, unintelligible, what's going on too, who may know people, who knows how to handle people like this. Anyway, and that this is a effing one-time thing. And this is charity to help somebody out less fortunate. like, so he really seems to be thinking they are going to be so intimidated by Charlie in the background and the fact that not that Charlie would do anything to them, but that Charlie could hire someone to do something to them, that they'll go away with $5,000. All Katie has to do is say, yeah, don't come back because Charlie. You believe in, and let's keep back to reading Charlie. You believe in karma, and that's the only reason it's being done. If it happens again, they're going to bring it to the police. And then the whole time you're talking, you just say, I don't know at all what's going on. I was just called at 5:30, shaken over this. They're scared. And I told them that, we're going to try to help this, inaudible, help these people. But that's it. You don't use anything other than the words help and charity. And then you're going to ask that you leave these people alone or they are going to the police. That's all I was able to come up with. If it's the police, they can't take the money. They can't take the money. They won't even come meet you. They effed up. If it's this guy, maybe in the back of he knows unintelligible, F off times a million, and that now he's effing with his wife and he's effing with him, and you F with unintelligible. You F with the king himself. You better kill him because he's going to be a big problem. I am not really sure. It's somebody with a wife. So is this, I'm not clear. Is this Sigfredo he's talking about? I don't know who he's talking about here. Okay, back to what he was saying. And he knows who you are. If he can't do it, he'll have someone else do it. And so help me God, if they F with my family, it's going to be like effing that Nazi S, because this will be done. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend. Okay. I swear to God, Katie, the person doesn't know. Katie says something inaudible, like, what have I got myself into? I'm making that up. Charlie says, this person knows, unintelligible, big deal, unintelligible, little, unintelligible, may not know anything. Katie says, unintelligible. Charlie says, I think they, unintelligible. Katie, unintelligible. Charlie says, what? No. Katie, unintelligible. Charlie, and unintelligible, they're just writing that in when they can't tell what the person said. They don't know. Charlie says, right, so he knows I have you on the salary, unintelligible. You'd think he'd be happy to know that. Katie, unintelligible, of course. Charlie, he doesn't have any bad feelings toward me, does he? He's got to be talking about Sigfredo here. And I think he's basically saying Sigfredo ought to be happy with me because I'm paying you all the time. And he should know that. That should make him happy. And our paths never crossed. I didn't know that the two of you would be working out. So he's clearly talking about Sigfredo and that Katie is back with Sigfredo. And he never really crossed paths with Sigfredo, except for that weird occasion when Sigfredo tried to block them with his car. That aside. So he says, I didn't know that the two of you would be working out, kind of like, unintelligible. Katie says, it's not like that. And Charlie says, it's not where it's like I effing was around when you guys were together and then I hopped in when you walked out. Like, that's a different story. That's disrespectful. Katie says something unintelligible. And Charlie says, with my mom, there's no, Katie says something unintelligible. Charlie says, what? Katie says something unintelligible. Charlie says, how? I mean, who knows? Remember, like, we were unintelligible and we were separated and like unintelligible. And you either unintelligible, continuation, travel. I'll just throw it in. There are so many words unintelligible. I'll just throw it. Travel. As parents know, especially we had, annoying or whatever, but it's not like that. Yeah, no, I've never, unintelligible, went a little too far, I think. Let me back up just one. Yeah. I'm never unintelligible. And I was unintelligible. I mean, Katie, I'll go to the moon and back for you. That's without even saying. I don't need to say that. Katie says, but that's what, it's like. Charlie says, you know what I'm saying? Katie, unintelligible. Help me out. Help me out. Charlie, like you know it. I don't have to sit here and tell you what I would do. I could show you what I could do. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how I am. Like, I look for things to do. You don't ask me for S. I'm the one that's like, hey, Noah's birthday is coming up. I got you. I'm the one who's like, anything I can, you don't ask. What does this fit in perfectly with? That long list of gifts from Charlie to Katie that we got in evidence yesterday. I'm the one who is like, hey, I'll sell you the Lexus for a very good price. I know you're having car problems. That's the Lexus she was driving. He does say a very good price, not necessarily zero. She says she paid for it and she paid in cash. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm the one who, unintelligible. I don't have to tell you. I show you there's a difference. Katie says something they can't pick up, and Charlie says, so what do you think? And Katie says something they can't pick up, and Charlie says, he needs to know that it's going to go down one of two ways. Like, you're either effing with me or you're effing with the police. Pick which one. Katie says something unintelligible, and Charlie's next. He said 2-0, and he helped your family out. And I know you've been helping Katie out. Your family has been helping Katie out, and his family needs some help now. I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. And he said, maybe this will help explain it to you. They did not go through the trouble of finding her and putting that thing together and giving that thing to her without, and then just going to go away. It ain't going away. Katie says something inaudible, and Charlie says, what's that? And she says something else inaudible, but he heard it this time because he says, listen, if it's the cops. Katie says something else inaudible, and Charlie says, well, the problem is if you give in to, like, if my mom meets him, it's like, oh yeah, okay, I'll meet you tomorrow in front of the unintelligible building. And he just drives up and she hands him 5 G's. What the F do you think is going to happen next month? It's going to be, oh, he needs your help again. You know what I mean? And the thing is, if my parents are really guilty, they may think that they have a big fish on the line that's going to pay them monthly. And all they have to do is scare this little old lady. And who is she going to go to? She's going to go to the cops. She's guilty as hell. So let me rephrase that. And who is she going to go to? She going to go to the cops? She's guilty as hell. You have to let them know that these people are not afraid of going to the cops. So he's saying, I think this is a gang. And if we let them think we're guilty, then they will be able to keep extorting us. They've got nothing to hide, okay? So you're the one they reached out to, and they said, you need to say that they reached out to me because you mentioned my name. Katie says something unintelligible. Why would you ever think? Unintelligible. Want to reach out? Unintelligible. Somebody that obviously, unintelligible. You know that? Unintelligible. That would have been more like personal, and I'll leave just space here. With this whole thing, your mom. And Charlie says, I'm more afraid of the long term, like knock at the door again and again and again and again. And Katie says something unintelligible. And Charlie says, why not? Because I don't think they want to mess with his connections. Katie says, yeah. Charlie says, is he like so far removed that he's unintelligible like he's, and Katie says, yes, of course. And Charlie says, he is unintelligible. He doesn't have unintelligible. He doesn't have anybody that he can call up that's like unintelligible. And Katie says, like, yeah. And Charlie says, you giving somebody some money is not an admission of any kind of guilt. And Charlie says, so what do you think? There's no way my mom's going to call this guy up, because you've got to understand, he needs to know that it's going to go down one of two ways. Like, you're either effing with me or you're effing with the police. Pick which one. And Katie says, 22. I don't know what that's about. Unintelligible. 80 years. Unintelligible. Me. Unintelligible. Can you even tell me? Unintelligible. And Charlie says he didn't threaten. He said, where am I? As soon as I move, it's hard to tell where I am on the page. But he didn't threaten. I think maybe I went too far. Okay, yeah, there we were. He didn't threaten. He said, Tuto is incarcerated, and can I find that again? I'm going to have to try. I'm just going to have to roll it a little bit. Oh, it jumps from one to the next. So I think we'll have to skip a little bit. Katie, unintelligible. Charlie, why not? Because I don't think they want to mess with does he still have his connections? Oh, there we are. Oh, no. We'll just keep reading. Katie, yeah. Charlie, is he like so far removed that he's unintelligible like he's? Katie says, yes, of course. We read that part. Charlie says he doesn't have anybody that he can call up that's like, and Katie says, like, yeah. And Charlie says, listen, you giving somebody some money is not an admission of any guilt. Like, it's like, listen, if you gave me money now, unintelligible, this is the one and only time, unintelligible. I don't know what this is about. I'm just telling you, you know how you can say things without saying it, like just the way he said it. Like he said, he needs your help. He was there for you and his family needs your help now. Yeah, but he unintelligible. He didn't want to scare her. He didn't scare her. Oh, that's bad for Donna right there, because remember how she is saying that she was afraid of the guy, and that explains her reaction. But Charlie says he didn't scare her, but just his presence. You have to understand his presence. My mom had diarrhea all night. She hasn't been eating, and she's been up since 2 a.m. with diarrhea. Like, how do you think that feels with my mom 65 years old and up since 2 a.m. with effing diarrhea? Katie says, who? Unintelligible. Charlie says, unintelligible. I don't know. Katie says something inaudible. And Charlie says, my head was, when I was leaving the house, I literally had the bag out and I had it in my car with my car keys. Katie says, unintelligible. Charlie says, I know. Well, if you want, you guys can swing by my house later. So what are we doing? Katie says something unintelligible. And Charlie says, I want you to take it back, write the number down, and I'm going to give you cash. And I want you to talk to 712. What? 6570. There can't be that many people. Oh, maybe he's telling her the number that was on the card. They're staying on that one a little while. I'm tabbing over. I don't want to miss anything. A little more unintelligible. If it's a real number, I mean, the guy didn't have glasses or a hat. Can I tell you something else also? Yeah, what's shocking too is that so they could see who it is, unintelligible. Let me just put it this way. He's unintelligible, thinking he's blackmailing somebody. You're putting yourself out there to catch a mole. Because when you're blackmailing someone's got a couple options to either take care of you or, hey, okay, you're blackmailing somebody who had no problem possibly doing bad things. Blackmail somebody who were banging their secretary, okay? Not blackmail somebody over effing, like Katie says something unintelligible, and Charlie says, my office, unintelligible. My office in the morning, and then I'm in Weston in the afternoon. I know I'm going to do a special case for someone. But it's like if you're going to blackmail someone that's cheating on their wife, don't come, because the thing is, there's unintelligible. These are the big boys. Like, if this is what it actually unintelligible, this is what I'm saying here. Unintelligible. True. I'm still not clear what he's saying. This is what it's actually revolving around. Okay. It's actually revolving around this horrible. Katie says something unintelligible. Charlie says, so this is what I'm saying. If you're blackmailing somebody who potentially had the ability to get something like this done, you've got a effing set of balls, because they may make you shut up real quick, which makes me, where did we go to? There we go. Which makes me try to find where that line went. Okay. Where did it go? Oh, I see. Sometimes they go up by accident. Which makes me, where was that? Down there. Oh, there it is. Okay, which makes me think without a doubt, he's not the only. He didn't come there alone. He came there with somebody else. You know what I'm saying? And then this is the next thing. You ready? What if his homeboys want some money? All he does is he walks up and he goes, Miss Adelson, so-and-so's family needs help. Meanwhile, this dude's family ain't getting S. We just get a bunch of scumbags knocking on my door going, somebody needs help. Well, guess what? I don't have anything to do with what happened down there. You don't. I don't know anyone who does. I don't know who Tuto even effing is. Okay. Like, I don't know these people. So my point is, the problem is once you pay, you're going to get every effing Tom, Dick, and Harry showing up going, boy, somebody needs help. Go to the effing police. I don't care. Go to the police. Tell them what you know. I'll tell them what I know. Nothing. Because I don't, unintelligible, FBI, unintelligible, 5 a.m. Hey, you know who this is coming from? Inside. I don't know anybody that's got that facial hair, just the 5 days shadow. Whew, we have hit the end of that. No, we haven't hit the end of that. Yeah, are we back at the beginning? Yep, we're back at the beginning. So we're going to pick up the court feed right here. I do want to say just a couple of things about this. This is so incredibly damning. What Charlie is saying about this, it's really obviously a problem for Charlie. And since it came directly from Donna, this is a huge deal for Donna. What Charlie seems to be thinking is these are people who have the actual gall to try to extort when the murder was committed by gang members. Who would be crazy enough to do that? Because these people must have enough information to know this was committed by people who are members of a gang, and therefore they would be absolutely insane to try to extort anybody around this. That seems to be what Charlie is saying. So I hope that worked better for you. I hope you were able to hear that a little bit better than when they play that. Charlie is exhausting. That is the truth. That is the truth. He is a big talker. All right. So I think that's a lot easier to understand than just listening to the garbled feed. Let's go.
Did you hear Mr. Adelson offer some rental car examples in this recording?
I did.
Was it public knowledge that a rental car had been used in this murder at that time?
No, it was only released at a green Prius. We were looking for a green Prius.
Did you ever hear either of the parties in this recording say Sigfredo Garcia?
No, did not.
Was he referenced in this recording?
Was he referenced?
Yeah. Who did they mean? He would be happy I have you on salary.
Yes, that's who they were referencing that particular moment.
He doesn't have any bad feelings toward me, does he? With that reference, Garcia?
That's correct.
Did the surveillance that was being conducted around this time shed any light on the relationship between Catherine Magbano and Sigfredo Garcia at this time?
Yes, at this time they were actually back together and they were living together in a house with their children or condo.
Is the word extortion used in this recording?
No.
Okay, what about blackmail?
Yes.
All right, tell us about the next call, please. Call F.
Call F is as Mr. Adelson is leaving Dolce Vita after meeting with Ms. Magbano, he calls Donna Adelson at 4:56 p.m.
All right, publish call F, please.
Judge, can we get the instruction 2.6 ready?
One moment.
Is that regarding the use of the transcript as an aid, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
No objection.
They do it the same way. I'll read the transcript again.
Members of the jury, you are about to hear recorded conversations. These recorded conversations are proper evidence and you may consider them just as any other evidence. You are also being furnished transcripts of the recorded conversations. The recordings are the evidence and the transcripts are provided to you only as a guide to help you follow as you listen to the recordings. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recordings and what you read in the transcripts, you must rely on what you hear and not what you read. You may continue.
Just so you know, it is somewhat controversial that these transcripts are permitted because the transcripts are someone's interpretation of what was said. And there is an argument that the jury ought to listen to it for themselves and figure out what they can or can't hear, not rely on what someone else thinks they heard as what's being said. So just so you know, there is controversy over that.
Thank you, Judge. Back to State's Exhibit 99, call F.
Hey, honey, how are you?
Good, what's going on?
I'm sitting and watching the boys at their tennis clinics. They're having a wonderful time.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I was concerned because they said they don't even show the card of that.
I'll go ahead and read it. It's clearer than the other, but I still think it's a lot easier to read it. So I'm going to do that. And that's why they prefer the transcript, because it's really hard to hear. Donna says, "Hey, honey, how are you?" Charlie, "Good. What's going on?" Donna, "I'm sitting and watching the boys at their tennis clinic. They're having a wonderful time." And Charlie says, "Actually, this is big enough. I think y'all can read it. I think y'all can read it straight on the screen. So I think what I'll do is go ahead and play it. We'll take a quick vote. 1 would be we play through, and 2 would be I read it. So quick vote, go really fast because I need to go ahead and start it up. So 1 is you see the image on your screen of the transcript because it's audio only, so they didn't split it off and make it even tinier. 1 is you see this, 2 is I read it. Oh, that is very split, but I think it's oh gosh. That is, I'd have to do a vote on that. I don't think there's a clear winner. Wow. I can't, I don't know. I tell you what, I tell you what, I am going to read it. You can always listen to it. I don't think that's that helpful. I do think the transcript is way easier, even though, as I told you, it's controversial. Okay. Mrs. Adelson says she's watching the boys at the clinic. He said, Charlie, "Oh, that's awesome." And Donna, "Yeah, I was concerned because I thought they'd only enjoy the private lessons, but they're having fun because, there are 6 kids on the court. So they're all about the same level. So they're having fun with them. It's great." And Charlie says, "That's fantastic." And Donna says, "Yeah." And Charlie says, "Actually, and Donna says, "So how's your day going?" Charlie says, and it's highlighted in yellow, which is also controversial because look what's happened now. They've drawn attention to a particular thing as opposed to letting the jury draw its own conclusions. And Charlie says, "It's good. It's good. I'm just leaving. I just unintelligible some coffee with a friend." And Donna says, "Uh-huh." I'm going to turn off that CC because I can't read this. "And everything is good. I'm actually going to everything is good. Everything is," that was Charlie. So that was quick, if that's all there was.
That was good. I'm actually gonna, maybe, that was good.
Everything, yeah, everything's fine.
Yeah, and they,
So she says, "Is everything fine?" And Charlie says, yeah, it may just helping her out with some relationship advice. So, and Donna says, "Oh, okay." And Charlie says, "Yeah, she may come by." And I hate it when I do that. She may come by and see me tomorrow, actually, too. She had to go back to work, so I think she's going to come maybe to my office tomorrow or another office so I can talk to her some more. I gave her some good advice. Prosecution says, this is Charlie calling Donna to say, "I just met with Katie about the extortion, the bump." And Donna says, "Yeah." And Charlie, "And she's just sleeping on it." And Donna says, okay. And Charlie says, "So," and Donna says, "Yeah." And Charlie says, "Relationships are not easy." Prosecution says, "This is code talk, this whole relationships thing." And Donna says, "No, they're not. So Charlie says, "So that's it. So everything," and Donna says, "Okay." And Charlie says, "Everything is fine anyway." And Donna says, "Yeah." And Charlie says, "Without a doubt, everything is fine." And Donna says, "Everything is," and you can't hear what she says.
yeah, no question in the world. I would not, no, I can talk to you more about it, but,
Yeah,
I mean, if you want, you can always come up to the office. Well, you're gonna be hanging out with Dad tomorrow, right?
Yeah, what's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Thursday, yeah, tomorrow, yeah, we're gonna be.
So I'm going to let it go ahead and play through because they're switching back and forth to pictures. So I really think this is going to be easier. The highlighted part is probably what we want to focus on most. It's the prosecution's point. And Charlie says, honest to God, I wouldn't, and I could talk to you more about it, but, and Donna, yeah. And Charlie, I mean, if you want, you can always come up to the office. Well, you're going to be hanging out with Dad tomorrow, right?
Doing a lot of stuff for the holiday, getting the dinner and a lot of recipes, a lot of cooking. That's always a rough holiday to cook for. It's not an easy one, but, not my friend.
Bringing 10 lobsters and nobody complains.
You're probably right, there was like, only us and the kids and Dave, just,
Dave.
doesn't have any children.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so it's just, the boys and us and Dave.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So, do you think everything will be good for, Saturday night? The dinner should go well?
Yeah, well, June's trying out for the Austin cheerleaders.
Oh, no, I did.
Yeah, no, she's actually,
Dancer?
oh my God, she's an awesome dancer. She made it in the 5th round last year and got cut in the last, like, literally, like, when you have it down to like 60 girls and they take 45, like, you can imagine how many girls try out for it.
Oh, yeah, I see it on TV, it's a tryout.
Yeah, there's like,
They're all really good dancers.
yeah, no, June's an awesome dancer. She goes to dance class like 3 days a week and she's been training really hard. And she's actually probably trained too hard because she pulled her hamstring like 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
So no, she could do like head kicks and like double turns and splits and no, she's been a dancer literally her whole life, a dancer.
Ah.
So she made it, which is the 3rd time trying out, but she made it last time to the 5th round, which is the final round, and didn't make it. So it's been her dream. So Saturday,
Yeah, Saturday when?
well, she's going to try it out Saturday.
So for anyone having trouble hearing, June Chinda, I am sure that June, was trying out for the Dolphins cheerleader. She nearly made it last year. Plus, Dave will be at the dinner.
But you have to go back and get your racket. That shouldn't give you just that you use. Go back and get your new 2 rackets, because yours are too small. I'm sorry.
So after the Dolphin tryouts, she's going to come to, she may come. What time is it?
Well, what time do we get? Why do it early, because the kids don't stay up too late, so 5:30.
Yeah, because I'm planning on being up in West Palm at like 11. So I'll get done racing 11 to 12, 12 to 1, 2, home by 3:15.
Well, just tell me if you're coming, because I'll set the table for her.
Yeah, I'll find out if
Let me
she's
know.
coming or if she's going to, maybe I have to have her just drive herself after the tryouts.
Okay, if she's coming.
Just depends. Yeah, I mean, she may get out at 5 and be in like gym clothes. And if that's the case, she's not obviously,
Right.
drive at gym clothes, she had shower. So
Okay,
that's the only reason why she wouldn't come, otherwise she will come.
okay, no, I understand, it's not a problem, you'll just let me know, because I'll set the table, that's for one more.
I'm excited for her, I hope she makes it.
Yeah, oh my God, that's a pretty exciting
Yeah,
thing.
well, that's how she knew, Lauren's sister.
Oh, okay, hold on one second, guys, wait a minute, I have to ask Pat something to you. I have to see if the coach can take them on Monday. Let me just run out to the court for a second, I'm gonna call you right back.
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of that was irrelevant,
Does
but
she call him right back?
Yes, she does.
Publish call G, please.
Hi, I'm sorry about that, I had to schedule it for Monday. So,
That is good. So I hung out with my friend and she's gonna sleep on some stuff and then she's gonna come, tomorrow to either my office or Vanessa's office and tell me how it works. Yeah,
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Anyway,
You think she'll be okay? Is that what you
yeah,
want?
I told her, I mean, I explained to you, the relationship, either go one or two ways.
Right,
So, maybe one or two of us.
yeah.
But that's,
How you want it.
yeah.
It would be best for her. That's fine, she can ask. Fine, all right, Charlie, I'm about to
Like,
go.
what is it? Should I?
Thanks. Yeah, just, hoping Dad has a good day at the office,
Oh, yeah.
because, I like him to have a good night's sleep. So,
Yeah.
he works a long day, that's what he does.
That I truly would not worry about.
Wait a second, listen, honey, just for the brothers on that. Give me a minute. Wait till she finishes and then you'll go on. You don't think so?
Yeah, no, without a doubt.
Okay, I hope so.
There's nothing to worry about.
Now,
No.
so you'll be at the office, you'll be around all day tomorrow?
From 11 to probably by 3, I'll be gone.
Oh, really? You're done for the day?
Well, then I get the parents off.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
And I'll summarize for y'all at the end because the phone calls are tough to hear.
I think that they're like Isaac Dairy and 95.
very crowded.
Oh my God, the traffic. To go from like, I mean, literally, for me to go from like, on this game to like, all the way to like 95, the amount of time it takes me to go from my house to South Beach.
Wow.
Just east-west. It's
Yeah.
for me to go to South Beach from Fort Lauderdale, because to be in Miami, you can go to the highway. I mean, it's all the way, like 2 schools. So, I get it.
That's, no, that's, that's swimming, I'm pushing your tire to happen. That's the sweep of these, of the swim. So it's not pushing that much. The old grandma. Oh, my, I love you.
I would worry about absolutely nothing.
Really.
Yeah, I'm telling you. It's not.
Well, if you're serious, correct. You don't know that.
Well, listen, I mean, if you have to realize something, it does them no good.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, there's nothing, they're not gonna gain anything, just gonna give you things. It's not like, listen, it's not like you've ever threatened anybody or hurt anybody, so.
No.
You know, the thing is this, is that they're not hiding who they are.
Right, not at all.
Not at all. So,
That's why I had that other supposition.
what's that?
That's why my thoughts were different.
Yeah, it's not really hidden who they are. And the whole thing is weird. I mean, the whole thing is very weird because it's the kind of thing that that can easily be traced. They can easily be caught. And they easily will have charges put against them for that. Honestly, extorting people is like up to 10 years in prison. I don't know, why they would maybe, just make it so easy to, really stupid. It's not very secret. So, no, I think it's something that can be dealt with. It's not that bad.
Okay.
It could be a lot worse, but police records just do it like that.
Yeah.
So,
All right, sweetie pie. I will talk to you, maybe tomorrow during the day or night. You'll let me know.
sounds good.
If everything is good for the dinner.
Everything's fine. I'll later, okay?
Okay, bye. Bye.
So, in summary, this is right after the bump. April 20th of 16. And Charlie tells Donna he met with a friend and she's going to sleep on it. Now, he already told her that earlier. I'm not sure why we're having the same conversation again, and he continues to say it will be one of two ways. It's either law enforcement or it's gang extortion. I don't know why that's comforting, but Charlie says repeatedly it's nothing to worry about. Now, Donna seems a little dubious about that. She's not as sure that it's not something to worry about. They discuss traffic being bad. And then Charlie says, I would worry about absolutely nothing. I'm telling you. Donna says, we don't know that. And Charlie says, it does them no good. It's not like you've threatened or hurt anybody. And she says, oh, no, of course not. And Charlie said, they could easily be caught. It's really stupid, twice. Or maybe I wrote it twice. And it could be a lot worse. In the immortal words of Charlie, now spending his life in prison, it could be a lot worse.
Let's go to the next day, please. April 21st, 2016. Are there any calls on that date?
Yes, there are.
Okay, tell us about call H.
Call H is between Catherine McVanwa and Sigfredo Garcia. It's at 8:17 in the morning.
Publish call H, please.
By the way, one thing I want you to remember, Charlie pushes her, let's talk to, I want you to deal with this problem. You need to call this number and figure it all out. Katie never does that, but she tells Charlie she has done that repeatedly. And that was one of the things she testified to when she took the stand.
Kristen, I'm gonna tell you something right now, and I'm gonna make it very clear. I'm gonna make something very clear because you're talking belligerent bullshit. I'm gonna make something very clear, okay? Why? Because you don't know how to apologize. Because you.
I'm definitely going to read this one because I don't think you can hear anything on what that is being said. What is being said. So it's not Charlie, Katie. It's Sigfredo Garcia to Katie. And let me back up just a little bit, run it forward and see if we can catch the top of the screen. Okay. Garcia says, listen, I'm going to tell you something right now, and I'm going to make this very clear. And you heard the tone of voice. Katie says, every time that I ever told you something, Sigfredo says, I'm going to make something very clear because you were talking belligerent. She says that I've always told you the truth. Garcia says, bull S. And Katie says, I'm belligerent. I'm belligerent. What? And Garcia says, I'm gonna make something very clear, okay? Katie says, up the whole night drinking and I'm drunk. You haven't spoken to me about anything. And now you're going to come at me. And Sigfredo says, why? Because you don't know how to apologize because you were wrong. And Katie says something inaudible. And Garcia says, okay. And she says, you last night. And he says, this is the same thing that happened last time. Listen, I have a more pressing matter that I have to attend to. And she says, well, and he says, okay. She says, you know what? I don't feel secure because you take care of everybody else. Where's my security, Tuto? When are you going to step up for me? When is that going to happen? Because I feel like everybody else gets the special attention. And then, Katie, you go figure it out. You go figure it out. You figure out the kids. You figure out life. You figure out your part of this. And he says, Katie, you are so. And Katie says, you figure out everything else. He says, Katie, you're doing this again. This is the same S. I've been here. I've never felt happier every single time. We were so happy. And he says, we were so happy. We were so happy. We were so happy. She says, you have to play the pool. You have to play the pool. You have to leave me. He says, oh my God, Katie. She says, you have to do. And he says, all right, man. All right. Then fine. Then go, whatever. Fine, go. If that's what you need to do to make yourself happy. And she says, to make myself happy. And he says, then I'm not going to hold you back. And she says, why haven't you? Why do you have to go through back everything? After everything we went through, why does it have to go back to square one? Do you know how bad I feel? it's like, again, I feel like I'm getting, I want to hear the tone in this. Let's go ahead and listen to a little bit of this. It's wow, you really can't hear it. So let's go ahead and let's go down to the yellow part. I'll read the yellow part and we'll keep listening and then I'll read the yellow part.
It's always, no. I swear to God, it's just like, I should just go somewhere because it's like you're basically.
Do that.
Over.
Do that.
You're over, you're gonna tell me, I'm gonna make a phone call.
I'm not making that fucking phone call.
Okay, so I'm not going to read the entire thing. I'll read a censored version of the thing. She is saying, you take care of everyone but me and you won't do this thing for me. And she apparently wants him to make the phone call to the person who extorted Donna, the person who handed her the note, the phone number. And she says, you're effing me over. You're going to tell me I'm going to make a phone call. Are you? And he says, I'm not making that effing phone call. And we'll pick up there.
Look, Katie, yeah. I'm pretty sure somebody will come by to who you know, just Katie, listen, listen. I just want you to fucking have a pussy between your legs and act like you have. If you want to fucking do what you want to do.
Okay, we're going to stop here because I don't know. Their language is of concern. So he says, I'll read it in a censored version because I think we've devolved to the point where we want to actually play it. So he is, I don't even know what, I'm not even quite following it, but they're speaking in various bad language. He seems to be suggesting that she find another man. And she says, I'm not a prostitute. And he says, I'm going to take care of my I'm going to take care of this effing problem. And he says, I'm going to take care of this effing problem. And she says, what are you going to take care of, Tuto? You don't discuss anything with me. You're not even listening. He says, because the less you know, the better off, man. And she says, you're over here making moves. He says, man, just stop talking on the phone, man. Bye. She says, that's why you can't even, he says, bye. She says anything and the call ends. Bam. That is a wild phone call stuck in the middle of the trial here.
All right. Is there another call between Magvano and Garcia that day?
I think
There
we
is.
better read
There's
this
one.
now that we know.
Minutes later.
A couple minutes later, almost immediately following them hanging up, it was at 8:36.
Okay. Publish call I.
So it's shortly after. I assume he means AM. Okay, so I'm going to read this to make sure that we can excise parts we don't want. So Garcia says, yeah. And Katie says, hello. He says, yes. And she says, I don't remember if I think just in case, I think like you have to pay Ethan's clothes, like because the balance is $65.70. And he says, I have to pay for it. And she says, like, I think you remember, like I wrote it down, the amount that you're supposed to put. You can't pay for it? But I'm not sure if it's $60.57 or if it's $65.70. By the way, I think this is code. So it's this conversation where no one is communicating. I'm trying to get a secured credit card. Is there no way you could pay for it? I'm just telling you, I don't remember if it's either one of those numbers. And well, you're picking him up today. So he unintelligible. And there it was concluded. And I think they will explain what was going on.
Well, it makes no sense. Got it?
There's no credit cards I can use in a school, so it makes no sense.
$65.70. Is that a reference to the phone number on the piece of paper that was handed to Donna Adelson?
It is. The undercover's last four digits is 6570 on his cell phone.
And that number was handed on a piece of paper to the defendant,
Correct.
and that number was given on the Dolce Vita recording from Charlie to Katie.
Correct.
Okay, and now Katie to Garcia.
That's correct.
Okay. What is call J?
And may I say, it seems like Sigfredo Garcia just really doesn't get it. He's like, oh, I owe money on the clothes. That's exactly how my husband was. He was so liberal. You know how some people you could say, you could kind of make a motion and they'd be like, oh, you want to leave. Not my husband. Unless you walked up to him and you said to him, I now need to leave. We need to go out now. He had no idea. He never read anything other than the direct statement of what you wanted.
Call J is the same day on the 21st. It's Charlie Adelson to Catherine McBanwell at 9:31 a.m.
Publish J, please.
Hey, what's up? Good morning.
So this is Katie and Charlie talking. And we'll hear. We'll just see. I'll see how clear it is as to whether I'll read it or.
I found a tree. What is that?
You did?
I found a tree, a little bonsai tree.
I want one.
You want to come by the office?
Like we did a real one, girl.
I've got
Good
a
luck.
prune. I'll work on it. I'm gonna go to my office.
Now, Katie and Charlie, they have soulmates in speaking this coded language. They are really good at this. Although she's not sure.
In your office. I have to pay rent. Yeah, I'm picking up a corner.
A quarter.
Yeah.
You should get the whole block.
I know. I get a corner of the office. Sitting here, probably leave one minute. Hold on, give me what they make. Okay, whatever. I mean, from the work is really nice.
So Katie seems to be hinting that she wants him to pay her rent. She has to get a corner office.
So,
See if you want to come by, I'd like to give it to you.
yeah, what time though?
That's 2:00.
So what time are you there?
I'll be at my office from 11. Probably like 3:00. I gotta start heading up to Weston.
He wants her to come by the office.
I'm sorry, I'll do one. I'm here. Oh, wow.
She says no.
Huh?
My office or Weston.
I'm saying, yeah, it's gonna be impossible. Because I have
Either one.
to say,
What time pick the kids up?
like around before 6.
Before 6?
Yeah.
You don't have,
Be there until 6, but I usually don't have to go until 5:30, 5:35.
there's no way to come up and see me before.
He wants her to go ahead and come, but she's not.
O'clock today.
Most of the time here. I'm like electrical and I go to sleep.
It's hard to read. I'm just going to read it. Oh, you're at work? And she says, yeah, of course, every day. Which we do know she didn't have a job during this period of time. At least she didn't in 2015. I guess I can't know for sure in 2016. But I remember them talking about there was a period of time when she wasn't working. And Katie says, what do you think I do in my life? And he says, and she says, unfortunately, money doesn't grow on trees. He said, oh, I thought it did. And she said, no, I wish, but yeah. And Charlie says, all right. So Katie says, anyways, I don't think it's the best idea regardless. Charlie says, you talking to me or someone else? Katie says, huh? Yeah, I'm talking to you. Charlie, all right. Katie, I really don't want to risk so much stuff. And I don't think it is. You still haven't heard from those people, right? And Charlie says, what's that? Katie, you still haven't heard from those people. Charlie, well, they came by on Monday. Katie, no, you haven't heard from them in the morning. Oops. And Charlie says, no, I'll put another call into them. And Katie, no, don't worry about it. Charlie, no. And Katie, they're not even. Charlie, no. Katie, responding to you. She's apparently referring to the fact that those people who did the extortion haven't contacted them again. Charlie says, the only other choice is, going back to the two choices, Katie, that's weird. Charlie, yeah, really effing weird. The other choice is, I would say to put a start in anyway. I mean, it's got the pool, it's got the food, it's got music, it's livelier anyway. I'm totally lost. I don't know what we're talking about. Katie, all right. Charlie, so call them up and find out what it is, and I got you. Katie, no, it's not that. I mean, I don't really mind if you do it. Charlie, it's fine. I totally forgot about it. I did call them yesterday. I'll put another call in today just to tell them, listen, I'm touching base before and Katie says, yeah, but I was just telling you before, I don't think that's a good idea regardless. It wouldn't be a good investment. And Charlie says, oh, I see what you're saying. And Katie says, yeah. And Charlie says, Katie says, because I was looking into some properties and then I was asking him, I was like, oh, do you think that would be a good investment? And he's like, no, that's really stupid. You should really use your head. And I'm like, okay, thanks for the advice. And Charlie says, all right, now I got what you're saying. Katie says, but he is going to look into a couple of things, a couple of properties regarding that and find out what's going on. And Charlie says, yeah. And Katie says, and then I guess I'll go from there because, you can't just jump into a place you don't even know. And Charlie says, you can't jump into a property you don't even know. And Katie says, exactly. Charlie, it's either and Katie says, are you going to like it? How good is the security going to be? And, is it going to be first, last, and security? Or there's a lot more into it. So I'm trying to do the research for that. And Charlie says, find out, because usually when these properties come up, they announce it to everybody. And Katie says, exactly. Charlie, you can't just have it, Katie. But then I don't think that's the case. I feel like it's it was posted incorrectly. And it's just some people bite, some don't. Some people don't. Charlie says, yeah. Katie says, so it's you throw out a fish in there and let's see who bites. It's like fishing. Another analogy here. Charlie, yeah. Katie, you throw the chum out, they're all going to come out. Like Charlie's cockroaches analogy. Charlie, yeah, you throw the chum and a bunch of fish come and they run and jump on it. I kind of think that, Katie, yeah, but for the pricing, it's it was absurd. So if it's, it's unaffordable. Charlie, way too high of a pricing, right? Katie, yeah, of course, that's crazy. Who pays that much? Charlie, yeah, no. Katie, if they really wanted to get something, they would afford it, to be able to afford it, Charlie, yeah, hang on 1 second. Danny's got to ask me a question. Danny, go ahead. Sorry about this. It's an important call. What's up? All right. Did I shortchange you? Danny, yeah, today. We have to take it from the house. Charlie, right. And I gave you 150 on top of it. Inaudible. I already wrote the check. Danny, oh, inaudible. Charlie, yeah, and I left the check up here. Hold on 1 second. Katie, Charlie, muchas gracias, Danny. All right. Danny says, check here, and you need to check this too, this one and this one. Charlie, which is better? Danny, all the Charlie. Dios mío, 109 versus 89. Danny, Charlie, but it's the same S. You're going to replace it in 3 years anyway, right? Get the one for 89. Danny, you know now. Charlie, yeah, I think I need 5 for the house. Danny, what? Mr. Adelson, Charlie, 5 of those. Danny, of this one? Charlie, yeah. Danny, no. Charlie, Spanish. Danny, to sell? Charlie, no. Danny, it's 4 and over there, the one over here, one couple here. Charlie, all right. Danny, inaudible. Charlie, all right. Danny, we need. Charlie, okay, 5, 7. You want me to give you a check today? Danny, but let's see if we can hear it from here.
You get this dirt off.
So Danny, but I don't do it this week. Charlie, okay, let me know when you do it and I give you a check. Danny, no, do it because I'm going to make it next. And Charlie says, do you have to pressure clean first to get the dirt off? Danny says, no, I'm not sure why this is relevant. Maybe he's installing cameras. I thought he did that right after Dan Markel was killed. And Charlie says, and then you just paint over the top of it. We're somewhere in that vicinity.
You just paint over the top of it? Okay. Yeah.
Talking about power washing.
Okay. Hang on. Okay. 94.7. Oh, yeah, plus track. Yeah, no problem.
I have to get a shake down.
Okay. Perfect, thank you, Nancy. Okay. Thanks. Okay. But yeah, it was just crazy. That's so nice when you're in real estate now.
Yeah, no,
It's just so crazy that
like it's giving me a lot more knowledge about everything, so.
Right, real estate's a great profession. I mean, honestly, it's one of those things guys will learn it.
And Charlie thinks he is being so tricky here.
You get with the right people and start getting the right stuff, and you do extremely well.
Yeah, I'm learning as I go.
He said, it's so great that you've gone into real estate. And now we're talking about real estate investing. This is really great, he's telling me. And I'll go ahead and start reading from there. He's telling her, you can disguise the limit. You can do it extremely well. And she says, yeah, I'm learning as I go. I mean, I'm thinking I go home and I just do my research and stuff about things. And then I try to ask advice too, like coming from someone else's point of view, somebody else's point of view. Like, okay. And then we're going to get back into the code. So like if somebody was to offer this amount of money, I start looking at the listings. I start looking at like possible scenarios or locations somebody could be at. And then, hopefully I have a lead. And Charlie says, was he still in shock that that listing came up? Katie says, of course, especially for that amount. Charlie, well, it's that amount and that location. And Katie says, and it's et cetera. We'll skip over that. It's not an amount that like somebody would just put up, like these are like $1 million houses that we have over here. Yeah. Katie, like it would have been more. So what they're saying is if this was somebody wanting to extort money on behalf of Luis Rivera, they're not going to ask for $5,000. They're going to ask for a big amount of money. So she's saying this seems too little. That's at least what the prosecution argument is going to be. And Charlie says, yeah. Katie says, I just don't want any false, leads, so it'll waste my time. And Charlie, but you don't think alarm bells went off everywhere? Katie, not that I know of, because it's like if the person was very interested about it and knew like a lot about the property, then Charlie, right. Katie, it would have been a totally different story. It would have been a done deal. And like things would have been signed and, it would have been over with. Charlie, yeah. Katie, but it seems to be like one or two scenarios, which that's what I'm trying to figure out right now. Since I'm still new, they're still trying to figure out how to do it. And Charlie says, but the thing is that property came with a full listing. But the thing is that property came with a full listing. Like it came with, and Katie, yeah, with all the information of who you're gonna, Charlie, with all the information. And Katie, you get all of that stuff, but nonetheless, you get all the information in the demographics of everything. Charlie, so Katie, but then again, you can have a listing everywhere. Everything's accessible. And Charlie says, yeah, I mean, you can, but it's just, what's crazy is it came with everything but pictures. And Katie, that's kind of stupid. Charlie, yeah, you send out, Katie, yeah, you send out pictures for everything. Charlie, yeah, no, they always post pictures. Katie, yeah. I don't know if they mean like email. We'll let it pick up about there.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. It's like, I mean, It came with everything but pictures.
Wow, that's not a good thing. We kind of
Yeah.
just for everything.
I'm going to keep reading. It's too hard. Okay. Charlie says, but anyway, Katie says, so let me find out first regarding that property, and then we'll go from there. Charlie, I guess to be very honest with you, I'm not very interested in buying that property. I think you buy a property like that, it becomes, this is the thing. You buy a property like that, it's like that duplex that you're talking about. Katie, which by the way, she hasn't mentioned a duplex. Charlie says, it just becomes a headache for life because Katie, yeah, but then it's like, Charlie, it doesn't stop. Katie, but you don't want to get stuck either in a situation where it's like it's a false advertisement. Charlie, oh yeah. Katie, and then Charlie, it could be. Listen, it could be one of two things. We should do some kind of game where every time he says it could be one of two things. And this is what happens when stuff doesn't hit the MLS first, okay? Katie, Charlie, and it's called like a pocket listing, meaning that someone's there with a list of real estate beforehand. Katie, yeah. Charlie, well, what ends up happening is that, okay, so you get that property. It's a great deal and everything. It becomes you get the wrong people in there. It becomes a problem for life. I've had this with other properties, okay? Very interesting if he's talking about extortion. Katie, and Charlie, it becomes lots of excuses, and then they move in, and the next thing you know, let's say even if, and Katie says it's a big headache. Charlie, yeah, Katie, then every single time somebody's going to keep increasing the amount. And Charlie says, whoa, that went crazy. Charlie says exactly, but I think we're just not going to be able to say, oh, there it is. And then what happens is they tell you, I want to pay this for the rental property, or I want to pay that for the rental property. And you're like, Katie, yeah, perhaps that's not the case. That's not the problem. If that's not the case for the client, then, that's what I'm saying. There's always false leads. Charlie, yeah, right. Katie, when you get people there that like, oh, they'll call and then, oh yeah, well, no, okay, I don't really need it. And it's like, you've done all this legwork for nothing. And Charlie says, well, I think it's one. It's without a question. It's one of two things. Okay, everybody. It's either a false lead, someone just wasting your effing time. Katie, Charlie, or you get the wrong tenant in there with the rental property. And if there's a head and it becomes, let's say even they move out, let's say they take a little vacation. This is just getting so complicated. I'm sure Katie, I'm sorry, I don't mean to get tickled. I'm sure Katie is getting very confused at this point. She's like, yeah, Charlie, next thing you know, there, and you don't know because you're not at the property all the time. Katie, of course. And Charlie, and their, it's so funny. And their little cousin, while they're on vacation, is like, Katie moves in and Charlie moves in and it's like, hey, guess who I am? You need da 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 da. And then next thing you know, his friend shows up and says, hey, guess who I am? I need this. And then they're constantly breaking things and they're constantly knocking at your door to fix things. And it becomes it will never, ever, Katie, a burden. Charlie, they will never, it'll be like a leech that never leaves you. That's quite the image too. Okay, Katie. Yeah, well, hopefully that's not the case. That's why I need to get everything clarified first. Maybe I should have read it. It's too funny. That's why I do all the background checks and everything. Make sure like a person really does want it before I even go forth of, trying to look at a property for them, or else I'm going around and around for nothing. And Charlie, I mean, that's why these things also are done with contracts. And you got to have a contract attorney look over them and then you buy them. And then after the property is bought, the property's bought. Katie, yeah. Charlie, there is no like, oh, by the way, I know I agreed to pay you X, but I'm going to come to the closing and I'll give you half. No, if you say you're going to do something, you effing do it. Katie, yeah. Charlie, if you say you're going to pay rent, you pay rent. If you say, I'm going to buy this building for $50,000 or whatever, or $1 million. And let's say you're going to buy a building for $10 million. Okay. Miss Banoa. Yeah. Oh, sorry. And Charlie, you're buying a building for $10 million. You don't show up for closing and go, Hey, I decided I'm going to give you 1 million. Katie, yeah. Charlie, and that's it. Like it just, you just get you just don't want to. Katie, I mean, I did make a couple of phone calls like last night to find out if this was a good lead. And I'll find out more because, like I said, I don't want anybody get taken advantage of. I don't want anybody get taken advantage of me, especially I'm new over here. So Charlie says, well, you got to look at the pocket listings. It's good that you're in real estate, but just be careful because I'm telling you, if you buy the wrong rental property, like the one I had in Miramar, and Katie says, and Charlie says, these people are such a effing pain in the ass. They got nothing but excuses. They F you over every chance they get. By the way, did I tell you I've had to kick everybody out of the Miramar property? Everybody but that old guy, Leonard. Katie, oh, he's the only one who stayed? Adelson, Charlie, that Miramar property. Katie, yeah. Even Charlie, the one that I was going to have you manage? Katie, Diana or whatever. Charlie, but it was too big of a headache. Katie, yeah, and Yvette, Diane, Charlie, I kicked all of them. One effing lady didn't pay me for 9 months and then filed with the court. She wants an extension to live there. Katie, yeah, because they can do that. Charlie, she can. And they effing told her to get effed and she had to move out in a month. Charlie, sorry, Katie, yeah, it all depends on who, housing. Where is this girl's freaking thing? I cannot find her stuff. Charlie, so now I have it as a halfway house. Katie, oh, Charlie, so I have someone I know through my Russian partner. Interesting. Katie, Charlie, they basically just pay me a flat rate and there's like 6 people living in this apartment as a halfway house. Katie, oh, you have it as a halfway house now. Charlie, basically, well, Leonard, it's a halfway house because these people were such a effing, each one destroyed the place and stopped paying rent. Charlie, this is just the most bizarre conversation. Katie, Charlie, I was getting 0 rent there except for the $400 from Leonard. Katie, yeah. Charlie, up until a month ago. Katie, yeah, no, that was a mission. I was trying to collect 2 for the property and it was always like the runaround. Charlie, no, I know. Listen, that's why you went there once. And I'm like, it's not, I don't want you wasting your time. You're better off doing this other real estate stuff. Katie, yeah. Charlie, so, but I think, honestly, you need to get your real estate license. Katie, I think that would be good. And I'm actually pretty good at this. Charlie, Katie says, I'm just learning. It's just taking time from me now. Like right now I have like all this expired that I have to work on and like basically a lot of footwork. But yeah, hopefully in the long run, you know how I am with work. Charlie, yeah. Katie, I become a workaholic. So Charlie, no, I think getting your real estate license is a smart thing. I think, Katie, yeah, but the competition out there is inaudible. And Charlie, competition is fierce. Katie, I went a little too far. Let's back up. Charlie, I mean, there's a lot of, you're hot, which helps. She is not one of those 37-year-old, completely undesirable, even if they are Victoria's Secret models, women. You're also, that he referred to yesterday, you're also bilingual, which helps, but you've got to hustle it. But it's also, you make the right connections, you know the right people. Katie, exactly. Charlie, and you can make effing, Katie, that's where you come in. Charlie, bank. That's true. Katie, I do. I have to make phone calls to especially people that I know that like would need help. Somebody always needs a property, especially somebody like I have all of these expired inaudible where I'm looking at some of this stuff and I take pictures, which can even be a good thing for me to purchase something because these people are desperate. And Charlie says, well, look around. Like I said, if you need someone to lend you money to help you out, I don't mind helping you out. Katie, I don't know. Okay. I don't know how she said it. Charlie, yeah, obviously there's a limit, but whatever can help you out. But I want to see you at some point. I know you're slammed today. Katie, Charlie, but I can get you that good luck bonsai tree if you want. I guess maybe that was code too. Where did that? I rember it from the beginning of the conversation, but I thought that was really a bonsai tree. Just shows to show I am not good at this code. Katie, oh, okay, that'll be good luck for my office. Charlie, for your little desk. Katie, yeah, I do need some to cover in this office. Charlie, I'm at that office on Federal and Commercial, not Rob's, but that other lady that you've been to before. Katie, Charlie, all day tomorrow if you want to run up. It's right by Sully's shop if you have to do something on the car. Katie, oh, okay. Oh, by the way, like I got like the other one fixed. I guess he went to the one that's closer in my house. And he gave him like a reasonable price, which is good. Charlie, okay. Katie, got new tires and everything. All I need to do is like a tune-up because it was like messing up. It's really loud. Charlie, okay, so it wasn't the tranny. And Katie, no, not for mine. Mine for sure is the tranny. I need Sully to, I told him the last time already, like you need to check that. If that thing breaks down on me, I'm screwed. Charlie, yeah, well, what does it involve? I mean, the thing is that. Katie, why is it not? Charlie, it's a nice. Katie, sorry, Charlie, big car. It's effing nice on the inside. It's nice on the outside. I mean, hopefully after the training's done, you'll be good for another couple of years. Katie, okay, Charlie, and then Katie, no, I need it to last until Inaudible buys it. Charlie, pretty much. I mean, dude, worst case scenario, you put a motor in. Like it's not a lot on that effing car is new. Like, I mean, I know my parents put like 5,000 or 6,000 into it at Sully's place. And like, Katie, yeah, I know. Charlie, my parents put 5 into it. Katie, yeah, Sully told me. Charlie, like 1 and 7. Are we back to the numbers code again? Katie, yeah, like everything's okay. Charlie, so. Katie, okay. Charlie, all right. So you think you can come by and see me tomorrow? Or Katie, yeah, because today I'm really super slammed. I have Charlie, no, that's cool. Print out more of those. Katie, the listings. The multi-family properties that I wanted to look at. And if it's just a pocket listing, I don't know, investigate it, but don't. Katie, okay, don't print out any pictures or anything, says Charlie. I'm not that excited. I just need to make sure that we're dealing with good people. All right, I'm getting worn out. So Charlie, Katie says, no, I know. Charlie says, and I think a lot of times I'm going to end up with another effing Miramar property. I'm not interested. Katie, yeah, I know, which is a big headache. Got it. Okay, I'll look up some. Charlie says, Roger that. And Katie says, stuff for you. Charlie, all right, look up stuff, print it out. Have a great day at work. Katie, okay, your price range? Charlie, poor white man like me, I ain't got no money. What are you talking about, Willis? Katie says, well, I'll look. For those of you who didn't grow up with TV, that's a reference to an American TV show. Well, I'll look at some stuff. You want some stuff around the Miami area and Charlie says, people in Miami are so friendly. How do I say no to Miami? Katie, I know, right? Charlie, and Katie, only rookies in Miami. Charlie, and I've been practicing my Spanish. Katie, there you go. In Spanish, apparently. Charlie, I mean, I can. All right, gringo, says Katie. And Charlie says, I can say hola, I can say shalom and mother, bad word. Katie says, oh, shalom, MF is not Spanish, honey. And he says, I know, but it's universal. Katie says, why is it not letting me log in? Okay, gotta go. Charlie, all right. Katie, I can't concentrate. Bye. Charlie, see you tomorrow. And Katie, all right, bye. Whew, I hope there aren't too many. Oh, look, there.
Members of the jury, the bailiff will take it to the jury room.
Okay, we got to hurry though. We're behind.
Testimony at 10:30. Restroom or stretch your legs, please do so at this time.
Okay, so we're gonna skip on past. We don't have any time to waste. We got to get to the next part because we're running about half hour behind. It's taken a while to read these. I do think it's easier to understand, and I know it's gonna be hard for you to see on the screen. Okay.
A lot of property and tenant. Just heard.
You may continue with the examination.
Okay.
Right, so we just
Much
heard a lengthy call between Charlie and Katie with a lot of property and tenant talk. Does Charlie Adelson then talk to Donna Adelson?
He does.
About how long after the call with
Close to an hour after the last call, he calls Donna Adelson.
All right, publish call K, please.
Usually you can hear these two, hopefully. Charlie, Donna.
Hey, Charlie.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, yeah. Actually, running late to the office, getting gas, and then I'll be in, what do you call it? I'll be at the office, and then I'm gonna go to Weston, and then, whatever time I get done with Weston, maybe that was meeting here, it's not,
Weston, you might get out late, is that what you're thinking?
I don't know what time I'll get out, you know, but I'm always back to see that if you want to grab dinner.
Just wasn't like, want to get a bite with you, but.
Well, if you want to, I'm happy to see it.
So he's talking about, I'll read, they're talking about getting together. Charlie's going to get together with his dad. And then he says, I saw a lot of police everywhere giving traffic tickets today, so be careful. Donna, okay, I definitely will. That almost suggests that maybe Charlie is now talking code and saying, I think maybe this could be a law enforcement thing instead of a gang member. Charlie, but anyway, that's what I think it is, without a question, for multiple reasons. So he jumped straight into from traffic tickets to that. So I think he's talking about the bump. And Donna, really? Charlie, multiple reasons. Donna, yeah. Charlie, so I never got a chance to do the return at Macy's that you Charlie it is really amazing. All right, I got to write these down or I'm not going to remember. Okay, Macy's, and then also the police are out. Be careful. So I think this is all referring to the bump. Okay. Never got a chance to do the return at Macy's. You gave me the stuff for yesterday. I just ran out of time. Donna, oh, okay. Charlie, so I may have to give you the, what do you call it? Get a vacuum or just keep it. It's not that valuable anyway. So Donna, yeah, we can do that. Charlie, but anyway, if Dan wants to see me and grab a bite, that's cool. Donna, well, it's like, I know you had those cases at the office that you wanted to talk to him about. So if so I know you wanted to talk to him about cases at the office. So it's kind of like that. Cases at the office. The problem with their code is they jump around from analogy to analogy. So it's really, it's actually effective. It's very hard to figure out what they're talking about. I have no idea what the vacuum is, but it seems oddly placed in the middle, this return to Macy's and the vacuum, whatever that is. All right. So, and Donna says, well, it's like, I know you had those cases at the office. You want to talk about. Charlie, listen. Keep going. Did it go too far? Yep. Inaudible. If Dad no, we already did that. Where's the listen? Okay, maybe it's not. If Dad wants to see me for dinner, I'm always happy to see him for dinner. Donna says, okay, Charlie, but it's up to him. And he can come by my house and I'll go get something to eat with him. Donna, oh, that sounds like a plan. So why don't you let him know how you're doing at your second office? And then, give him a heads up. And then maybe he'll come up and go out for a bite with you. Charlie, yeah, but I wouldn't leave South Beach until after 7. Traffic is horrible. Donna, oh yeah, absolutely. But you don't know what time you're going to get out from your unintelligible. Charlie, it shouldn't be too late. I think if Dad comes over at 8, that would be fine. Donna, oh, that's perfect, actually, because Wendi and some of the ladies and the mothers from unintelligible class, it's her birthday today, the teacher. Charlie, right. Donna, and they're taking her to Red Ginger for dinner. Charlie, oh, nice. Donna, and they wanted Wendi to go. So Wendi asked, can I bring the boys to her house and put them to sleep because she's going to go straight from work. So she probably won't get out of there for a while. So that will be good. Dad can get dinner with you at least. And, I can stay with the boys and put them to sleep. Charlie, all right, fine. Tell Donna, okay. Charlie, tell Dad to leave Miami at 7:30. Donna, at 7:30. Okay, I'll tell him. That's perfect. Charlie, at any other time, honestly, you're going to hit traffic. Donna, okay, that sounds good. Charlie, all right. And Donna says, see you later. Love you. Okay, we're at the end.
Matt Surrey, exhibit 133, please.
Okay, we're at Matsuri. This is the dinner with Charlie and Harvey where they made, meaning recognized that someone was trying to tap them next, sitting right next to Harvey. So what we learned was the camera is inside a bag with a mesh, which is why you're seeing such a bizarre view. Notice there's no transcript. Somebody said one or the other. I think we ought to count that.
That's what Katie agreed with.
So they're at a sushi restaurant.
Oh, yeah. It makes sense, it really does. I didn't think they were that smart. I'll take it. People want to cooperate, obviously not.
Seem to mostly be eating in silence.
Yeah.
Pretty sure the reason that there's no transcript is even law enforcement.
Is
couldn't-
there a call that occurs after this dinner meeting?
Yes, ma'am, there is.
Okay, is that the one we've labeled L.1?
It is L.1 1695.
Okay. And what time of day was that call made?
It was made at 8:26 p.m. on the 22nd.
Publish L.1, please. Okay, we're gonna skip that one, come back to it. Next, I think we have a bump letter. What is the bump letter?
It was a letter that we had mailed to the Adelson residents at the Icon, purportedly from the undercover agent.
Your Honor, we can't hear Special Agent Sam.
You can speak up, sir, please.
Sorry. It was a letter to the Adelsons that we sent to the Icon, purportedly from the undercover agent.
And many thanks to the defense lawyer for making that point. It has been hard to hear him.
I can show you what's been marked as States 84. Recognize States 84.
I do.
How do you recognize it?
This is the letter that we had sent along with the envelope to the Adelson residents.
Moving to evidence, States 84.
Your objection.
No objection.
States 84 is admitted. You may.
You read what the letter said?
Yes. It says, my phone is not ringing, so you don't care about Tato and what he did for you. He knows he is fucked, and soon so will you.
All right, so this point in time where we are in the wire, that's when the letter was mailed, or that's when the letter was received?
It was mailed, I believe, on the 23rd.
Okay. And then I want to skip ahead to April 25th of 2016. Tell us about call M.
It's a call from Charles Adelson to Catherine McBanoa at 7:04 p.m.
Let's publish call M, please.
Yeah,
Hey, you on your way?
yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna be at the Icon, when you come over 395. It's right there in the,
Oh, there we go. Okay. So Charlie tells Katie, okay, cool. I'm going to be at the Icon, which is when you come over 395. It's right there. You know which building the Icon is, right? Katie, that's all the way in South Beach, right? Charlie, yeah. Katie, like effing far. Charlie, when you come over, Katie, like there's like a lot of traffic down there. You can't go a little bit more up north just to go up north anywhere? Charlie, I will. I was standing outside. I was talking to my parents about everything. Katie, huh? Charlie, I was just talking to my parents about my day. Katie, inaudible. Charlie, no, I was talking to my, I'm going to pull that off so I can read it. I was talking to my parents about my day. Katie, oh, okay. It's like that's just out of my inaudible, like worried about my every single 2 seconds. Charlie, of course, but I'd rather, where are you now? Katie, I'm on Biscayne. Charlie, all right, just do me this one favor. Just come down here. Katie, okay, is everything okay? Charlie, yeah, I just want you to come down here so I can see you. I mean, you're already in the car. The Icon is on the corner of 5th and probably Albany, maybe. It's that bit, no, Alban, I guess it is. It's that big building when you, as soon as you're on Alban and you cross over 5th, on your right-hand side. Katie, all right, wait, can it be anywhere else besides that? Charlie, I can get in my car and start trying to find you, but then we got to drive and park. I'd just rather you come over here. Katie, I know, but that is like the heart of South Beach. Like it's kind of stupid for me to go all the way down there. Charlie, okay, I'll get in my car and in 5 minutes start heading this way and I'll get in my car and I'll meet you somewhere in like 15 minutes. I still need to talk to my parents for another 5 minutes and then I'm going to leave them and then I'm going to come to wherever you are. So 2 points. He's talking to Katie. Talking to his parents and then wants to talk to Katie. I'm making my notes so I don't forget. Okay. And Katie says, I'm heading down south. I'm on Biscayne, heading down south. Charlie, what's your cross street? Katie, I'm like at 82nd right now. Charlie, all right, 82nd. Katie, yeah, just give me a call when you get in the car. Charlie, all right, I'll give you a call and see where you are and start heading up towards Katie. You don't get it when I call you through WhatsApp. Charlie, sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I'll put my ringer. Let me see if any phone is on vibrate. Katie, all right, it was in my shirt. Katie, all right, Charlie, okay. So obviously it sounds like they switched over to WhatsApp after that.
And about 30 minutes later, publish in, please.
Okay.
Hello?
Okay. Hey.
Like, do I like walk and formal? I don't know.
Okay. We will read it again because you can't understand it. Katie, hello. Charlie, hey. Katie, like inaudible. Charlie, where are you right now? Katie, I parked in the visitors. I don't even know if that's like where I park. Charlie, a Monty's? Katie, no, I went all the way down. Like there's like a group of like, well, right now. I'll skip that. Charlie, oh, okay. I think they passed me a while ago. Oh, do you see them walking? Is someone wearing a red shirt? It was a racial reference. Katie, yeah, like it's a whole group of them. You want to go meet Tamani's? Charlie, where are you? By the marina. Katie, yes. Charlie, I'm standing by the boats in green scrubs. Katie, oh, I see you. I'm behind you. Charlie, are you behind me? Katie, yeah. Charlie, I don't see you. Katie, I'm going to turn down. I was in the parking, like I went in the parking garage. Charlie, oh, okay, I see you, bye. So they meet up. Come on.
Like I'm going in the parking garage.
Okay, I see.
All right, is there a meeting that takes place in person?
There is.
And was there any surveillance conducted on that meeting?
No, we were unaware of the meeting going to take place because there was conversation on some other platform. Appeared to be WhatsApp, according to Katie. And she said, asked him if he could answer her on WhatsApp. So apparently they were having other conversations. We didn't know about the meeting until it was too late. We couldn't get down there in time.
All right, and is there a call that takes place after that meeting?
There it is.
Is that N.1?
It is.
Tell us about that exhibit.
It's a call from Charlie to Donna Adelson, and it's at 10:48 p.m. So it's the night of when he's meeting at Monty's with Catherine. It's after that meeting.
After Charlie and Katie meet at Monty's.
Correct. Katie and Charlie meet at Monty's, and when Charlie's leaving, he makes this call to Mrs. Adelson.
Okay, publish N.1, please.
Okay, so we will. Donna, hey, Charlie. Charlie, hey, how are you? Donna, good, honey. Charlie, good. Donna, where are you? Charlie, sorry, I went for a walk. Donna, okay. Charlie, on the pier. Donna, yeah. Charlie, walked around, so I'm just getting in my car now. Donna, oh, okay. Charlie, are you still at Wendi's place? Donna, yeah, she usually comes home by 10 to drive. She went out looking. She drove to get a drink with a neighbor of hers that's been asking for a year to introduce her to some people. So you're walking from Charlie. Yeah, I'm at the valet right now. Donna, oh, you're at the valet. Okay, at the Icon Valet? Charlie, yeah. Donna, okay. Charlie, I left. Donna, well, can you talk? Or Charlie, yeah, if you want, I can. You want me to drive by Wendi's place and one of you will come down? Interesting. One of you will come down. I guess he means either dad or mom because Wendi's not there. Donna, yeah, drive by Wendi's place and dad will go downstairs and meet you. Maybe you have to be let in. Charlie, all right, I'll drive by. Donna, you'll meet him at the gate. Charlie, hold on 1 second. How you doing? Donna, okay. Charlie, 2604. I'll show you which one. See that? No, that's it. Thank you. Yeah, I can. I guess he's going through a gate or something. Donna, you'll meet Dad by the gate downstairs, the entry gate, or do you want to actually come in? Charlie, no. Donna, he'll go downstairs now and he'll wait by the gate. By the gate out front? Donna, that was Charlie. Donna, yeah. So instead of pulling into the gate, make a U-turn. So you're going so you can just kind of like park on the side street there, and Dad will wait right there. Charlie, right. So you're talking about by the side gate, right? Donna, Charlie, not the main gate, but the side that faces like where Indiscernible Milo's. Donna, oh, you mean that door? You mean that door over there? Charlie, yeah. Donna, yeah. At the door it has Charlie, Indiscernible, and Donna, it has an awning over it, and it's Charlie, yeah, that metal gate on the side. Donna, you want me to go down? Okay, so if Wendi comes home, what are you going to say to her? Charlie was in the area, just Harvey, yeah. Donna, then I just went down to say hello, okay? So again, notice how this makes it sound like Wendi doesn't know what's going on, and they're making sure Wendi doesn't know what is going on. And earlier conversations made it sound like Harvey didn't know what was going on, but now has been let in on it. So anyway, Donna says they're talking about how they're going to explain this to Wendi. And Donna says, yeah, okay, yeah. And so Harvey, you'll meet me by our car. You'll just call me and tell me that you're coming down if Wendi comes along. Oh, yeah. Charlie, you want Charlie to drive me back, okay? Harvey, sense to me. Donna, yeah, well, it doesn't matter. Charlie, did I go too far? Did you guys walk there or you drove there? Donna, no, we drove. Harvey, Indiscernible. Donna, I'll let him drive me up there because I'll go upstairs and I'll beep you up. Harvey, I need the car keys. So two things, they're meeting up. They're babysitting at Wendy's. Donna and Harvey are babysitting at Wendy's, and they don't want Wendi to know, for whatever that is worth. And it may be conversations exactly like this that make the prosecution hesitant to prosecute Wendi. These sorts of comments make it sound like, okay, she's not involved. They're keeping this from her. So that may be what they're hesitant about. Okay. So Donna Adelson, they're talking about getting the car keys. Donna says, I'm getting them. You take the car key. He'll drive back and I'm wait for Wendi, and I'll meet you. I'll meet you downstairs by the green awning. Charlie, okay, on the side. Donna, are we going through this again? On the side, and then you'll drive. Charlie, perfect. Donna, me back to the icon. Okay, all right. I'm going to head downstairs now, honey. Charlie, okay. Donna, okay. Charlie, sounds good. Head down and I'll be there in a minute. Okay, bye.
All right, and shortly after this call, we have one involving June Mchinda. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Publish in point 2, please.
Sure, you didn't run away. How are you, honey?
I'm sorry, how are you?
Oh, I'm good. I'm sorry. We're keeping him way too long. I promise I will send him home at 1 2 very soon.
I'm going to read it. I don't think you can understand that. Okay. So Donna says, and apparently Donna is talking to June Mchinda, who I think at the time was living with Charlie. So it may be Donna calling the home phone or something. Donna says, soon, he didn't run away. How are you, honey? We seem to start right in the middle. He didn't run away. How are you, honey? And maybe June is looking for him, trying to find him. And she says, oh, good. How are you? And Donna says, oh, I'm good. I'm sorry we're keeping him way too long. I promise I will send him home in one piece very soon. Unidentified female speaker, they just said was June, said, it's fine. I'll just talk to him later. Donna, okay, hold on 1 second. Charlie, hun, I'm sorry. I tried calling you like 10 minutes ago. June, no, it's fine. Just I'll talk to you later. Okay, hun. Charlie, all right. I really am going to call you again in 10 minutes. June, it's okay. It's Charlie. I got a bunch of things with the office going on. I'm trying to sort out. It's just became a bigger deal than I thought it would. Keep your phone with you though. Okay. June, just call me when you call later. So Charlie says it's a bigger deal than he thought it would be. Sorry, if I don't write it down, I will not recall that. All right. Keep your phone with you, though. Okay. Just call me when you can later, says June. And Charlie, all right, keep your ringer on. Welcome back. We'll start there.
All right, keep your ringer on.
So I want to jump to the next day, April 26, 2016. Call O, please. We're going back to Garcia and Magbanua here.
We
That's
definitely
correct.
are
The
reading
last
this
call
one.
was at 11 o'clock at night. This call is at 9:48 a.m. the next day.
Publish O, please.
Yeah, we're definitely reading this. We got caught up on one earlier. It said a little more than we had in mind reading or had in mind hearing. Okay, so Garcia says something unintelligible, and Katie says hello, and Garcia says, "What's going on?" And Katie says, "I can't see past that block they have right there. Nothing. I just needed to talk to you about some things. But did you?" And unintelligible, extra money or something for your children? Is she asking, do you need extra money? Garcia, of course, don't worry about them. They're fine. They got money. They got everything you need. Unintelligible. Katie, all right. Sigfredo, okay. Katie, I just need to talk to you though, okay? Garcia, personally, I don't know what you need to talk to me about. So, Katie, what does that mean? Garcia, unintelligible. I mean, your son's asking about you, so I'm going to have to set up a conference call or something. So you, audio interrupted, no sound. Katie, what? Garcia, your son is. Katie, well, yeah, obviously I have to call. Garcia, no, you need to talk to. Katie, well, audio interrupted, no sound. These are the ones she wants to get home to, remember? That's what she said on the stand. That's what she's looking for a deal for. Garcia, don't call me back. If anything, I'll drop him off to your mom or something like that. Katie, what are you talking about? Garcia, so you can hang out with him. So he sounds like he's maybe jealous. Katie, no, don't involve my mom in anything. Garcia, you're calling my mom. You call my mom and start talking all this ass. My mom said next time you call her, she's end a recorded phone call.
Tap. Are you able to see text? All right. When you're up on a wiretap, are you able to see text messages?
Yes, we are.
And are you able to see the content of text messages in real time?
Text messages that go through the system, correct?
Okay. And so chronologically, we get to what we're calling P. Is that a text message?
It is.
Tell us about that text message, please.
It's a text message from Catherine Magbanua to Sigfredo Garcia. And it's at 9:52 a.m.
So just a minute or two after the call we just heard.
Correct. The call that just cut off. This text was sent right after that.
Okay. And what's the content?
It says, need to talk to you about something else. Sorry, that was it.
All right. Need to talk to you about something else. And does Garcia reply?
He does reply about 5 minutes later.
What is his reply?
He said he was whatever. Whatever is going on with you and your homie is your business. You guys work that shit out. Don't text me.
Okay. And circling back to that bump letter that was sent on April 23rd to the Icon, did the bump letter arrive around this time as evidenced by the calls we're about to hear?
That's correct.
Okay. And in the bump letter, Tato is mentioned. I think in the original bump, Tato was mentioned. Who is Tato?
Tato is Luis Rivera.
All right. Publish call R, please.
Well, this is going to be a Charlie Donna, it sounds like. Donna, good morning. Charlie, hey, how are you? Donna, good. How are you, honey? Charlie, good, good. What's going on? Donna, not a whole lot, just straightening up some things in the house. Vicki sent me the hours, so I'm working on everybody's salaries for tomorrow. Other than that, everything is good. What about you? Charlie, good. Do you feel better after what I told you last night? I cannot imagine what he said that made her feel better. Anyway, Donna, significantly. Charlie, yeah, it makes sense. It makes 1,000% sense. Donna, yeah, no, I know it does. Charlie, and I feel that's what it is. No, that's what it is. Donna, and you think today those sort of things would get taken care of? Charlie, oh yeah, definitely the optimist. Donna, once they are, would you let me know? Charlie, yeah, no, trust me. I mean, and Donna, please. Charlie, well, someone gets to work on the appointment today. So Donna, right. Charlie, I mean, it's not like it's not like at 9 a.m. It's like I've got a conference call. Donna, of course not. Yeah. Charlie, I've got to call the patient. So anyway, Donna, yeah. Charlie, but can I tell you something? The more I think about it too, when someone writes, you don't care, you know what that sounds like? A girl. Donna, yeah, because that's girls. Okay. Charlie, you don't care. Donna, yeah. Charlie, that's exactly how they sound. You don't care. Donna, right. Charlie, well, I've never met the person, so I don't care about people I've never met. Donna, no. Have you ever gotten a note from a girl or a girl saying to you, you don't care? Charlie, that's the first thing they say. That is very ironic. The first thing girls say to Charlie is, you don't care. Out of Charlie's mouth. I did not. It's not my idea. Donna, yeah, I don't. Charlie, that's the first thing they say. You don't care. Well, guess what? I don't care about anyone I've never met. Donna, yeah, that's true. Charlie, so that's what it was. And that's why you had it's like a mediation where someone comes in and they're like, Donna, right. Charlie, oh, I'm just doing my job, but, and Donna says, yeah. Charlie, that explains it all. Donna, I think so too. Charlie, yep. Donna, I think so too. And Charlie says, one, they weren't the same person. So they decide this bump letter, and Charlie says, this is clearly not a problem. And it was written by a woman because she said, you don't care, which is what women always say to Charlie. All right. That explains it. Yeah, I think so. Donna says, I think so too. And Charlie says, one, they weren't the same person. Donna says, right. Charlie says, without a doubt. Listen, I actually do know how these things are done. And that was the same thing that I said. It's not done like this. And remember, in Charlie's case, he said when he said he knew how this was done, he did know how this was done because he had been extorted before. He had been extorted by the gang when they murdered Dan Markel. Remember, that was his story. Donna says, yeah, right. No, that's what you explained. Charlie, no, it's 48 hours. Donna, yeah, just enough time. Charlie, let me take this call real quick. I'll call you right back. And Donna says, go, doll. Okay, love you, honey. Bye.
Yeah, right. No, that's true. That's 48 hours. Yeah. Just enough time. Let me take this call. Go, okay.
Publish call S, please. Oh, no, another one. Okay, so it appears to be Charlie, and they even have Harvey in here. He's Dad Adelson. So Donna says, hey, honey. Charlie, hey, the guy just sent me the pictures. Donna, yeah, I sent. Charlie, who is that lady? Donna, Elena Shandura. Poppy, it's Charlie. Tell him who Elena Shandura is. Dad, Charlie? Charlie, yeah. Dad Adelson, hi, it's Emma's cousin. You placed implants in her. Charlie says, yeah, I remember we gave her a great deal. And she went, maybe they're all into the code here. Maybe Dad is in on it too. All right. So I'm not sure who Emma's cousin and the implants are, but there's so many crazy tangents. Emma's cousin and the implants is our new tangent here. All right. Charlie, yeah, I remember we gave her a great deal and she went, and Harvey says, right. And Charlie, somewhere else to have it restored. Harvey, yeah, I think so. And then she had an implant fail or something. So she called the office on Thursday. Where did we go on Thursday? It's down there. Yeah, I know the whole story. Charlie, it's underneath their screen, but the office called me and I'm seeing her at Burke. Well, that's what we'll just say at Burke tomorrow. And then we're going to have to do it more slowly. Okay, so it goes real fast past the Burke tomorrow. Okay, we'll stop it there. And I don't know if they skip or what, but it says, Charlie says, yeah, I'll be sure to do that tomorrow when I see her. Tell you what, I don't want to miss it. We'll just go ahead and stop there. We'll let it play through. Oh, I see. They're moving all the way through to get to a part they want. Okay. So Charlie says, would you put mom on? Harvey says, yeah. So they really were talking about Emma's cousin and the implant up until now. It sounds like a rock group, doesn't it? Emma's cousin and the implant. Harvey says, yeah, hold on a second, and gives it to Donna. Donna, hey, hon. Charlie, hey. Donna, hi, quick question. Did you ever check that phone number I gave you last night? And again, what does this suggest about Harvey? It kind of suggests he's not involved, right? They hand off the phone to Donna, so Donna and Harvey and Charlie can have this conversation. Did you ever check that phone number I gave you last night? And Charlie says, yeah, everything is fine. So Dad took the day off, and she says, Dad did not feel well, actually. He didn't go to bed until 5:30 in the morning. So going to bed at 5:30, I got up actually at 6:30, and he took one look at me and said, I can't. I said, no problem. And he told the girls that he didn't feel well. His patients are all being seen Wednesday and Thursday. And although that makes it sound like Harvey did know and was worried about it. Charlie, hang on one second. Donna, sure. Charlie, okay, can you take an x-ray for me? Unidentified speaker says something. Charlie, okay, I'll be there in a minute. 1 minute. Sorry, go ahead, Donna. Yeah, so that was, yeah, he could not remember a night that he didn't go to sleep until Charlie. Yeah, no, I mean, it's Harvey. He said, I can't, it has to be Donna. He said, I can't function like this. It says Dad Adelson, but it can't be. Charlie says, did you? And Donna says, he had a root canal to do. Charlie, that's fine. Did you tell him what I told you yesterday? I mean, it's not, Donna, 100%. So they did pass on what he told her to Harvey. She says 100%. Charlie, I mean, does he agree? Inaudible from Donna. And Charlie says, does he agree with what I said? And Donna says, yeah. Charlie, I mean, it's not, Donna, it sounds like it will be fine. And Charlie, it's just that Mom, 1,000%, I know. And Donna says, yeah. Charlie, I know. Listen, what you worry about is when you don't know. And Donna says, right. And Charlie says, it's who's doing something. And Donna says, no, but it sounds like this company usually fixes those bridges pretty quickly. Okay. Company fixing bridges quickly. Here's another code for us. We need a master sheet of all of these so that we can have just like, okay, anytime they're referring to, and we will know because it's a lot. I don't know if we can keep track of all of these. We need our giant, if someone wants to prepare that sheet, we can put it up for the group. All right. So Donna is saying on this call, she sounds like she's still worried, but Charlie, ever the optimist, is completely sure that it's all fine. No problems at all. He's not just that, he is 1,000% sure. And they have told Harvey, who apparently is not nearly as sure because he can't sleep. Harvey does know something, at least that they're being tapped or somebody's following them. We don't really know what Harvey knows. Okay, but they normally do fix bridges quickly, which I guess means, I don't know, something to do with the extortion, I guess. Charlie, listen to me. Donna, right. Charlie, stop with the effing nonsense because I really don't want to come down there anymore. I need to distance myself from, wow, Charlie. All right, Donna, right. Charlie, I mean, Donna, okay. Charlie, just hear me out and listen to me. Donna, I am. Charlie, just hear me out. Donna, I am. Charlie, if you don't know who the person is, it's a much bigger problem. If you know who it is, it's very, very easy. Okay. Donna, right. Charlie, and you always, I mean, you guys are notorious for always getting worked up over everything throughout as long as I've known you, it's always been everything is a big deal. Got to get worked up about everything. Everything is a huge deal. And I'm just saying like so this is no different, but I'm just telling you like, stop, because it's not anything more than nonsense. Never mind that he's now in prison for life and his mother is on trial for murder. Donna, okay, Charlie, I'm just saying, like, you worry. Donna, okay, well, Charlie, you could worry about everything. I mean, listen, you didn't do anything wrong. You didn't do anything to anybody. Somebody is fishing. Let them fish. They know too that you don't have nothing to do with anything. So it's not like, it's like me going to my next door neighbor and saying, hey, I know you're whatever. Mrs. Adelson, hey, I know you're whatever. That would definitely confuse your neighbor. Donna, okay. Charlie, I'm sorry. I keep laughing. All right. Charlie, like, okay. They look at me like I have three heads, And Donna, yeah, Charlie, I mean, that's pretty much the impression and that's the appropriate impression, is because if someone talks to you about something, you don't know what they're talking about. You go, I don't know what you're talking about. So if somebody asks somebody to talk to you and you told them you don't know what they're talking about, like basically get lost. I mean, because that's the truth. You don't know. If you don't know, you don't know. If you don't know something, you don't know something like this. Like there's not much you can do to help that person out, unfortunately, but it's not like you do know that person that you're not helping. And Donna says something inaudible, like, dear gosh, what has happened here? And Charlie says, if you don't know somebody, you don't know somebody. So, it's like someone coming to talk to me about someone who I don't know. I don't know. I don't know who you're talking about. And I don't know. Fine. Like, I mean, so I'm just saying, don't you get worked up. It's not done like that. And Donna says, okay, the only thing, honey, as long as you tell me that this is being taken care of, I'm fine. And Charlie, Mom, it's being taken care of. The best that I know, it's being taken care of. But Donna, I know you were. Charlie, you get yourself all worked up and all effing crazy. And that has to stop. I mean, I really don't want to, Donna, okay, well, I just have to talk to you, didn't I? Charlie, yeah, but I mean, Donna, wasn't that important that I contact you? Charlie, no, I know, but you were like, Dad is not going to work today. I mean, like, Donna, well, he said was after we spoke last night, and then he never went to bed. See, that was the problem. Charlie, oh, as soon as you get yourselves all worked up over everything. Donna, I know. Charlie, and it's always, I'm just saying it's always, you're getting a little better in time, but I'm just saying it's always, you had him all worked up. I mean, it's, Donna, I'm trying. Charlie, Mom, I know where it's, and Donna, I'm not a kid. Charlie, Mom, I know, but I mean, maybe, Donna, I understand what you were saying. I totally understand what you're saying. Charlie, you don't realize, like you probably watch too many movies, but Donna, probably. Charlie, it's not like, oh, like, yeah, we'll get one of them and then the other one will just start paying. Like, it's the stupidest thing I ever heard. It doesn't work like that. Donna, okay, I know. You told me all this yesterday. I know. I understand what you said and I got it. And should be able to better unintelligible because of that. And Charlie says, well, that's great, but I'm just saying, it's not like, there's nothing. And Donna says to be concerned about. Charlie, no, there really isn't. Listen, if someone wants bother with nonsense or threats, it's not uncommon. And it's when you get nonsense and threats, first of all, they don't give you a number. Everything is so traceable. It doesn't in a billion years. Especially any electronics is extremely traceable. Donna, yeah. Charlie, the other thing is that I'll let you in on a secret, people. If someone doesn't want you to know what they look like, they wear a hat, they wear glasses, they put on a beard. Donna, right. Charlie, they can, listen, for $5 at the costume store, you can buy an Abraham Lincoln beard. All right, we're going to have to add that to our list, the Abraham Lincoln beard. All right. If I put that in my thumbnail, you were listening, you will know that that's like a secret code between us. All right. And Donna says, right. And Charlie says, they can, listen, for $5 at the costume store, you can buy, oh, I already said that. Donna, yeah. Charlie, and you'd wear glasses and a hat like everybody else on South Beach. That's just to be a stovepipe hats are really big in South Beach, apparently, or they were at this time in 2016, because it's really sunny outside. So if someone would come over wearing a hat and glasses, They would not stand out with an Abraham Lincoln beard, not at all, and talk to you so you can't see 3/4 of their face. And they'd walk around with a big floppy hat and glasses and come by like, no, like it's not, that is not how it's done. Donna, yeah, okay, no, that's Charlie. Someone inaudible. It's either complete nonsense, which it is. But if somebody asks someone, can you go there and tell them something? And that's what that's basically what he did. He said, all right, I'll go there and I'll tell them. I'm following that. Something like, and that's why it's done. It was done like that. Otherwise it would not be. He said, and look, you didn't do anything. You didn't do anything to anybody, probably do. You didn't do anything to whoever these people are. They're not going to go through the amount of planning and stress and logistics and risk because something generally has happened. I mean, like even the best laid plans. Donna, of course, you know that. Charlie, I mean, even the best laid plans, you could have, there could be an off-duty officer taking his dog for a walk. Another analogy, just as Donna, right. Charlie just happened to come around the corner, just as something happens to happen, or somebody goes to do something. And as they go to turn, they tear their knee. Donna, okay. Charlie, and they're laying on the floor with a torn ACL. Like there's a lot of risk when somebody does something in 1,000,001 things. Donna, Charlie, so to do that, what's the reason? There is no reason. And that's why there is. It's nothing that, it's nothing that you have to worry about. And it is being looked into. And then Donna says, yeah, that's all I wanted to know. Charlie, yeah, I mean, but it's not like, trust me. I mean, you'll probably get a heart attack from things before that happens to you. Donna, okay. Charlie, so I mean, I'm just saying like, that's probably more likely. Donna, okay, Charlie, so I'm just letting you know, but I can't and Donna says, no, I know. And I don't, believe me, I don't want you to. I'll only let you know if there's something very important that I need to tell you. Charlie, I know, but I'm just saying it's Donna. And I thought that was important enough that I needed to speak with you. Charlie, yes, I spent my whole effing night down there last night. I get it. Donna, and believe me, I know. Charlie, I mean, Donna, I want you to go home and have some peace tonight. So please Charlie, no, I was really planning on going down there and talking to you. I'm just saying like it's utter nonsense. Donna, okay, I think, Charlie, and I can tell you this when you think about it. Donna, it's great. Charlie, one of the first things somebody says is you don't care. That is a girl's writing. You don't care. Donna, yeah, I didn't remember that. And it was, but Charlie, the first thing you said was you don't care. Donna, really? Okay. Charlie, you obviously do not care about that means that a girl's writing. That's it. Donna, okay, Charlie, people don't write letters. I mean, people don't write letters. People don't show their faces. People don't give you cell phone numbers. Like it's not done like that. It's somebody just messing around. Donna, yeah. Charlie, fishing. Donna, I got you, Charlie. I got you. Charlie, I mean, I'm just saying, like, you have to understand, if somebody was going to do something, nobody would show their face. Nobody would give you a cell phone number. Nobody would write something and put it in the mail. Do you know what I'm saying? Donna, yeah. Charlie, each one of those is a huge mistake into itself. Donna, yeah. Charlie, when somebody does something, someone gives you a visit, you won't be able to identify their face and you'll be given 48 hours. So Charlie is saying he knows all about this, and this plays into his theory that he knows this because he was extorted by the gang once before. Donna, yeah. Charlie, that's a visit. Donna, yeah. Charlie, not someone not hiding out in the open, not in a million years. That's not how it's done. So let me get back to work because I'm busy here. And Donna says, go ahead then. And Charlie says, and you've just got to stop the nonsense, okay? Donna, I got it. Charlie, yeah, well, I mean, with all this, when we're so afraid to lay the law down and referring to the children, he runs his show and then you show up and you tell him not to do something. And when he gets jumped in, I guess means on because you're jumping on him, she can't lay the law down with anybody. I think I went a little too far. She can't let him know, if you do it again, you're going to get hit because,
What is call T? We're still on, tell us the date to refresh us.
Yeah, it's still 4/26, the day after the meetings took place down at Monty's and at Wendy's house. So it's the day after, still 4/26. This call is from Catherine McManus to Charles Adelson at 4:33. So it's about maybe 15 minutes after the call we just heard.
Play call to you, please.
Hey, what's going on?
All right. So Charlie says, hello, Katie. Hey, Charlie. Hey, what's going on? Katie. Well, I don't know what the F, like for some reason, I know you were like telling me something about for the client, but I got it mixed up with the number. Charlie. Oh, Katie, and I'm calling both numbers, but nobody is picking up. So I need to figure out or else I could set up, with the realtor to show the properties as more property code. Charlie, F. It sounds like a really good client if they're going to rent the place. I actually have, Katie says something. Charlie, I actually have the number at home. Katie, just okay. But I kind of I need it stat. Charlie, well, I can F. I wish I would have wrote it down. Katie, I'm supposed to, but it's just the thing is, I tried to, remember it. And I just couldn't. I've been calling so many people today. So it's been, Charlie, I'm going to be home in probably 2 hours. I can get you the number then. Hopefully they haven't looked at other properties yet. And Katie, yeah, it's just kind of, let's see if there's anything else in yellow. And we'll skip to the yellow. Charlie says, well, let me do this. Let me see if I can get the number. I've got the number at home in my desk. Katie, okay. Charlie, but let me see if the number may be some other place, okay? So this is Katie, Charlie. I'm writing down my notes, and she wants the number. And the code is the real estate code. Okay. And so they talk about they're going to call each other. Okay. Conversation over.
Okay, next call, Charlie to defendant.
That's correct.
Okay, call you, please.
Hey, Charlie.
Hey, can you hear
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
me? Okay. Do you remember the number?
We'll go ahead and stop it there. So Katie has asked for the number, and now Charlie is going to call Donna and say, right here, okay, do you remember the number that was written on that paper the other day? Because I have it at home. And Donna says, I don't. And Charlie says, okay, because someone just called me asking for it because they thought they remembered it, but evidently they remembered it wrong. So, I have to get it. Donna, no. Charlie, okay, I've got the paper at my house, so don't. Donna, I know. Charlie, don't worry about it, but you didn't write the number down anywhere? Donna, no, I gave you the paper, and that was the end of it. Charlie, I know, but I thought you maybe wrote the number down. Donna, yeah, I didn't. Charlie, all right, it's just they're calling me now for the number, and I have the paperwork at my house. Donna, okay. Charlie, all right, I'll get it to them in a few hours.
Okay, next call V, please.
Hello?
Hey, okay. I just called Dave. They don't have the number either. It's Apple, and I'm not gonna be able to do it until I get home.
So Katie and Charlie are talking. He says, I don't have the number either. And Katie says, it's always such a mission to set up an audible to try to get the agent to show it. That's why. So it sounds like maybe she had taught Sigfredo into calling the number or something. And she was saying, look, I finally got this going. I really need the number. And we'll skip to the yellow part if there is another, so we don't get too far behind. All right, I can get the number in 30 minutes. Oh, let's read in between. There's no telling what happens in between. I don't want to miss it. Okay, Charlie, I know. Katie, problem. Charlie, that's why I was like, take it, write the number down. And you're like, Katie, I know, but it's like I'm so good at like memorizing S, like I do this all day. Like I have like 1,000 numbers in my phone now. And then now when somebody calls me back, I don't remember who it is because I'm not going to save every person's number. Charlie, I know. Katie, I don't have a landline in my job. I have to use my cell phone. Katie, sorry, Charlie, that's why you've got to put it in your contact list so you don't lose your contacts. Katie, no, I can't do that. There's going to be random people who's calling my phone. There's like some clients I don't even want to like. Charlie, I know. Katie, like one day they want to see a property, another day, oh no, it's okay because they're working with somebody else. Charlie, I'm in Miami Lakes right now, so I'm not going to, let me see what time I get out of here. Hang on one second. Katie, you can't even remember? Charlie, hey, come on. At my age, I'm lucky I remember what I have for breakfast. Could he be 37 already? Just like those women he was uninterested in. The only reason I remember is because I eat the same thing every day. Hang on one second. Hey, do you know what time my last patient is? And they talk about what patient he has. And they're going back and forth. Okay, so nothing more on that.
Call about an hour later between. And then do we have another call about an hour later between Garcia and Magbanua?
We do 5:35
5:35 p.m.
p.m. Correct.
All right, call W, please.
Hello?
Hey,
Hello?
how you doing? Hey, this is,
I think I remember.
Okay, so we definitely want to read out loud any between Katie and Sigfredo since we had quite the encounter earlier. So they're talking back and forth, calling each other nicknames and stuff. It sounds like Katie says, "Hey, I think I remember one of the listings that I had to tell you." And Sigfredo says, "Yeah." Katie says, "For one of the properties." Garcia says, "Yeah." Katie says, "What was? I don't know. Just in case you call, because I have to set it up with." And Sigfredo says, "Yeah, I tried to meet Realty guy each time." Katie, "Okay, I believe it's 305. Garcia, "Okay, 712. Okay, 6570. He said, checks it out, 6570. She says, "Uh-huh." And he says, "I know you've got that dyslexia. I get it. So the listing for the place is," and she gives the entire phone number. And I think that they talked about Ethan wanting to say hi to her. Okay.
Reply back?
yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so the number that was just reiterated, is that the right number?
It is the right number, phone.
Okay, there's been a lot of discussion about different people calling the number so far. Has anyone called the number yet?
No one.
Okay. All right, I want to put a pin in that and go back to the Matt Surrey restaurant conversation between Charlie and Harvey Adelson. Do you remember that exhibit?
Yes.
133. I want to revisit that. There's actually a couple additional portions I want to publish. So I'll ask to do that at this time.
I wanted to see if there were any. There's nothing.
Oh, yeah.
I personally can't hear word one, and they don't have a transcript.
It makes sense, it really does. I didn't think they were that smart.
Playing it twice and not helping me. I can't hear anything.
You know, it's phenomenally interesting, what you told me. Right? You know, it's all about smart.
Phenomenally interesting what you told me. I think those are the first words I've understood.
Maybe we do other things. It's very smart thing to do. Right. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think this is super helpful evidence, in my opinion. You have to be able to hear it.
I have mom with some music.
If I recall, it was Charlie who was the one who thought they were filming him or recording.
Yeah.
that occurred right after that restaurant conversation that we had a technical difficulty with. L.1, I want to publish that at this time.
Yeah, I mean, we were looking at it's an hour and 15 minutes there, but it's an hour and 15 back here. And I'll probably be there for 2.5 hours.
Okay,
So, yeah, I'm hoping to get to your place by 5:30.
okay. It's, yeah, it's something that maybe, maybe stay a little bit later. Just dinner, it's not too big.
So Charlie come over for dinner.
Well, maybe we're just gonna have 2 strikes on that one. We'll try again later. Okay, so let's take back up where we were. I want to go to April 27th, 2016. Call X. Could you tell us about that call?
It's a call from Catherine McBanwa to Charles Adelson at 10:42 a.m.
Okay, publish X, please.
You spoke to my secretary?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Let's see if we can hear them. This is pretty funny.
She picks up the phone. First of all, she sounds exactly like the phone.
I'll just tell you. So Charlie calls Katie at her office and speaks to Katie's secretary and says she sounds exactly like you on the phone. And Katie says, what? She sounded like me. And Charlie says, well, for a second, she picks up the phone and goes, she's in the bathroom. And I thought that was like some kind of code for something or other. Katie, oh, Charlie, she's in the bathroom. I'm like, does she float or is she in the bathroom? I'm like, and my head's like spinning. I'm like, what is she trying to tell me? I'm thinking can she? Katie says something. Charlie says, I was about to ask her, has she flushed or is she still floating? I want it flushed. Make it go away. I want it. And Katie, she's like, with the whole bathroom scene. Charlie, I want it flushed. Katie, yeah, she wasn't flushed. Okay. Charlie, so I'm effing thinking, Katie, how was Charlie, I thought this was like code. I'm like, Katie, is she flush or is she in the bathroom? Katie, oh my God, that's too funny. Charlie, and then I'm about to tell her, well, call me back when she flushes, which definitely would have startled the secretary. Katie, stop, man. Everybody could hear me now. Charlie, I made it clear I want the problem flushed.
So, hey, are you going to the Key this weekend?
I think so.
So now he's asking her if she wants a gift, basically. I don't know why they went back up on that. Oh, I guess they just cut it off there. He was going to leave something for her in the garage.
So, hey, are you going to the Key this weekend?
I think so.
If you were, I was going to tell you to come by on tomorrow. And I'll say you go to my garage and I'll leave something for you. I was going to leave a coupon. I was going to leave a gift card and with the tree.
With a coupon?
What's that?
You have a coupon?
Well, it's a gift card that you could use in any hotel.
Oh, cool.
So I was kind of thinking, if you did want to go away for the weekend, it would be nice to have a gift card and a little tree plant at your house.
Yeah, online?
Remember how they talked about the bonsai tree before? I bet the bonsai is code for something because he's telling her right now that he is going to give her. I was kind of thinking if you did want to go away for the weekend, it would be nice to have a gift card and a little tree to plant at your house, like a money tree, maybe. She says something indiscernible, and Charlie says, yeah, that's if you're going to go away and like just take a deep breath. Katie, I can't. Charlie, enjoy the fresh air. Katie, S, I want to take a deep breath every day. Charlie, well, I think mama needs a vacation with daddy. So why don't you guys go? Katie, not at all. Charlie, go on a vacation, leave the effing kids at home, smoke a big fat effing joint and have a cocktail and call it a day. Wake up and do some fishing. Katie, aren't you supposed to be at work? What are you doing? Charlie, what's that? Katie, I mean, don't people like you work? Charlie, no. Katie, I see that. Charlie, no, I'm effing driving to Port St. Lucie today. And Katie, ew, that's a long drive. Charlie, it's effing far, and it's far if you took an airplane. Charlie, how long does it take? Sorry, that was Katie. Charlie, doing like 80 something nonstop, it's an hour and a half. Katie, shut up. Charlie, yeah. Katie, you're crazy. How many patients would you have? Charlie, honestly, it's not even that good of an office. They have another oral surgeon. It's kind of BS, and it's all half a day. I like that. And he says, the secretary is always nice to me. Katie, all next weekend. Charlie, and I've lost a bunch of offices that went corporate or got sold. Katie, Charlie, and then I had the implant rep bad mouthing me to all my offices, and 2 of them dropped me. So I don't care. I'm glad to be slower than I was. Like, let's keep. Yeah, they're still playing. Okay. So, Katie, yeah, Charlie, I was effing beyond miserable. Katie, yeah, I mean, you're effing Charlie. So, but anyway, let me know if you're planning to do a little fishing. Katie, I wish. I don't even know. Charlie, well, Katie, I don't even know. What time did he ask me? I don't know. I don't even know. Charlie, do what? Katie, like, I don't even know. I'm the person with no plans. Charlie, indiscernible. Katie, she's so annoyed. Charlie, figure your S out. And if I were you, I would go do some fishing, smoke a joint, and have a cocktail because that fixes everything. Katie, yeah, liquor always fixes everything. Hallelujah. Charlie, and you can find Jesus. Katie, look, you find Jesus, and when you find him, you tell him to take care of me. Charlie, I'm looking for him. Good grief. I got so excited the other day, but then it was Jesus. Katie, she's like, he's Jewish. Katie, dude, I'm your 3rd favorite. Katie, right, you don't. I am not following this. Are they still reading this? Do I have to read this? She tells him you're my 3rd favorite Jew. Say that.
Hello, is number 1, Jesus, and
Her
then.
number 1 favorite is Jesus.
And then.
And then Drake.
Yeah. You've always been here, number 3.
I'm always behind Drake. Good thing T.I. It's a good thing T.I. not doing that.
So Charlie is behind Drake, and yeah,
I know.
what he's told.
No, but he knows how much I'm in love with him.
I know.
He has.
And then there's somebody else. It's a good thing somebody else is not. Then I'd be number 4. Why is this relevant? Anyway, maybe they're still not sure whether it's code. T, if so, T is not, because then Charlie would be number 4, and this person knows how much Katie is in love with him, and he has a baby already. Charlie, he has his reality show now. Katie, dude, are you serious? Charlie, yeah, it's on. Katie, he's had that show for years. Charlie, oh. Katie, what's wrong with you? Charlie, I just saw it. Katie, because you're white, you don't like to watch. I'll cheat. Katie, we'll just skip some stuff. Katie says, you need Jesus. Charlie says, all right, I'll look for him. Katie says, okay, look for him. And oh, lemonade, Google it. Beyonce lemonade, Google now. And Charlie says, no, I saw it. I got hot sauce. Katie, oh, you saw it? Charlie, I got hot sauce in my bag. Katie, you got hot. Why are they even reading this? What does this have to do with the case? Anyway, they seem to be talking racially. I'm going to move on past that. We'll see what happens next. We got some catching up to do anyway.
These two pretty friendly with each other on the wire.
Yes, they are.
In this particular call, does Charlie offer a gift to Magbanua and Garcia?
He does.
Okay, and is that the only instance of that on the wire?
No, there were several.
I'll play call Y, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't want it.
You know what?
No.
Yeah.
All right, but thank you for the offer that was received.
So Charlie has made some offer to them. I don't know, dinner or something. And Charlie says, is he still upset about everything of Donna? He's not having the best day. Charlie, did something else happen? Donna says, no. So, just understand, and maybe another time, just not right now. Charlie says, all right. Donna says, okay, thank you. Then Charlie says, everything else is being taken care of. Donna says, great. Charlie, just so you know, they actually called the person, and Donna says, thank goodness, although that's actually false. And Charlie says, nobody picked up. Donna, really? Charlie, yeah. Donna, might have been throwaway phones, maybe. Who knows? Charlie, well, that doesn't matter. I mean, a throwaway is nothing as far as voicemail, but no one picked up. They tried a couple times. I wouldn't worry let me tell you something. I would not worry at all. I'd worry about other things. So once again, Charlie, the optimist, is convinced there's nothing to worry about. Tells her she's got to find something new to worry about. And she says, no, I don't want to. Believe me, I don't want to worry about anything.
That doesn't matter. It's really nothing, so unfortunate. But no one picked up, they tried a couple times. I wouldn't worry at, what are you telling me? I would not worry at all. I worry about other things.
Okay.
And that's, you gotta find something new to worry about.
No, I don't want to believe me.
No.
No, I do not.
Charlie, the original author of Don't Worry.
You never let yourself have free time.
No, that's true.
He tells her, you never let yourself have free time. She says, that's not true. And Charlie says, you always. She says, that isn't true. Charlie, be like, oh, I got to do this. I got to do that. Oh, and I'm behind on this. And you got laundry, another laundry reference here. You could definitely write English papers on this case using all your symbolism throughout this. All right. I was an English major undergrad. Donna, that's not true. Charlie, and I got laundry to do. Charlie had laundry to do too. And then I got to go to Publix. You got a whole, Donna, actually, I had to run this morning because it's Administrative Professionals Day, which I didn't realize till the last minute. I had to go run and buy a cake for Erica. So Charlie, but listen, Donna, and then I got a big collision on my eye last night. And so I had to run to CVS this morning and go get drops and eye medication and stuff for it. I guess that's like a sty. I don't know that word. Charlie, you're always, I'm telling you, Donna, I'm really trying not to, Charlie, just so you know. I'm really trying. He says, I know. She says, I'm really trying not to. We'll keep, it's a little past right now.
But I'm just saying, like.
And not very important.
You're like, ask me how many times you went down to the hot tub since you moved in. That's your fault. No one else's.
No, because I know that.
I'm just saying, like, you gotta find something else to be able to.
We also to enjoy every day. We enjoy all.
Trust me when I tell you, it is.
More immortal words from Charlie. And it's because of that, you have nothing, literally nothing to worry about. Somebody's fishing and someone wants to try to make some money because they're struggling, but that will never amount to, let's go a little further, that will never amount to anything. If someone decides to throw something, throw a fishing line out there, how you doing? Throw a fishing line out there to see if they can catch something. And I understand why they're doing it. And I understand what they're trying to do, but that doesn't make it right. But the funny thing is, they're just fishing is all that's going on. Donna says, I know. Charlie says, and I wouldn't worry about it at all. Donna, okay. Charlie, I've told you that many times. I'm sure you know. Donna, yes, I got you, Charlie. I got it. Charlie, it's not going to change the fact. And then he starts talking to somebody else in the room with him about some dental something, what he's doing. Then he comes back. It's easier for me to say than for you to do it. Donna says it is, but I would not sit around and drive yourself to the point where you got sick. Well, I had a big one.
Drive yourself to the point where you get sick because of that. I mean, it's just, you know what I mean? Like you say, you know.
I do.
I went, the person came to just laying on message. And then some dumb idiot wants to go ahead and they want to follow up with a letter. And the truth is that the number was called, they didn't pick up. And then she tried calling at 786.
So here he's saying she called the number. She being Catherine Magbanua. Did Magbanua call the number?
No, she didn't.
And they're saying, well, the number was called, but nobody picked up. Would the FBI have seen if that was the case?
We would have.
And that didn't happen.
It did not happen.
So Garcia said he called the number. Katie's saying she called the number. Charlie's telling Donna that Katie called the number, but nobody called the number.
That's correct.
All right, let's go the next day, April 28th, 2016. Do we attempt another bump?
We do.
And what is this one?
We had the undercover call the Adelson Institute and asked for Mrs. Donna Adelson.
All right, and what time of day was that?
It was 9:22 a.m. on the 28th.
Publish that call at this time, Judge. It states Exhibit 117.
Please proceed.
This should be the first call on that exhibit.
So we're trying to bump again. Rebump.
Jess, good morning. May I speak to Mrs. Donna Adelson?
May I let her know who's calling?
Sammy?
And this time he has an accent. Remember last time she said he did not have a discernible accent.
Sammy from,
I met her last week, and I gave her some paperwork.
you met her last week and you gave her some paperwork regarding,
She knows what it's about. It's important paperwork.
oh, okay. And your name is Sammy?
Yes.
Do you have another phone number you can be reached?
My number is 305 712 6570.
Okay, so she's not available right now, but I can have her maybe give you a call back.
Okay, just tell her it's very important. We need to find out immediately what she thinks about the paperwork.
Okay. I certainly will.
I met her last week. Yes, thank you so much.
All right. Have a good day.
All right, you too.
We're talking about the paperwork. He knows how to do code too.
Publish. Within 20 minutes of this call, do we have a call between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson?
Yes, we do.
Publish call Z, please.
Morning, Charlie.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, are you in an office or home?
No, I'm driving to the office now. What's up?
Okay, we'll start reading here. Donna says, well, Erica called me this morning because Dad was on the road to the office. So Erica called me and she said, I wouldn't normally bother you with this. She says, I don't know if it's a sales call or what, but somebody called this morning and he said his name was Sammy and he gave you some very important papers last week and he hasn't heard from you and he wants you to call him back and here's the number. So Charlie says, okay. And Donna says, so, I want you to verify the number was the same, was the correct number that I had, told you about. So obviously I'm not going to call the number. Erica said, if this turns out to be a sales call, just hit star 67 before you call the number, and then they won't know the number you're calling from. I said, oh, okay, I'll write that down. What's your suggestion? Charlie, the odd thing is this. If that's the same number you gave me, right. Donna, I don't know because I gave you the number. I never kept it. You kept it. Charlie, tell me what the number was. And she goes to the number and in other words, she says, here's the number that called. And he says, here's the number it was. He says, yeah, no, it's the odd thing is that, yeah, that's the same number. And it was called and no one picked up. And Donna says, maybe they'll pick up now. Charlie, okay. So someone called today. And Donna says, they called the office and Erica called me. She's like, I hope I'm not bothering you. It's probably a sales call. Charlie says, yeah, listen, let me tell you something. I'm looking into it right now. Donna, yeah, I think it's your work, but I just wanted to verify the number. Charlie, I know. And that's the odd thing is you think no one would be picked up. I mean, Donna, yeah, well, they'll pick it up. Charlie, so let me do this. Donna, yeah, Charlie, let me call somebody. Donna, yeah, Charlie. But I wouldn't, Mom, trust me when I tell you, I wouldn't worry at all. And she says, okay, just want to tell you. Charlie says, and I'll tell you why. Especially because what do you call it? Especially because you know who it is. So let me call someone and take care of it now. Okay. Now that actually fits well with Charlie's theory because Charlie is saying, I know who it is. And who is he going to call? He's going to call Katie. And he says, well, I assume. And he's saying, it's them extorting me again. That would fit with his theory of the case. So for what it's worth.
And at the conclusion of this call, does Charlie Adelson attempt to call Catherine Magbanua?
He does.
What happens?
He goes through voicemail.
Okay. Does he leave a message?
I don't recall. I don't believe he did.
Let's listen to AA, please.
Sorry.
You have reached the voicemail box of 78656413112.
So Charlie just says, hey, it's me. It's important. Call me. Bye.
Message?
Yes, he did leave a message.
Okay, thanks. And then after that, did he attempt her a couple more times?
He did. He called and did not reach her.
Okay, so we've got, I think, 9:49, 9:51, and 9:54. Does that sound right?
That sounds right.
Okay. Does he ever get up with her?
Yes, she finally calls him back.
All right, and what time is that?
10:43 a.m.
Publish BB, please. Pause it for a minute.
What happened?
Judge, this call is 7 minutes in duration. Would you like to break for lunch after the playing of this particular call?
I'm sure the jurors will agree.
Very sure they would as well.
After you finish this.
All right, let's play BB then.
Somebody called my dad's office.
Oh, no, wait. The first thing he calls her, says, hey, and she's like, what happened? And she may be calling him back, but he says, somebody called like Dad's office. She says, uh-huh. And he says, today, looking for him, saying that, and Katie, okay. Charlie, they dropped off some paperwork to them. Actually, I thought they called for the mother. She's saying, looking for him. Anyway, he is saying that. And Charlie says, and there was a phone number on there. And actually, the person left a message with Erica. Okay. And Erica called my mom, etc. We know that. I can ask Erica, but Erica said a guy by the name of Sammy called the office this morning saying that I left some paperwork with Dr. Adelson last week and he left a number on there and he needs to call me at that number. Katie, no, somebody is like effing pulling your bones and S. Charlie, well, this is the third. Katie, call the number because I'm about to call on my effing phone. All right. So, and Charlie says, I mean, it's someone who wants to be called back. Let's put it that way. Do you still have the number? Katie, yeah, well, obviously that number nobody is picking up. Okay, that's incorrect. No one is calling it. Charlie, well, Katie, that's a non-working number. It's like a Gmail number. Charlie, nobody is pulling the leg. I'm just asking you to find out who the F it is. Katie, it's like Charlie inaudible. Katie, get that number that's off of the thing, off of the number, off of the freaking caller ID. Charlie, at the office? Katie, yes, obviously, because this is like a effing BS game. Charlie, well, they're not coming out on foot. They're not writing letters and they're not calling the office because they have nothing better to do. Katie, well, I don't know what to tell you because I called that number myself. False, at least according to the FBI. Charlie, okay, well, let's call that number again and find out what the F is going on. Katie, and nobody picks up. I even tried another number and left a message. Charlie, okay, well, Katie, I'm trying to get whoever's threatening your family and helping you guys out and trying to help you guys out. But it's like if they don't pick up, like what the F? Charlie, I understand. Katie, it's like it's a effing joke. Charlie, I understand that they effing called this morning and they're waiting for the phone call. That's what I'm telling you. And since it's 3 times, and Katie says, get the number or whatever that is that's calling you or your family or whatever it is. They have the number. And Charlie says, here's the number. You have the number. Katie, exactly. That number is obviously, it's like a non-working number. Charlie, okay. Can you, Katie, because I tried. She's pushing hard on this. She is really telling him she has tried that number. And the FBI says she never called that number. Charlie, can you find out? Katie, okay. And then it's like, what? I don't effing understand. If I learn somebody is pulling your bones, somebody is just harassing you, or somebody is trying to get something out of you. Charlie, okay, find out who the F it is because the other phone call is going to be the FBI. I'm telling you. Katie, exactly. So I think they're saying if we don't get these people figured out and paid off or dealt with, then they're going to go to the FBI. That's how I'm reading that. And Charlie, well, I'm telling you, and then when they do catch the person, they're going to be asking lots of questions about who Katie is. So and I guess what he's saying is, if we take this extortion to the FBI, they'll find the person, they'll ask questions like, what are you talking about? What murder? How are the Adelsons connected? And it will all begin to unravel. Katie, we already spoke about this. It's like not even like a effing joke anymore because, Charlie, it's not an effing joke. Katie, it's not. Katie, it's like somebody is effing harassing you guys and somebody is harassing and using my name. And it's like, Charlie, okay, so want me to have, Katie, you think I like that? Charlie, look, Katie, think it through. Find out who the F it is. That's all I'm asking you. Katie, no, I'm going to call straight from my effing cell phone because of some effing bullshit. Dang it, it's hard to, it is very difficult to redact this enough while orally reading it. And effing somebody is trying to effing pinpoint some BS, like it's getting aggravating. Charlie, yeah, it is. All I'm saying is find out who the F it is and tell them to stop playing their games. I don't know who you have to talk to, but it needs to be nipped in the bud before. Katie, no, but I'm going to handle this myself, bro, because this is some effing BS. I'm going to handle it my mother F self, unintelligible. My mother F number. If they're F, if Erica wants to call back to the right number, okay, I have your F, whatever F, S taken care of, okay, because this is bleep, bleep. Let's just do that. Charlie, find out. Katie, That's threats, bro. I'm about to go to that beep. FBI, I'm beep. Getting irate with this beep already. It's either the FBI's beep, beep, playing games, or beep, whatever it is. Okay. Charlie, I'm not going to keep doing the beep. Don't worry. Charlie says, no, Katie, I'm F, getting P. Charlie, it's all right. Bottom line is they're mad at each other, or she's upset and claiming to be upset, and they effing give a wrong phone number. She is laying it into this. And what's interesting is that the state makes the point, as they did last time, that nobody is called. And I think they'll make that point again, even though that somewhat undermines their witness, because Katie McBanwell was an important witness for them. She said the most important direct evidence against Donna that I know of, other than this craziness. Okay, Charlie, Katie, you're an idiot. You gave a effing wrong number. Get the effing number at a effing unintelligible because I'm going to call them. Charlie, okay. Katie, and effing text it to me. I don't even effing give a S about all this, blah, blah, blah. Charlie, okay. She's mad, more bad words. She's going to go to the cops. I'm going to paraphrase. Charlie, okay. Well, either you go to the cops or we go to the cops to find out. Katie, exactly. Charlie, will find out who and Katie says, we're both going to, and they're all going to go to the cops because this is all bad. Charlie, will find out who the F this is because this person evidently knows you and knows your family. Katie, exactly. Charlie, they know me and they know my family. So, and Katie says, you don't think that scares me too? Like somebody saying my name out loud or whatever. We're redacting like crazy. Charlie, well, Katie, don't mess. If someone is messing with you, they're messing with me. If they're messing with me, they're messing with you. It's one and the same. She says, exactly. And he says, so what I'm saying is find out who it is. And she says that number doesn't work. If you can get something, you go to different offices, call the number, see if that number works. Bottom line, because I tried it myself and it doesn't work. Very redacted. Charlie, Katie, call them, find out who it is. Trust me on this, find out who it is. Katie, get the number, listen to me, get it, stop playing these games. Charlie, I already gave. Okay, he definitely did give her the number. I already gave, she says, with your parents or to the FBI, whoever is doing this, and go and report whoever is harassing. That's it. And he says, Katie, I've got to get back to a patient. Do you have the number I gave you the other day? She says, I have the number. And she says, it's not a working number. I have the number. Okay, good, says Charlie. Katie, and I told you, Charlie, call it. Katie, but you don't listen. I called the number. Charlie, I know you, Katie, it is not a working number. Charlie, good. Katie, get the number that called your office. Charlie, okay. Where are we? Yes. Katie, listen to me for once. Charlie, I will. Katie, you stink. Charlie, do you want me to call Erica? And Katie says, bad words. I'm going to be mad at, deal with whoever is just the entire thing was one long bad word. Anyway, Adelson, I'm going to call my mom and have my mom call the office. And she says, get the number. He says, which number? He says, your parents, something, referring to them derogatorily. That number I've been calling is not a working number. Somebody's playing games. Somebody is tapping into some S and trying. I can't even read it. Do you want me to have Erica go on the caller ID and look to see what number was that called? She says, yes, let's do it that way. And says, do me a favor. Try that number I gave you the other day, which was the correct number all along because she hasn't called it yet. And I'm going to call my mom and tell her to call Erica and look on the caller ID. And she says, get it. He says, call it. And she says, all right. Okay. They need a more expansive vocabulary.
Once again, you're not to discuss this
She's
case
like
with each
taking
other.
the headphones
or any
off,
other
steam
person.
coming out.
Do not seek out any information on the case.
Okay, we're going to skip that because we'll see if they do any discussions with the attorneys or if they go straight to lunch. We do know. Okay, good. Oh, I can't say we're caught up. We can catch up, but
I don't believe I gave the
oh,
instruction.
they are. Okay.
Going to recess this afternoon. I don't believe I gave the instruction this morning, but once again, it is pertinent as it relates to the evidence and making any facial expressions or making any gestures that you either agree with or disapprove of what you are hearing or seeing. Please do not do that. We cannot have any improper influences on the jurors who are deciding the matter. We will be in recess until 1:15.
Okay. So, well, what a morning. I mean, what a morning. I'm gonna stop it there. That was absolutely wild. That was a completely wild morning. If you did not hear the entire thing, I would just suggest, for if nothing but comic relief, go back and watch this morning. It has been nuts. It has been nuts reading these transcripts of the calls between Charlie and his mother and Charlie and Katie, and these really strange analogies Charlie draws out and these different codes that are used is absolutely wild and wacky. All right. And y'all have cracked me up over here with your comments, and Mildred with her the Clampett song. That was hilarious. And I'm glad y'all are enjoying it. Honestly, it's just been absolutely crazy. It's been a lot of reading because it's so hard to understand. But when they have the transcript there, you can read that and understand. But I know a lot of you are more listening than watching, so you need to be able to hear it. And so that's what we've been doing. So my notes are scant compared to normal. So because I still have like 10 pages, which is nothing for me. But that's because so much of the time we had to spend actually reading it. So I'll kind of summarize those. Hopefully we'll get into more periods when we can just watch the trial this afternoon. Although honestly, it has been a very fun morning. It really has been a lot of fun. Okay, we have been talking about the bump. The bump is when a law enforcement officer posing as a gang member walked up to Donna and handed her this article about Dan Markel's murder and a phone number, $5,000, said you need to take care of, and use the nickname for Luis Rivera. Said you've taken care of Katie and Sigfredo, but you need to take care of Luis Rivera, and using nicknames. So, and all of the craziness that ensues from that as the Adelsons try to figure out what is going on. And what law enforcement has pointed out is that immediately Donna goes to Charlie, and at some point they bring Harvey in, and it seems to just break Harvey down. I mean, he can't go to work. He's just real upset. But at some point they seem to bring him in, and he seems to be part of the knowledge around it. They very much seem to try to keep Wendi from finding out anything about it. Charlie takes the information and goes to Katie. That gets recorded in a restaurant. He also talks to his dad, but they figure out that they're being recorded and they don't say anything intelligible. So they were completely unable to get any information from that particular call. But they see them talking to each other. They can even hear it, but they're using code, which sometimes is just bizarre. It's hard to even understand. And Charlie seems to jump from code to code to code. He keeps asking Katie to call that number and find out who it is. He seems to believe that if it's gang members, knowing that Sigfredo may have contacts, maybe his calling would be effective. Like he could make this go away, even if it was pay a one-time thing. But Charlie seems to think it's really the government, and that's a good thing because the government won't have any information. They're just looking for some, as opposed to somebody really knowing what the truth is, who then might actually have to be turned into the police, and then everything would unravel. So that's the story that we've been hearing so far. I'm just going to have to ask it this way. I usually at lunchtime, and we've got to hurry. So for me to take any lunch at all, I've got to do really fast. But let's do a couple of polls. I just want to see where you are on this. It has been just wild. And I have so many people Georgia is, let me say, I'm well behind on my super chats and everything else. Oh, we have 2 new members. That's great. And we've had some before. Patty Ann and Mary O'Connell. We are glad to have you as new members. Welcome, welcome. So I think let's do a quick poll and see what you think were the most important points of the day. And y'all are going to have to help me because I don't have as many notes as I normally would. So, you know what we might do? No, there'll be fewer people when I come back from lunch. So I really want but you know what? I think that is what we're going to do. That'll give me time to go over my notes, come up with the poll that I'm going to ask you, and take a lunch break, but come back. You do not want to miss today. I'm telling you, you do not want to miss today. And I think Charlie is coming tomorrow because there was apparently brand new information that was given by the state to the defense suddenly in the middle of trial. It seems like some of it might just be enhancements of audio that the defense already had. But as usual, we don't get the full information. So they suggested that they need to go over this before tomorrow, which suggests that maybe Charlie is coming to trial tomorrow. But it could not be any more entertaining, frankly, than what we have seen today. So don't go away. We're going to take about 15 minutes. I'm going to go through my notes. I'll eat a quick lunch, and then I will be back in 15 minutes. We'll do our polls, and we will talk about what is coming in the afternoon, and I'll take questions. So everybody get ready. You can't get any better than today has been. So I'll stop sharing that screen. I'm going to share our lunch screen so you will know, and I will be right back. And we are back from lunch. Welcome back from lunch, everybody. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Everybody, if you have not hit the like button yet, would you please do that? That'll help YouTube know we are alive and well here on the channel, and we are actually live with you. So I've had a chance to go over my notes from the absolutely crazy morning that we had. And I've decided that my first poll, it's actually going to be a quiz. I am going to see how closely you were listening to the morning. I am going to ask you to identify. I should have pulled this up first, but we'll get to it in just a second. I want you to identify which of the following was not talking in code. So you will tell me what you think about this, and I will post that up. Let me go to the backstage side, and I will start on the post. So, all right, which of the following was not code? Okay, and there were actually 6 I had in contention, 6 different potential codes, which was I should capitalize that so everybody knows not in code. Okay. Upping the dental self-maintenance, says Angelique. That's pretty funny. All right. So here are possible. One could be, all right. The first one is going to be the price of children's clothing. Could that have been a code used in this case? Number 2, fixing bridges. Adding an option. Real estate. And number 4, flushing the toilet. And for those of you who weren't with us this morning, good luck. Just saying, good luck. Let's see how you do. How will a crew do on this very difficult poll? And remember, the question is, which was not a code that was used in the calls that we heard this morning? Not. All right. So I'm very curious how this, let's see how, if everybody was listening. There were also various other things. There was the Macy's and the vacuum. I never did understand that. I wasn't sure if there really was something with Macy's and a vacuum or if that was code. I never got that one. And then there was women telling Charlie, you don't care. That one just had me in stitches. Charlie determined that one of the calls that was received, there were 3 different bumps, really. And we've always thought of the bump as when the man walked up to Donna on the street, but there were 2 more to kind of keep things going since they weren't getting enough from that first one. And in the one was a letter in which someone wrote and said, you don't care. And Charlie said that had to be a woman because women were telling him you don't care all the time. So that must be what women say, and it must be a woman thing. All right, we're getting some good votes on which was not code, and we will go over that. And I understand it might seem a little questionable. Some of these might seem pretty hard, but I think that there is one answer. I won't give it away. This morning, what we did was go through everything around the bump and all of the calls that fell out after the bump. And they are so difficult for the defense to deal with, I think. It puts me back in the mind frame of what Charlie said. There are a few places where it does fit pretty well with Charlie's theory of the case, but just overall, it's unbelievable how many, just the response of everybody. And what's very clear is that Donna and Charlie are immediately talking about things, and they're talking in code. They are worried. They are very concerned. Donna in particular, and Charlie tells her 1,000 times, don't worry, it's nothing. So it's a bunch of famous last words like, oh, no need to worry. So all morning we've been mostly reading the transcripts. So we've been a little bit slow, which is why I went ahead and took our lunch, but the court isn't back yet. And we were a little bit slow. What I've been doing is, they aren't back, are they? Let me make sure they're not back. Let me go all the way to the end on here. No, well, they may be coming back. I think he told everybody 1:15, so I think they're ready. All right, we got 279 votes. Block in your votes for which was not in code. It's a hard question. All right, I'm going to lock it in so we can talk about it. I don't want the court to go live and we don't ever get to finish. But we should at least reach 300 because we're nearly there. That'll give me a round number to cut off at and give you a second to go ahead and put in your vote. All right, 299, and we are at 300. So I'm going to end the poll and talk about it. So the answer was, and this may surprise you. Oh, where did it go? I'm supposed to get answer. There we go. Which was not in code. Flushing the toilet was not in code and correctly answered 38% of you. So that was correct. The way that flushing the toilet part came in was that Charlie called Katie's real estate office, talked to her assistant who sounded like her, and she said, Katie's in the bathroom. And Charlie thought they were so steeped in talking in code together that he thought this was code. He actually thought that was the case. So that was the one that was not correct. Now, where did the others come from? The price of children's clothing was a code that Katie was trying to use with Sigfredo. She was trying to tell him the number he should call by using code of the value of children's clothing. But he seemed to just think she wanted more money for more clothes for the kids. He did not seem to get that at all. Then fixing bridges was a code that was used by Charlie with Donna. Real estate was a code that was used between Charlie and Katie. I can't remember exactly where the fixing bridges came in. I saw it this afternoon. I mean, when I was going through my notes, he talked about that. I mean, he was ever the optimist, right? He said he was 1,000% sure that this was nothing. And he said that it would normally be the case that the company would be fixing bridges quickly. And I think what he meant by that was that if this was from, I'm not sure which one the company would be, the government or the gang, and they were doing some kind of extortion, they would go ahead and deal with that quickly. They wouldn't just leave it open-ended. He seemed to believe that this wasn't the government. He seemed to believe that this was extortion from a gang, although he went back and forth on that. He seemed to be comforted by the idea that it would just be the government because he didn't think that that would be anything that would actually ever come to fruition because of the fact that they wouldn't have any evidence. He felt like somebody had to have been there to see the shooting, and he seemed to have some very questionable legal advice on what exactly would be needed in evidence. All right, so that was the answer on that one. Let's do another poll from this morning, and this will be just what you thought was the most important as we went through it. Okay, so let's see. We cannot possibly leave out we'll do some of the comments. Let's see. Charlie at the Dolce Vita restaurant. We'll do this. Charlie saying Sigfredo, happy, pay, Katie. I don't have enough. I'll do Charlie, Sigfredo, happy, pay, Katie. What that means in shorthand is that Sigfredo, he said, it couldn't be Sigfredo who was extorting them because he'd be super happy. After all, they were paying Katie on a regular basis. Okay. How about the fact that nobody called the number? Not for what they ultimately do, but from what we've heard this morning, nobody called the extortion number. So you're doing with most important fact of the morning. I'm not even sure which way that cuts, but I do think it's an important fact either direction. Okay. And let's see. let's do this. Let's do the fact that everybody spoke in code. Except for Sigfredo. Although he did on the last call. He did seem to be doing, he seemed to have gotten on board with the code talk. Okay, so how about this? After each bump, Charlie met with Katie. Okay, it's too many. I'm going to say Charlie met Katie. Okay. All right, here's the poll. We can only have 4, so we'll put those in. And what I'm asking for is, what do you think was the most important fact from this morning? The one that takes the case furthest or has the most to do with the case? So while y'all are locking in your votes, I'll see if there's anything else I want to ask y'all about. Okay. All right. So I will write down this second poll. I agree with where the numbers are right now. Oh, I completely agree with where these are, and they're nearly tied. Okay. Price of toilet, fixing bridges, flushing the toilet, and real estate. And y'all correctly believed not code. All right, and this one is going to be most important fact. And it's Charlie said Sigfredo would be really happy that we're paying you, Katie. So he couldn't have been the one responsible for the bump, or shouldn't have been extorting him. That nobody called the extortion number, despite the fact everyone claimed to have done so. Fact that everybody spoke in code. Some hilarious codes, may I add, some that made absolutely no sense. And that after each bump, Charlie met up with Katie, but I didn't have enough space. So, we're getting faster votes on this one. I'm going to let it go a while because I want to see what y'all think. All right, let me head back into so many windows here. Hey, we have a bunch of new members. Fantastic. Waltzing Matilda and Patricia Hoskins are both new members. Welcome, welcome. Glad to have both of you. We will be very soon having our next members only live stream, our crime and craft, where you bring your craft and we just talk about our cases. All right. And Annie, thank you for the super chat. I completely agree. They seem to know they shouldn't talk on the phone about this. And then they talk on the phone about this. And it's not all that secret either. I really appreciated all our super chats from this morning. I'll go ahead and run through them. It started with Neil Morrison, Bill Slim's fan, and wondering about the questioning of Harvey. And I think today we did see a couple of reasons why there's been less suspicion toward Harvey and how he seemed to learn about some things maybe after the fact. But we did see him get pulled in during the bump. He definitely seems to be involved. There is complete separation from Wendi, it appears, during the bump, which is frankly confusing even. Scar Motley and me looking for Dave. Says she's a single gal. She's got to find this Dave. We have heard all about Dave. He was considered to be the perfect catch, according to Donna and Charlie. So Scar Motley and me is willing. She's willing to consider him. Mildred says Charlie is going to throw Wendi under a freight train. I am curious about what is going to happen. I really am. Now, he definitely did not throw Wendi under a freight train in his case. He tried to really protect her. He doesn't dare do anything too different from what he did the first trial because he doesn't want perjury charges, but he definitely may change the way he expresses things, or we'll see. We will just see. Leslie has faith. She believes it is happening. Wendi will be arrested. Topo on trail noticed the Lexus that Katie was driving. And while the defense talked about how it was used, had high mileage, 140 to 160,000 miles on it, that it looked mighty good for a car that old and with that many miles. Thank you to the Raven, who said, and this is super interesting, that this type of phone tapping and similar deceptive methods used in this trial wouldn't be admissible in court in the UK. I don't know the UK system, obviously. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. I personally agree with that. I think it's pretty outrageous that our government does this in order to entrap people. So I agree with that. In this particular case, did they maybe use this to find people who actually committed the crime? That's very possible. But always we have to ask ourselves whether we want that done in our country in general. So I think you raise a really interesting point. I really appreciate your giving us some reason to think about that, and we will do that. Thank you. Leslie, new member, welcome. Lita pointed out that Donna, and I put this up right when they showed the screen of her, because Donna was wearing one side of her earpiece inside out on one ear. And I don't know why that was. I don't know if it was too loud or annoying. I'm not sure. But she was right. Lita was right. Nancy felt like Donna's hair was messy today. She certainly looked more, she looked like it was rough for her. It looked like she was really feeling the effects of the trial. I do agree with that. X Bad Bunny X liked the fact that we were not having to hear what they were doing. In terms of, that sounded bad, I was doing the reading so that you didn't have to try to hear those really horrible audio tapes. They were terrible. Mel, thank you so much. Much appreciated. Benny Dye, new member. Welcome. Glad to have you. And Tundra gifted 5 lawyerly membership. So we have 5 people to say thank you. Thank you so much, Tundra. Much appreciated. Diane has been a member for 12 months, and she used her super chat to say she's really enjoying the coverage. Thank you. That was a lovely way to use it. Thank you. Bring the popcorn is glad I read the transcript. I can't, that noise just where you can't hear anything, that is so frustrating to me. So I'm glad you liked it. Loved my editorials. All right. Jackie P gifted 5 lawyerly memberships. Thank you, Jackie. She is many of our members owe their thanks to Jackie. Thank you. Piper is a new member. Oh, by the way, if you are not a member, you can join by hitting the join button down by Lawyer Lee. It's a way of financially supporting the channel, but you also can turn on your ability to receive a gifted membership. Our mods will put in how you do that. So you can maybe do that. It's randomly awarded by YouTube. So Breeze Coyote, I don't know if I put this up earlier, Breeze, or not, but wants to know if Dan's New York girlfriend is on the witness list. I don't know the answer to that. She did not testify in Charlie's trial. I don't know if she would have any information that would be relevant or not. She would know that Dan was very upset about the divorce, but we do have a lot of testimony around that, so it might not be relevant. But I don't know if she's on the list or not. Pascaline checking in from Paris. We have been very glad to have Pascaline following along with us for the entire trial. And so Charlie is supposed to testify tomorrow, we think. That's our best guess. Mildred asking about the reality show called The Adelsons. It certainly would be wild, especially if they talked in code, and then the audience should just try to guess what they were talking about. Like, what is today's topic? None of us know, but they will talk in code and we will try to figure that out. Ilmo Natty is a new member. Welcome to you. Teresa, oh my gosh, the Abraham Lincoln beard. I was dying too. So Charlie, in one of his where was that? I don't think I even highlighted that, but in one of, maybe I just started laughing and didn't write it down. In one of his very unusual analogies, Charlie went into an Abraham, I know what it was, and I don't think I did write it down. Charlie said that if this had been an extortion by a gang member, they would have dressed up. I mean, to do something to keep you from knowing who they were. They wouldn't just come out and you could see their face. Ironically, he was an FBI agent, so secret we couldn't see his face at trial. Very, very ironic. But the he's saying, the Abraham Lincoln, they would be wearing an Abraham Lincoln beard. They'd be wearing a big floppy beach hat. They'd be wearing sunglasses, something that would keep you from knowing exactly who it was. And so and the image of that just really got to me, the Abraham Lincoln beard. And then he said, and they should all wear a hat, and I'm like, stuffed up hat and the Abraham Lincoln beard. What could be more subtle? I mean, who would possibly notice that? That would obviously be a great disguise to use. All right. And Mildred just entertained me no end with her reference to the Clampetts. Sorry, this is to the Brady Bunch. I did say the Clampetts earlier. This is a Brady Bunch. Here's the story of a guy named Charlie who was working with his mom after, it's hard not to do the cadence, after a bump. Then the FBI came calling, and that's how they became the Bunch. So anyway, oh my gosh, that's hilarious, Mildred. That is really funny. I can't believe I said the Clampetts. Brady Bunch. I know my old shows. I do. Janet says my laughter tickles her. Well, that's good. That's good. The bump did get them scurrying around like crazy. Janet is absolutely correct. And they, for some reason, didn't want Wendi to know. And Janet says, well, maybe they just didn't want to get her upset. I don't know what the reason was, but they even, when Charlie came over to meet with the parents late at night, the two of them, the parents were going to come down, but they wanted to make sure nothing alerted Wendi to the fact that Charlie was there. So Danette was just exhausted by Charlie. I can totally understand that. Pam says, can't figure out when any of these people actually work. I know. They do call each other all day and it'll be like, yeah, I'm in the middle of a surgery. Like, what? I'm exaggerating. It wasn't that much, but it is true that it does seem kind of odd. I want to make sure that I don't think I have this on. So let's make sure it's running so I'll know when they come back. Okay. Sal, I had to read quite the number of expressions today. I tried very hard to delete them. We finally got to this one conversation between Katie and Charlie, and I just had to paraphrase because there were so many words in there. You couldn't even read the sentence. I can't even, this is YouTube unfriendly. I just can't do this. So and Sal laughing at that. Zena liked the fact that I was, Zena Ferruti liked the fact that I was laughing over these calls, which I absolutely could not help. 4 new members, Patty Ann, I think we started with this, and Mary O'Connell, and then I've already welcomed Waltzing Matilla and Patricia Hoskins. Great to have everybody. Okay, and let's see, where did we, I'm trying to remember where I left off thanking people. I think it was with Annie. So I don't know if I welcomed you, but Kristen, welcome as a new member. And Kiki Cat says, fabulous performance, Lee. Thank you. That was my reading the transcripts debut. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Kiki Cat. Kate Can, a member for 12 months. And did I show this? Anyway, thank you for the message, for being a member for 12 months. Thank you. Karen is thinking that maybe they didn't want Wendi to worry, but still believes she's involved. And that's entirely possible. But you can see where the state might have hesitated and put her last on the list of people to be involved in the case because they're worried about stuff like these very quotes, these very phone calls, because her attorney can use that to say, you didn't even want to tell her about it. She clearly didn't know. You did this without her permission or knowledge. It gives them a really good argument on that. And YouTube user, thank you. Much appreciated. All right, well, let's go over and see if y'all have some questions. If you would put your question marks at the beginning, that would help me spot them and we can talk about the morning and what's been happening or just what some of your questions are. There was a dispute early in the day, first thing, about some discovery violations from the state. Apparently, there were several items that are just now being given to the defense, and it's not clear yet whether the defense will object to that or whether the defense will say, it was all good enough. I'm having trouble keeping this going. Heck. Okay, well, we didn't get very far with our questions, but let me go ahead and add this because as long as it took us this morning, I do not want to fall behind. Okay. We'll put that aside, and I think they're back. I'll tab forward. So, she is the one on trial for the murder of Dan Markel.
Everyone can be seated.
He does look nervous to me.
If someone can get Agent Sanford back, take the stand. Continue with his testimony.
The same witness will be back on the stand, Detective Sanford. He sort of managed everything, would be how I would put it. Donna looks very stressed today, in my view.
Members of the jury, did everyone get some coffee during the break? All right. The only reason I ask is each bit of evidence during the case is important. We can't have any shut-eye going on.
Wonder if anybody's been
Agent
falling
Sanford,
asleep.
please take the stand, sir. You remain under oath.
Yes,
Your name is
Thank you, Judge.
Just a quick aside, I have had a juror have to be kicked off a case for sleeping before because they just couldn't seem to wake up for the trial.
According to my list, we're on CC. Is that what you show as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so can you set up CC for us? The call we just heard, we had, I don't know, it appeared the FBI made Katie mad.
Yes.
Remember that call?
Yes, that one was Katie and Charlie talking.
And Charlie was supposed to go back to Donna to find out if the number was on the device at the office.
Correct, if the caller ID showed up and what it read. So CC is on the same day, Charlie to Donna at 10:50, which is about just a couple minutes after, a minute or two after the last call.
All right, let's publish CC, please.
I think Katie mad is an understatement. That was almost unreadable.
Hey, Mom, do me a favor. Does Erica have caller ID at the office?
Okay, so I'll read real quickly. Do me a favor. Does Erica have caller ID at the office? Charlie asked, because Katie seems to think Katie is insisting that she has called this number and they don't answer. We know from what we are told by the FBI, that's simply false. No one is calling the number. But he says, okay, we'll check the caller ID number. Maybe we have the number wrong. And Donna says, no, there's no caller ID on our phones. And Charlie says, is there a way of looking up what number it was that called? I thought we always had that caller ID thing at the office up front. Donna said, we did, and it stopped working. So they just dumped it. It was not working properly. And Charlie says, okay, because that number was a non-working number. I'm going to have someone try to call it again and find out. Maybe it's working now, okay? And Donna says, yeah, okay. And Charlie, all right, call you as soon as I hear something. Donna says, thank you, Charlie. And Charlie says, I'll call you within an hour, okay? And they end the call.
DD, please.
So, and the point of that, obviously, and the reason I'm reading it is because the sound is really difficult to understand. And a lot of people are away. They don't necessarily have eyeballs on the screen. So that's why I'm reading it. The transcript's a little easier. So Charlie is telling Donna, he obviously has fully bought the idea that there is someone is calling this and this is a disconnected number.
Yeah.
Okay. There is no caller ID at the office. Call the fucking number that I gave the other day.
Okay, so definitely want to read these because there sure were a lot of words last time. Charlie says, look, there's no caller ID at the office. Call the number that I gave you the other day. I know it was non-working the other day when you called. Call it again. Katie, if it's very important than that, that'll be a working number. Okay. Charlie, exactly. So Katie, exactly. Charlie, call it again. And Katie, so somebody gave you a effing wrong number because it's like, Charlie, Katie. And Katie says, some type of Gmail effing number. I'm telling you, bro, I'm telling you. I mean, okay. So she is definitely worked up over that. Let me take that out. She's saying, I'm telling you, I'm in an effing office. I'm standing outside to effing scream. Okay. And Charlie says, call that number. Katie says, whatever it is, it's either somebody's messing with your family, excuse me, messing with my family and setting somebody up. I'm editorializing. I am taking words out. Okay. Charlie, okay. F it, Katie. And I don't play that effing game. And you know what you're thinking. You're not thinking. You're not thinking. Charlie, okay. What do you want me to do? Katie, you want me to call my effing phone? Charlie, what's that? Katie, you want me to call from my phone? Charlie, I could care less where you call from. I'm just saying. Katie, exactly. Oh my God, bro. Charlie, all I'm saying is I don't care. Katie says, and the number's been called 100 times. Charlie says, okay. Katie says, it's not a working number. Charlie, call it. Katie, if you go ahead. No. You go ahead and you find a phone and you call. I'm leaving out words and find out what is going on if they pick up. Because look, they're obviously not. It's not a working number. This is Katie. Sorry, not Charlie. You find another phone and you go call. Whatever setup this BS is, it's somebody that's trying to fish for some bad word, and just bad word, throwing out names or whatever. Charlie, okay. Katie, or for all you know, somebody's already listening to everything. I'm leaving out a lot of words. Charlie, okay. Well, did I go too far? Yeah. Okay. Well, there's nothing. They can listen to whatever conversation they want. I'll call from the office, and then from there, I'll call the FBI. Katie, exactly. Charlie says something indiscernible, and Katie says, all right, let me know then. Charlie, okay, and the call ends.
Okay, what's next?
Next is EE. I'm sorry. E1.
Right. No, I think we have
We have
EE still.
Okay. E's Charlie back to Katie again. 37 seconds at 11:17 a.m.
Where to publish Mrs. Adelson, if you need your amplification device or your headphones, please wear them. It's very important that you are able to follow all of the evidence as it takes place during the trial.
Speaking personally, I think he ought to do that outside the presence of the jury. And then maybe he did that several times, and that's why he's doing it not outside the presence of the jury now.
And I'm going to start 6-7 and see if it and see what it is.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, you haven't heard anything.
Okay, so Charlie says he's going to use star 67 and see what the number is to see who called. She says, Katie, it's Charlie and Katie. Katie says, okay, do that. Charlie says, okay, you're going to something, have you? Katie, say what? Charlie, you haven't heard anything from any of this nonsense? Katie, well, obviously we're on the same page. Charlie, okay, let me do that and see where we are. And they end the call.
No, obviously, we're on the same page.
Okay. But me, I'm going to do that. See where we are.
Okay.
Okay, now we go to EE1. Is this the same day?
It is the same day. It's like 1 minute after that phone call we just heard.
Hey, the number there, it said, was it 712-6570?
Okay, so Donna and Charlie are going to talk yet again about the number. And Charlie checks what number Erica has written down, and Donna, and they go through the number, and Charlie says, okay, what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to call them and star 67 my number. So that will, okay, I think what that does, it's been a long time, I think that prevents that person from knowing who is calling the number. So he says, I'm going to use that. And Donna Adelson goes through the code. She says, okay, Charlie Adelson, this is what I have a strong feeling what I think it is. Donna Adelson, okay. Charlie Adelson, okay, I think it may be either some private investigator. And Donna, Charlie, or I think it's the FBI or somebody just trying to fish around and stir the pot. So ironic that is the least of his fears. Donna Adelson, Charlie, and see how people, let's wait till it goes to the next week, react. He's right. That's what it is. Donna Adelson, you no longer think it's what she said last week. Charlie Adelson, I think it's one of the two. Okay, whoever's keeping our tally on the one of the two. Here's Charlie again. I mean, and I'll tell you why is it's a last ditch effort to probably try to stir a pot and see what comes out of it. Donna Adelson, Charlie, because the thing is this, it's not done like this. It's not. I mean, you got to understand, like, I think it's someone playing games because, you got to understand it's not, A, it's not done like this. B, listen, you've done absolutely nothing wrong. I've done absolutely nothing wrong, And I think it's someone that may think they know something. So since they think they know something, they're trying to stir the pot. So it's somebody really stupid because we don't have any information. If I did, Donna, no. Charlie, I'd go collect my reward. Donna, I know. Charlie, so I don't know of anything, The fact that you're being extorted sometimes people react differently to different things. Some people are extorted and they're just like, you know what? It's like patients who extort you all the time. They're like, and Donna says, right, patients extort Charlie all the time. Interesting. How exactly would you extort your dentist? I don't know how that works. Donna Adelson, right. Charlie, here we go. Give me my money back or I'm going to the board of dentistry. Oh, okay. Money back or board. All right, I'm trying to make my notes as we go. Donna says, right. And Charlie says, well, I've done nothing wrong, but if I go to the board of dentistry, it's a bigger redacted headache. Donna, I know. Charlie, than anything else. Donna, right. Charlie, so even though I'm 1,000% right in the dentistry I do and the work that I do, I don't want to deal with the board of dentistry. I don't want to walk in there and have them say, you didn't tell me. That's funny. I was talking to a dentist yesterday about this. He had a patient who he told you may end up needing a root. It's got to be root canal. Maybe they skip. Maybe I need to go slower. Need a root canal. Oh, they're skipping. They're moving down. That's what happens sometimes. If it's not really important. I guess Charlie's discussion about this was not all that important.
So that's what but I think it's that's what Don says. I really think it's somebody who thinks that they're going to try to solve this case because they think it's a little family and get something somehow to do.
Stop it now. So he tells her, Charlie tells Donna, that's what but I think it's absolute nonsense. I really think it's somebody who thinks that they're like going to try to solve this case. And they think that because we're the family, we got something somehow to do with it. So they're going to go ahead and be like, and make some demands and see how we'll react, or be like, oh, we made a demand and they didn't react. It's just very odd because we had Donna. Yeah. Charlie, we've had nothing to do with this. I mean, I don't know who the hell this guy is. I assume you guys have no idea who the hell this is. Donna, Charlie, and you pick up a newspaper and you see a last name. And it's, in the old days, you have there's no way of looking anything up unless you work for the CIA or go to a library. Nowadays, a homeless guy with his cell phone could go on the World Wide Web, put your name in 3 seconds, has addresses, phone, addresses. Donna Adelson, Charlie, locations, and then for $19 you can find anybody. Donna, right. Charlie. Let's see where yeah. So, and that the thing is, it's like me, my house is not listed. Donna Adelson, right. Charlie. So if you went that search route, you wouldn't find it. But that's like Donna. But mine is, Charlie, but yours is. Though what's even odder is that they're not bugging Wendi. Donna, Charlie, because that would be the first person I would go to. Isn't that interesting? Charlie says Wendi would be the first person. I wish I could take notes as I do this. Would be first person. Okay. But I can't. I'm going to have to stop that. Donna says, Charlie. I mean, that's the weird thing that they're not bugging her. That's why I just kind of I don't want to have a headache, And there's another thing. This does tell you the fact that the bump started not with Wendi, but with Donna does show that they thought Donna was very possibly at least heavily rooted in it, if not in charge. Donna, I know what you're saying, Charlie, because you don't want to trade one set of nonsense with the other set of nonsense. Donna, yeah, I know. Charlie, but you also don't want to have someone knocking at your door every other week. Donna Adelson, exactly. That's why I was hoping, maybe if you had a friend who knew someone who could, and Charlie says, well, that's what I'm working on. Donna, yeah, friend. Charlie, but I think I'm just gonna call them up and see what they want. Donna, well, if it's a non-working number, Charlie, well, that's what I want to see if it's non-working. Donna, yeah. Charlie, it may not be working the other day. Donna, yeah, maybe it's working now. Charlie, so I mean, let me see what they want, but I don't think, let me see what's going on. Donna Adelson, okay, hon, I'll keep my phone. All right, I'll keep my phone near me. And then Charlie asks if Dad went to work. Okay.
Dad went to work today?
He did, but I told him on the way, which I didn't want to do, but I knew that after we could tell him if he came in, so that was an option.
Okay. All right, let me call too.
Do you want me to check the number with Erica and call you back?
Okay, let's
No,
stop it there. So Donna asked, do you want me to check the number with Erica and call you back? And he says, no, just check with her, call me back in a minute. Donna says, I'll just text you back. He says, no, call me back. So that's what they determined to do.
check with her, just call me back in a minute.
I'll just text you back.
He does.
Okay. Does Charlie call the undercover?
Yes, he does.
Okay.
He does.
On what date? This is the first call to the undercover, right?
This is the first call to the undercover on 4/28/16.
Please publish FF.
Hello? Hola, Liga. Hello, Liga. Who is it?
Okay, so I'll read this one. The unidentified person says, who is this? We know that this is an FBI agent. Charlie says, someone has been calling my family. I'm trying to figure out who this is. And FBI, in reference to what, man? Charlie, someone by the name of Sammy called. Unidentified person, yeah, that's me, man. Charlie, all right, what's going on? And they identify this as Charlie, but it's clearly not. It's clearly the FBI. pretending to be the gang member. Well, what's going on is my brother Tato. Okay, my brother Tato is not, and I do want to hear the sound of his voice. Does he sound angry?
Well, in reference to what, man?
Someone by Sandy call.
Yeah, that's me, man.
All right, what's going on?
Well, what's going on is my brother Tato. Okay, my brother Tato has not been taken care of. His family's not been taken care of. I talked to thank this doctor. Why you told me? Who are you?
So, okay. And I'll read it, but I wanted us to hear how angry he sounded. So he tells him, well, what's going on, Charlie, is my brother Tato has not been taken care of. His family has not been taken care of. Why are you calling me? Who are you? I gave the number to a lady. And Charlie says, I don't know Tato. And the FBI says, you don't know Tato. Charlie says, I don't. And the FBI says, Katie and Tuto, they've been taken care of since the family problems has been taken care of up north. And Charlie says, I don't know who you are. FBI, you don't? Charlie, no. FBI, well, this isn't going away, my friend, because let me tell you something. Because I was at Broward with Tato, that's a prison, and he told me the whole story. He told me nobody has taken care of him. Nobody has taken care of his family. The family was taken care of Katie and Tuto, and nothing has been taken care of with Tato. So we know what's going on, and Tato needs to be taken care of. Do the right thing. The lady already has the paperwork. She knows what I'm talking about. We know Katie. We know Tuto. We know, and we know have been taken care of. I was trying to figure out who was saying that. Okay, Charlie. All right, let me look into things. FBI says, no more effing around, man. No more effing around. This ain't going away. Tato, you guys need to do the right thing for Tato. That's my brother, man. That's my brother, and he needs to be taken care of. His family needs to be taken care of, just like Katie and Tuto have been taken care of. Charlie, all right, I never have met these people, but let me call you back, okay? And the FBI, that's BS, man. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You know this lady. I don't know your relationship with this lady, but we know what the F is going on. Charlie says something not understandable, and the FBI says, it ain't going away. Take care of Tato, just like you take care of Katie and Tuto, man. Charlie says, backpedaling as fast as possible, let me call you back.
Take care of Tato, just like you take care of Katie and Tuto, man.
All right, so in that call, or just prior to that call, did Charlie Adelson hit star 67 in an effort to camouflage his number?
He did.
And then when he hangs up from the undercover, who's the first person he calls?
Catherine McBanwell.
How many calls does he make to her?
At least 3, if I recall.
All right, and does she eventually call back?
She does.
Is that our call GG?
It is. Yes, ma'am.
Publish GG, please.
So Charlie is going to tell him, we're definitely going to do this because the cussing in these has to be redacted. Charlie says, I called the number. It rang like 30 times, and then somebody picked up, and it sounded like, he goes, who is this? And I said, I'm returning a call. He said to me, he was like, what is this in reference to? So the guy that called my office this morning was a Simon. And Katie says, uh-huh. And Charlie says, so I said, someone by the name of Simon. It wasn't, it was Sammy. Anyway, uh-huh. And Charlie left a call this morning. Katie, uh-huh. Charlie, and I go, what's this about? He's like, who are you? I go, that's not important. Which I don't think he said. What do you need? Are you there? And Katie says, yeah, I'm here. Charlie, so I said, that's not important who I am. I said, what can I do to help you out? Katie, uh-huh. And Charlie, and he's like, listen, man, he's like, Tuco, or whatever the F his name is. And Katie, uh-huh. And Charlie, he's like, someone did a really big favor for you and was there for you. And we know, listen, like Tuco's brother. Katie, uh-huh. Charlie, and I was with him in Broward. So I don't know if this guy is from Broward or whatever. He's like, I was with him down in Broward and he hasn't been taken care of. His family hasn't been taken care of. And he's like, it's effing BS. And he's like, I'm letting him talk. As he's talking, I'm hearing a little bit of a New York accent. Katie, Charlie, as he's trying to, when he picked up the phone, he didn't sound like a tough guy when he picked up the phone, but it was like, as he was talking to me, like the tough guy routine sounded like it was coming out. So he's like, listen, he's like, I know you guys took care of, and you're taking care of Katie and Tuto, and you're taking care of their family. Now he needs to be taken care of. And I was with him in Broward, and he's done a big favor for you. And I go, sir, I don't know. He goes, I know you've been giving money to Katie and Tuto and taking care of their family. I go, no money has been given, which I don't remember him saying that either. I said, I don't even know who these people are. That he did say. And I don't know what you're talking about. And he's like, who are you? And I'm like, listen, it's not important. I said, I don't know what you're talking about. No one is paying anybody. Katie, Charlie. And he's like, well, listen, man, this S, not F, go away. You better F, do the right. He goes like, it's not going away, he said. Katie, oh, so we started saying a bad word? Charlie, what's that? Katie, so he started saying a bad word. Charlie, he may have said he may have cursed, but he goes, Katie, Charlie, he left. He goes, listen, it may have been like this S or whatever. He says, this S is not going away. Katie, and you need to help Tuto's, this is Charlie again, family, whatever his name is, family out the way. You're helping out Katie and Tuto. So you want to help out the way they help Katie and Tuto. And I go, nobody, I don't know who you're talking about. And I don't know what I can do for you. I said, he goes, well, this S is not going away. How many times have we heard this? It's the same conversation. And he says, do the right thing. You've to help them out, which when I first, and he said then like, Katie, and he said then like, who are you? Number one, Charlie. Well, he told me, he says, brother, obviously he's not going to give me his real name. And I was being really polite to him. Like, I've got Katie. Yeah. Charlie, hold on a second. And then he's talking around in the office. He comes back. I was being really polite. Katie, he said he's a brother from Broward. And Charlie says, no. He says, I know him from Broward, or I saw him down in Broward. Katie, Charlie, so I don't know if like this guy they're talking about was incarcerated in Broward, or Katie, Charlie, held in Broward or wherever. The guy referenced Broward. Katie, and Charlie, he referenced Katie and Tuto. So they're saying my name again. Charlie, yeah. So your name and some other guy's name who I don't even know. Katie, and Charlie, he was talking about Tuto, which I don't even know who that is. So that's two people I don't know. Katie, Charlie, and he's talking about your family, saying your family is being helped out, which I don't know. I mean, other than the hours I give you to go up on the office or the weekend to take care of S. Katie, right, exactly. Charlie, but I kind of helped you out. You effing earn the money on the weekend when you go up. Katie, and this is the 305 number you called, the 305? Charlie, yep, and he left it where, Katie, and it rang a long time. Charlie, I want to say it was like on the 7th or 8th ring that it picked up and he left it. Katie, that's a long time because, Charlie, yeah, I know. I was almost like, Katie, phone calls, Charlie, I was almost like, and he was asking me like, who is this? He goes, listen, I gave that paper to a lady. He goes, who are you? I go, don't worry about it. Like trying to figure out what's going on. Katie, Charlie, so this person is under the assumption that I'm helping. Katie, he said they're a friend in honestly, I think they could have summarized this in like 2 sentences. I think they need to use ChatGPT, put in the general thing and say shorten, please. He said they're a friend in Broward, or he said they are brothers from Broward. Charlie says, he said he was this guy. This guy was evidently told my mom, it must be mom. My mom, he's incarcerated, his brother, and he's saying that he has not been paid and his family has not been taken care of. And this is not going away. And like, I don't help. I don't just give charity out. Like you come in my office, Katie. Yeah. Like you can't be like, Charlie, you work. Charlie, like freaking people threatening you and mentioning me. You know what I mean? Charlie, that was Katie. Here's Charlie. No, and he sounded, honestly, he didn't sound Latin, and he sounded like he had there's a little bit of a New York accent to his toughness. Katie, that's like unintelligible. Charlie didn't threaten me at all. Did not threaten me. He just let me know this is not going away, and me too. And he's like, you need to take care of him and you need to do the right thing. He was there for you. And I'm like, Katie, all right. Charlie, I go, I don't know. I feel like I'm losing intelligence reading this conversation. Okay. He goes, I don't know who this person is. I said, let me call you back later. That's how I left it. And I said, sir, I know who this guy is. I think he means I don't know who this guy is you're even talking about, but let me give you a call back later. Okay. He's like, okay, do the right thing. Katie, do the right thing. Charlie, do the right thing. Do the right thing. It sounds like a effing cop that's fishing or an investigator or someone playing games, but I don't, he's coming up with a lot of effing details. And I know these details. Could be don't know these details because I don't know two of the people's names they're talking about. And you may even be the wrong Katie. And then I feel even more like a dumb Katie. Exactly. Just a little quick recap, just because I don't want to how did the conversation start? Yeah, let's just do a quick recap, Charlie. Just one question. How did it start? And Charlie, it rang and he goes, he goes, hello. I go, hi. He goes, who is this? And I go, I'm returning a phone call. And he goes, what is this in reference to? So I said, Katie, that's exact words. Charlie, yep. He goes, what is this in reference to? Katie, reference to. Wow. He's some educated words. And I must say, what is this in reference to? Does sound like somebody who has a phone and is waiting for a potential call in several different cases, doesn't it? Like, which case are we on here? But Charlie says, yeah, no, he was well spoken when my mom, unintelligible. He said, what is it in reference to? So I said, I'm returning a call that Simon, I think it's Sammy, I'm returning a message that Sammy had left this morning. Katie, that was the name, Simon? Okay, they're going with Simon. Charlie, that was the name when he called up to my office and spoke to Erica and said, listen, I gave a piece of paper to Miss Adelson last week with a number on it. Tell her to call it. And this is Simon. Katie, okay. Charlie, so I said, okay. I said, I'm returning a message from Simon. So then he knew that it was in reference to this effing nonsense. So I said, you know what I told you? I said, he goes, I know that the family has given money. Katie, yeah. Charlie, he kept referencing that like, Katie, Charlie, we're giving all this money to a effing family, and referencing, no, there's two names. There's Tuto and Tuco or whatever that. And Katie, yeah. And Charlie, supposedly I'm giving money to you and some other dude in your family. I don't know these people, never met them. So it's real interesting. Katie, and you think he's a brother. Is he brothers with this person that he's saying is incarcerated? Charlie, yeah, he's saying he's his brother who is incarcerated. Charlie, and you think he's from Broward? Charlie, he said he referenced something that I was with him in Broward. Katie, I was with him in Broward. Okay, I think we can pull off it. All right, good.
Anything from Broward?
He said he referenced something that I was with him in Broward.
Oh, what's in Broward?
So I don't know if this guy incarcerated in Broward County, is he from Broward? I don't know who these people are. But
definitely.
Oh, okay. So they're still going. They just momentarily showed something else. So he says, Charlie says, is this guy incarcerated in Broward or is he from Broward? I don't know who these people are, but I don't like the fact, Katie. Okay, no, definitely. Katie, and sorry, Charlie, they're referencing your name and your family. And I don't know who this dude is that you're with, or if they're just making up names, or Katie, yeah. Charlie, if we could just go to the FBI and say, you know what, let's play phone tap. Katie, exactly. Charlie, so I don't, you know what I'm saying though? I don't want, Katie, you should have been like, while you're doing all these threats, number one, I don't even know what you're talking about. Number two, Charlie, well, he never said he was going to hurt. And he was, I just wanted him to keep talking. Katie, Charlie, that's why I wanted Katie just to get a feeling of who this person is. Charlie, yeah, because he wasn't like, he was wanting to know who I was. And I was like, it's not important. Charlie, yeah. And then Charlie, but when he left, he goes, listen, you give him money, he has not been paid. His family hasn't been paid. It's effing wrong. And really, it's wrong. And he goes, this ain't going away. He's like, do the right thing. Take care of him. He helped you out. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. Katie, but who? Charlie, I don't know him. My family. I don't know if I can do this anymore. Okay, Katie, did you pull his teeth or what? Like what the F, unintelligible? Charlie, listen, it can a lot of. Katie, is he a patient? It's like you run across so many people every day. Charlie, listen, in 2 seconds, he reads the name in the newspaper and they Google the last name. And in 3 minutes, the homeless man today has the technology to know where you live. Wait, he's going to tell us it costs $19. And Katie, right, Charlie, where you work? Katie, right, because now they're calling me. I was in a meeting and I stepped out. Charlie, okay. Katie, okay, let me find out what the F he's referencing all of this. Charlie, well, Katie, but I will call that number. Charlie, they're picking it up, whether you were on the call or if you know of a friend that could be convincing to tell someone to stop the S. Katie, this is the number, correct? And they say, yep. And they need to know that I'm not, and this Charlie, they need to know that I'm not, it's effing stupid what they're doing. It's Katie, okay. Charlie, I'm not paying anything. Katie, right. Charlie, something guilt, and there's Katie says, yeah, no, what the H you talking about? Charlie, the only thing I wanted to do is collect my reward from the FBI if I know who it is. Katie, of course. No, I want these people to go down for it. Like it's freaking threatening. Charlie, dude, do you know what kind of vacation I could get with that money? Katie, exactly. Charlie, I need a effing vacation. Katie, let me go ahead and go in. Charlie, all right, I'll talk at you later. Call me later. Katie, all right, thanks. Bye. Okay. I hope there are not many more of these.
Who is the first person Magbanua contacts after this call with Charlie Adelson?
Sigfredo Garcia.
Is this the first time? I know that the undercover said Broward to Donna Adelson on the bump, right?
That's correct.
But is this the first time we're hearing the word Broward on the wire?
It is, and specifically to Katie.
And Luis Rivera was housed in Broward, right?
He was, correct.
A fact that would have been known by Catherine Magbanua.
That's correct. Her and Sigfredo both would have known that.
Right. And Charlie Adelson says the word Tuto on this call, right?
He does.
Tuto, we've learned throughout the course of this trial, is a nickname for Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any evidence that Charlie did know who Tuto was before this call?
Yes, ma'am, there was.
Okay, so he had referenced Tuto in the text messages before.
There were text messages where he'd referenced him. Yes, by
knowing
name.
that was Catherine Magbanua's child's father.
That's correct.
Okay. Let's go to HH. Is that a text message?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, tell us about that text.
It's a text from Katie to Catherine Magbanua to Sigfredo Garcia. And it's at 12:57, which is right a couple minutes after she hung up with Mr. Adelson.
All right, what does the text say?
It says, baby, call me when you can.
Does she wait for him to call her when he can?
No, she doesn't.
All right, does she make a phone call, I?
Yes, she did.
Okay, and is able to get him?
Correct.
All right, let's play I, please.
There's a meeting outside, I guess they have meetings on Thursdays, and then I have my own meeting.
Okay, so Katie calls Garcia, Sigfredo Garcia, her significant other as of now. She had been broken up with him when she was with Charlie. And she calls him and says, a meeting outside. There's like a meeting outside. I guess they have meetings on Thursdays. And then I have my own meeting in a conference room. Says, okay, I have more information for you. And when I got a call this morning, like I couldn't even take it because I had to step out of my meeting because I just heard about it. And I was like, because I got a call about it, because I got a call back to back to back. So hold on, give me 1 second. I don't want my boss to come out. What was I going to tell you? Okay, so this person contacted the office. Hello? Sigfredo, go ahead. Katie, whatever. Supposedly he said his name is Simon, okay? Contacted the office saying, oh, whatever. I had given a piece of paper to this person there. Obviously somebody is doing their, whatever they're doing, they're threatening. And like they're very, very close to reporting it already. Whatever it is getting PO'd because my name is involved. And he gets PO'd, gets better. So I'm like, you know what? I suppose you just tell me everything on the phone, right? Because I don't have time. I'm effing working. Like, what is it? Like, I want to handle this and I want to handle it like right now. So he said, okay. They called the office. I was like, look, I tried to contact that number. It's like not a working number. They were like, I was like, why don't you go ahead and star 67 and go call that freaking number? And then whatever, that person did it. They go, okay, I'm returning a phone call. And that person goes, who are you? And they're like, it doesn't matter. I'm returning a phone call regarding something of a paper or whatever. And then they're like, okay, well, we know you. We've been helping you out. They said my name and your name. And Garcia, wait, did they say Katie, huh? And Garcia, they said Katie and Tuto? Katie, yes, they said our name. They even had the amount, have the amount. And he's like, I don't know what the F they're talking about. I don't even know. I don't even know if you're the right person that they're talking about. For all I know, it could be another Katie or whatever. And I was like, okay, what else did they say? They're like, oh, well, they're a brother and they're a brother of this other person that's supposedly incarcerated and they're a brother of them and that they know him from Broward. I don't know if they were together in Broward and he got out or whatever the case was. But he's like, but this family needs help. Do the right thing. Do the thing. He's like, we know for a fact that you're helping out them. I'm like, helping who out? Yeah, I haven't helped. I worked for you before. Like, that's it. I was like, well, that's not helping me out. It's me working for you. And I was like, I don't know what they're talking about. Now, remember, the jury will know that Katie has come in and testified to them that she didn't work at the Adelson Institute, despite the fact they were paying her. So, but they said, do the right thing. His name is supposedly Simon. They're a brother of the person that's incarcerated, and they said that name. And I was like, no, this needs to stop. Like, this needs to stop because somebody is harassing me and somebody is harassing your family, and they're putting my name and that other person's name. It's getting too detailed. It's somebody that you know for sure. Sigfredo, yeah. Katie, for sure. He said the other person had, like, he's just trying to get him to talk more. He's like, the person has like maybe a New York accent. Some of the words was a little bit, like he wasn't threatening at all. He was just saying, it's time for you to help out this person and their family because he needs it, because we know that you're helping out. Sigfredo, so what person and what family? What person, what family? Katie, Tato and his family, because they need it. And then before, and he goes, I don't know what the H you're talking about. And the person goes, well, do the right thing. Sigfredo, did he tell him, well, listen, if you guys keep harassing me, we're going to call the cops? Katie, that's what I said. I was like, why didn't you just say that? Oh, no, this person said, this is not going to end. Do the right thing. Sigfredo, all right. Did you get information about where he wanted me to meet him? Katie, get the phone number. Get the phone number. Sigfredo, the numbers, but you keep giving me the wrong numbers. Katie, no. Gives the number. They picked up because I was getting tired of it. I don't know what's happening or whatever, but and he goes through the number and she says, no, and Sigfredo, that's what I said. Katie says, whatever the F this is, it needs to stop. They obviously know somebody. They're putting my name, they're putting your name, and they're harassing the family. And Sigfredo says, all right. Katie, okay. but it was a question. Okay, Garcia. All right. Katie, are you going to work right now? And he gives a number, writing it down. I mean, gets it right. And she says, no. He says, F. They go back and forth. And she says, Garcia says to Katie, just text it to me, man. Text it to me. Just text it to me. And Katie says, no, I don't want to. And so she gives it again.
So here we've got Sigfredo Garcia, the shooter, suggesting calling the cops. Anybody do it?
No, they did not.
Okay. What happens next?
Sigfredo calls Catherine back at 1:46. Actually, there was a hang-up call to the undercover, I believe.
I think
Nope,
that's
sorry.
after KK.
That was, sorry, I got my time mixed up.
All right, so this
JJ.
is just about 20 minutes later, we get another call between Garcia and Magbanua.
That's correct.
All right,
It's
so
at
can we-
1:46 p.m.
Okay, publish JJ, please.
Hello. Hello?
Well,
Hello?
Okay, so Katie and Sigfredo Garcia are going to talk once again. And we'll start with the, we'll just start right there. Garcia says, yeah, I need to get a effing phone again, but I was going to call from my phone and then dump it. Katie, what happened? Sigfredo, I was going to call from my phone, but I'm going to get rid of my phone. Look, I've got to call you from my office. Katie, no, I mean, call from somewhere else, but or block it. Don't do it from your office. It's your office, you know? Page up. You know what I mean? Don't do it from your phone. Sigfredo, no, I'm not calling you from my office. I'm talking on my phone and now I just dump it, get rid of it. I'll call you, but finding a effing payphone is impossible. Katie, no, go back to something. He says, all right. Katie, use a friend's phone to something of your time. And he says, all right. Katie says, not yours, a friend's. Garcia, oh, all right. Katie, okay, all right. So I guess they're going to use a friend's phone so that it won't be traceable to Sigfredo Garcia.
All right, and then do we have another call between the two of them at 2:09 p.m. that same day?
That's correct. One more call.
Publish KK, please.
oh. 305, 712-6570. You sure that's the number?
Okay, so just a second. I'm trying to pull that chat off so y'all can see the whole screen. And I'm having a hard time. Well, we won't worry about it. And I appreciated that from Pascaline. We talked about that at lunch, I believe. But I can't seem to get it off from there. So I guess we will just leave it. Okay. So this is going to be Katie and Sigfredo Garcia again. And this time, thank you for that. Okay. So they are talking again. They're talking about the phone number. He reads out the phone number and she says, yes, that's it. And he says, Garcia, all right, so I'm talking Puerto Rican. Inaudible. I don't know who the F. I'm going to try to call him again, bro. And Katie says, okay. And Garcia says, I need to get this effing. I'm going to call unintelligible. I'm calling from my effing phone. Unintelligible. All right. And Katie says, remember that other one? Do you think it's that one? Garcia says, I don't know, man. I don't know. It sounds like the message sounds like not going to read that. Magbanua says, yes. And Garcia says, he says, unintelligible, I'm busy on the answering machine. Call me back. So I guess he tried the number and it said, I'm busy. Like what? I don't know. Katie, that's what the answering machine said? Garcia, yeah, that's what it said. I swear to God. Magbanua, shut up. And Garcia said, I swear to God, unintelligible. Hey, puto, I'm busy. I hope that's not a bad word in some other language that I don't even know about. Okay. Unintelligible. Like, what the F? It's like, are you stupid? Are you some kind of moron? And Katie says, that's what they told you. That's what they told you. And Garcia says, no, that's what the answering machine says when you call the number. No one answered the phone. She said, okay, that's weird. And Sigfredo says, that's odd. That's what I say. And Katie says, very okay. Garcia says, I was like effing if you act stupid, unintelligible, or pretend to be stupid so that we can think they're that stupid. And Katie says, okay, I don't effing understand, says Garcia. Medbana, we're talking more racial stuff, Broward, etc. We'll move down here to Medbana. No, but I'm saying he said Broward. And Garcia says, racial slur is not. Medbana says, it's my brother. And Garcia says, it sounds like, unintelligible, sound like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Do you feel like we are learning anything from this conversation? Katie, okay. Garcia, all right. Katie, later. Garcia, all right. So there you have it. I hope that you feel wiser after that.
All right, so we do have one hang-up call to the undercover around this time, right?
We do.
Okay, and did the person leave a message?
No, he did not.
Was it a known number that called?
No, it was not.
786 number?
Correct.
All right, and then we have the next contact here, LL, between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua. Is that same day?
That's correct. Same day at 4:58 p.m.
All right. Please publish LL.
Hello?
Yeah, here.
So Katie and Charlie are talking now, and it starts in substance with Katie saying, okay, so it was weird. I called the number, right? Actually, it doesn't say Charlie is talking, but if Katie responds, that has to be Charlie. So Katie responds, and Charlie says, and like the answering machine, there's something in the answering machine now. Like, what the F? Like some ghetto guy, like talking on an answering machine and said one of the names that you said. Like, I don't understand the joke. I don't get it. And now it says Charlie again. This isn't making a lot of sense. So it's just an answering machine. No one spoke to you. Katie, no, like they didn't pick up. Charlie, and like, were they talking all, I think we better listen to this because I think they have this wrong. We can't tell what people are saying if we don't know. Okay, so it's Katie who says that this ghetto guy talking on an answering machine said one of the names, and Katie doesn't get the joke. And Charlie says, so it was just an answering machine. No one spoke to you. And Katie, no, like they didn't pick up. And Charlie, and like, were they talking all, Katie? And then the answering machine, all of a sudden, because I can't hardly remember, which is because she didn't make the call, like I would have had to find out something, and it was like they said, I don't know if they said their name was whatever, Tuto or Tato or whatever S they said on the answering machine. All of a sudden, now it has an answering machine, like a voicemail, I mean. Charlie, what does the voicemail say? Katie, like, I don't know. Let me find out, because it's like I can't really talk at work and then I can't get on the phone. Charlie, yeah, when you called, do you call with this call block? Katie, yeah. But it doesn't matter. No matter what phone you're using, it's still, And Charlie, it doesn't show who is calling though. Katie, I know how to block a call. Charlie, right. Katie, that's not the point. Charlie, 67 or star 67. So I did that. It rang several times. I'll be there in 1 minute without Tylenol. Now he's talking about dental stuff in the background. And Catherine says numerous bad words. I think she must be driving. Charlie, yeah, I would do this. I would try again later. Katie, yeah, but you know what? With all this crank calling, I'm going to call from all of the phones and leaving a message in all of everybody's effing phones from everybody's phones. You want to play games? We'll play games. Charlie, really effing odd because Katie, it's weird though for you. Charlie, yeah, they called. And I mean, the only thought in my head is the one thing. Maybe you can find out, or I'm going to wait a couple days and I may call the person back because the person was, when they answered the phone at first, they weren't that ghetto. And as they started talking to me, they were talking more tough, but it was more like I could hear a New York accent in there. Katie, no, yeah, no, the voicemail sounded New Yorkan, but I've got to find out what's going on. But I'm going to call from somebody else's phone because, you know, I use this phone for work. Charlie, right. And the thing is, Katie, and the last thing I need is somebody crank calling me. Charlie, right. Listen, one thing is this. Maybe that person will either want to meet someone and talk to them about what their issue is, or I want to, Katie, no, they're going to have an issue because you don't just go threatening people, throwing out names. So I think I'm not sure if that was maybe a saying, you know, the gang is going to be mad if somebody's using their name. Charlie, they're saying that I'm helping, or not me, but my family is helping a Katie and her family and some other guy that's name began with a T. And I'm like, dude, I've never met any of these people. And he goes, well, you're not, but the family has been, and they've been helping them out, her and her family and this other. Katie, you haven't met, but then it makes no sense. Charlie, but then he's like, and Charlie says, and I was like, none of your business. So I was almost, in hindsight, I should have said, because this is a big family and there's lots of cousins. Katie, yeah. Charlie, Adelson family is a big family. Katie, yeah. Charlie, so what I should have said is, who in my family, who in the Adelson family owed somebody money? Katie, Charlie, give me the name. Katie, yeah, of course. Charlie, give me the name and I will go to the person in that person and say, who did you not pay? I want to know the name. I want to know the name. The only name they keep throwing out is this Adelson family is helping out Katie and some guy named T and their family. And this guy needs your help. And it's not right. And he's like, this problem is not going away. He's like, this is not going away. Katie, okay, that's a threat right there. That's effed up that you're not helping. Like, who the F are you? Like, who are you? Charlie, listen, that's like me calling someone up and being like, yeah, I know you killed JFK. You need to pay me. Okay. So Katie, that is the wrong example. Yeah, probably so. Like, what does that have to do with anything? I don't get it. Katie just voiced what all of us are thinking about Charlie and his analogies. You always use examples and like, I don't get it. Okay. I would like to circle that, put big stars around it. That I don't get it. You always use examples and like, I don't get it. Charlie, well, because JFK died in 1963 and you weren't born then. My point is I had nothing to do with any of this craziness. I want to know who in my family owes somebody money because I'm going to go to that person and say, what's going on? That's why and then Charlie says, the next conversation I have with this person is going to be, if it comes to it, me saying who owes money. If someone owes money, give me a name. Katie, yeah, exactly. Give me, where do you want to meet? Who are you? Charlie, my mom doesn't know who any of these people are. Katie, no. Charlie, my dad doesn't. Katie, no. Notice who's not mentioned. Wendi, not being mentioned. Katie, no. Whoever this effing person is trying to effing say S or do whatever it is to your family, starting to harass your family, like it's getting me mad. So mad. Redacted. Charlie, I don't know. I don't know why they keep bringing up people I've never met. That's, Katie, listen to me. That's why it's like, who are you? Number one, okay, you need something. Who are you then? What's your real name? What's your address? Who do you have a problem with? Charlie, yeah, who in my family owes you money? And don't say the last name because I'm going to go to that person and tell them, you owe this person money. What is it about? Number one. And then I'm going to tell them to go pay them. But Katie, exactly. Charlie, but you've got to tell me who to go talk to. Not like, oh, somebody with the last name Adelson. Well, guess what? That's like saying somebody with last name Rodriguez. Katie, calling your office and ask, like, what is that? Charlie, yeah, someone with the last name Rodriguez. Give me the effing first name and I won't go talk to. If it was my brother who is behind this, I'm going to find out. If it's my brother, I'll turn him in and get the reward money. My brother is a piece of S. So I'm saying, like, give me the name of who owes your friend or your friend's family money, and I'll get. This guy said to me, he said, listen, I was up with him in Broward and I know everything that went on. I don't remember him saying knows everything. Did he say that? Katie, I was up with him in Broward. That's what I don't understand. Charlie, yeah, talking about Broward. Katie, I was up with him in Broward. That's what I don't understand. Did she say that twice or did I read it twice? I was up with him in Broward doing what? He was a family member. So he says he's a family member. Charlie, he says, Katie, but he's incarcerated. Charlie, he said he was this guy, Two Toes or whatever's brother. He said, I'm his brother who was up with him in Broward when he told me everything that happened. That's exactly what he said. Katie, was up with him in Broward and told him everything that happened. Charlie, I don't know if he was in jail with him, visiting him in jail, or Katie, he needs to, like, if people could just effing be Googling S or whatever it is, and then Charlie, well, exactly. That's what the only reason I'm going to bother calling you is because they want to keep talking about you. Or if it's the wrong person, then I would feel even horrible. But this person doesn't matter. Like, you're still harassing my family and I want it to stop. Redacted. I mean, when you meet someone face to face on the street, when you send them a letter, and then when you start calling their office, the next call is to the FBI. Katie, exactly. No, I agree. Charlie, and my thing is this, Katie, I would personally go there. Charlie, I don't want anyone to go to jail because you know what? People get mad when they go to jail and they feel like they have to get somebody back. The same reason why when my jet ski got stolen, I don't even care who stole it. Redacted. It's insured. I get my money back. It sucks it got stolen, but move on. I wouldn't want to catch the guy who stole my jet ski. Why? It's grand theft. I don't want to put anyone in jail who knows where I live. Redacted. Katie, okay, but you know what? If this person keeps effing saying S, then they need to start giving information. They need to start saying something instead of Charlie. They need to tell me who owes the money. Katie, not a effing psychic. Nobody is a psychic, okay? Charlie, yeah, I mean, Katie, what's the problem exactly? Charlie, my family has lots of members, so it could have been a cousin of mine. It could have been my brother. Like, who owes the money? And I will call that person. Katie, and what money? Like, who? I could threaten anybody saying inaudible, do that. Charlie, no, but Katie, and if somebody calls my phone back, like, I'm always like, hey, who is this? Charlie, I'm just curious to see who is so interested in your family and what's going on. Katie, that's why it's getting me upset. Changed. Like, who am I being thrown into something? And Charlie says, Katie, if they weren't talking about you and somebody other guy who goes by the name T, seems like everybody goes by T these days, but whatever the guy's other name was, he said it so quick, I don't even remember. But he wasn't talking about you, your name, and then some other guy's name that begins with a T. Katie, but you're just saying too much now. I don't even know what the F you're saying. Okay. I'm also going to circle and star that. Charlie, you are saying too much now. I don't even know what you're saying. Big stars all around that. This is our second gold letter statement by Katie for the day. Charlie, I'm repeating to you what the guy said. Katie, I know. Oh dear, what did I do? Okay. Okay, it's just too funny. Hold her. Okay. Dang it. Hold on just a sec. I have to see where I was. I don't know exactly where I was. You know, there's sponges. They can hear everything. We hadn't heard that.
Do you want me?
Okay. But anyway, I was very impressed with, I think I'm on the wrong. No, that seems to be it. Why can't I move? Oh, that's not. Okay. I get it. That is the states. Okay.
Never met any of these people.
Okay. Yep. Here we are. Okay. This is Charlie's long conversation where Katie is finally going to call him out. I am here for that. I want to hear what she says. Come on, Katie, stick to your guns on this. And who owes you money? Blah, blah, blah. I was with them in Broward. Yes, we know. And she's saying, I know. You have said that. And he said, well, I'm just telling you. And I'm sure he's going to tell it again. All right, said his brother was in Broward. I mean, it could be the same time or it could be a new one. I don't anyone to go to jail. Yep, we definitely saw that. I got too excited. All right, here we go. Okay, yep, she's calling him out. She says, you're just saying too much now. I don't even know what the F you're saying. He said, I'm repeating to you what the guy said, which is certainly true. Katie, I know. I heard you the first time, but it's like, Charlie says, I know, but Katie, it's repetitive. Charlie, sorry, I always do that. Yes, we're in agreement. Katie, and it's nonsense. Charlie, the only reason I called you is because this guy is bringing you guys up, which has nothing. Katie, I know a million people that's names start with a T. I know a million. I know a freaking Tony. I know a freaking Taco, a freaking bro. Everybody has a nickname. Charlie, and I'm so bad with names. I think I called the guy like Simon or Sammy, or I don't even know what the F I called him. Katie, that is such racial remark. Charlie, but then I told my mom I called him Simon, and she was like, it's Sammy. Thank you. I said so. And I said, well, it begins with an S. Katie, Sammy, like, oh, but what is your last name? What is your address? Charlie, yeah. Katie, so I can send your mother a letter or meet your mother in the middle of the street. Charlie, yeah, let's find it. Katie, that's going to be the next call. Charlie, yep, let's find him. Katie, all right. Charlie, what's his problem? Because he's about to have a big problem. Katie, he's going to have a fucking, oops, dang it. It's really hard to redact while reading out loud. Large problem. Charlie, yeah. Katie, and I'm going to, oh my God, I'm the wrong person. To God forgive him that he said the wrong name, because now it becomes my business. Charlie, maybe he'll pick a new name next time to reference, all right? Katie hates that. Charlie says, by the way, did you ever get that package? And Katie says, this sentence is incomprehensible, so I'm not going to read it, but if you read it, if you have your screen up, go ahead and read that sentence. She effed women, female dogs up for no reason. Don't understand where that came from. And then Charlie said, you never picked up the package, did you? And Katie says, I'm all the way over here. I got to get to Eddie and my kids. I'm trying to see, I got to figure out if I can go out later on. So all of this is unclear. What is this package? I don't know. And I've got to tell you stuff about work. I'm going to skip through here. Put nothing but good reviews. Katie, I put nothing but good reviews. What are you talking about? He's talking about, oh, okay. I'm sorry, but this is pretty funny. All right. So Katie says Charlie says, I've been getting bad reviews online, but let me. And Katie says, I put nothing but good reviews. What are you talking about? So he's getting friends and family. I guess they give him good reviews. He says, I know, but let me call you later. Okay. I'm exhausted with that.
Let me call you.
Next, we have a text message.
Yes, text message from Sigfredo Garcia to Catherine McBanwell.
Okay, and that's labeled MM. What is the content of MM?
He says, I called 3 times, no answer, and I did not leave a message.
Is there any evidence that anyone called 3 times to the undercover phone?
No, there's not.
All right, and then we go to NN.
That's Catherine McBanwell to Charles Adelson at 7:49 that same date.
PM. And in case we've lost track of the date, that's going to be April 28th of 2016.
Correct.
Publish NN, please.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey.
All right, so we'll skip that. They discuss what a bad word in Spanish, which apparently could mean fool or a derogative word for a woman. And Charlie thinks that's what they are calling the guy. I think that's not it. He's just misunderstanding the name. So this is Charlie and Katie again. So Sigfredo apparently told Katie he'd called false. But she's probably going to tell Charlie that because she's been told that. Puto is a fool. Very, dang it. I meant not to say that since it's a word in Spanish. Anyway, I don't know that that's that bad. So, all right. So Katie talking about how he needs to tell the person what the F is this. You need to effing call me. He says, stop threatening my family. So, and then I was like, I'll just keep trying. Oh, so Katie is suggesting she did this call. So she leaves a message to the voicemail and says, and the voicemail says something like, you've reached Puto, she says, which doesn't make any sense. Some name in Spanish. And so they say, so I guess she is saying, Sigfredo left a message in Spanish saying, you know, stop calling, stop threatening my family. And and then I was like, I'll just keep trying. But they don't pick up. So I guess Katie's now suggesting, plus she tried too, and they don't pick up. So now somebody is spooked, or I don't know what's going on. And Charlie says, all right, well, that's good. That's good. The person's going to have, heard from us. Katie says, like, other things are like running in my head because I'm like, with the names that you're saying, I'm like, maybe it's like somebody is trying to like, be like, trying to be an informant or something or whatever. Bingo. She has nailed it. Like, there were so many things like going on. Charlie, yeah. And I'm thinking the same thing too. Someone is playing Katie, but that's like, yeah, but then, these people you can trust and who you can't, but then it's like, I don't know. I honestly it's like aggravating me. Charlie, yeah, but it could have been Katie. Hold on. I'm on the phone. So she's telling somebody else and comes back on. Charlie, it could have been someone reading the newspaper and playing games. Like I said, if it's Katie, whoever it is, they're playing with the wrong person. Charlie, yeah, I don't know how the F they got your name, but they didn't use a last name. So Katie, exactly. It could be anybody. Let's see. And Charlie, it could have been another Katie and another Taco or whatever the fuck they said. Dang it. It's impossible. I don't even remember the name, but the point is that they need to stop. Katie, yeah, exactly. Well, look, I'm on the phone. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. She's going to, okay. Like now you don't want blah, blah, blah. Pick up the phone. Did she say that to the person? Is she saying she said that? Yeah, look, I'm on the phone, okay? I don't care, but I'm on the phone right now, so don't talk to me right now. So I think she's talking like the kids in the background. They act like I'm, like you don't understand. Okay, yeah. Katie, like now you don't want to pick up the phone. I guess referring again to the fact that there's a message now. So you don't want to pick up the phone. Charlie, yeah, Katie. So it's one of two things. Hey, that's Katie. Katie coming in with the one of two things. Charlie, yeah, no, I got you with that. He is fully on board with the one of two things. And I just, call it, Katie, basically he said, hey, you're messing with my family. And if you don't stop, we're going to have a problem in Spanish, So whoever it is, they're going to have a problem with us no matter what. Charlie, and they're going to have a problem with me. Katie, say what? Charlie, they're going to have a problem with me too. I mean, Katie, oh, exactly. Charlie, listen, Katie, whoever it is, they're going to have a problem with either one of us, or even if like I'm in the mixture or not. And Charlie says, dude, you're coming up to my effing mom on the street, and you're sending letters to their house, and you're calling my dad's office. Katie, the office. Charlie, leaving messages like that's 3 times. Katie, no, he was livid. I told my friend, and I was like, look, can you do me this favor? Because it's like, I'm not a guy, and I don't know if it's me they're talking about. And then he's like, that's some effed up stuff. And Charlie said, yeah. And Katie, and he's like, don't worry, like, no matter what, like, whatever it is, like, I'm going to handle it point blank. Charlie, yeah, well, I feel better. I definitely feel better. I apologize for not going and getting a Hallmark card, but I got a little something. So traffic. And Katie, it's like right now I'm about to go to I'm taking a Zumba class. I'm on edge. Like, you don't understand. It's like I want to punch somebody in the face so bad. Charlie, picture yourself. Katie, a little too far. Let's see. Picture yourself. Katie, it's one thing. It's like when I understand it and I feel for your parents and I care for them. Charlie, come to me. Don't come. Katie, that's why I feel bad. Charlie, don't come to my parents. Like, oh, I see. Don't come to my parents. Katie, exactly. Charlie, like my parents are old. Like, and Katie says, that's what I'm saying. Charlie, like, dude, just Katie, and you're doing these threats. That's why, like, my friend understood in that part. I was like, look, you've got to understand. Like, imagine like somebody doing this to my mom or doing this to your mom. And that's when he got angry. He's like, look, I don't know what it is. I don't want to get into anybody's business, but if they did mention your name, I don't like that, and it's going to be handled. Charlie, good. Katie, and the fact that nobody is picking up the phone now is like frustrating me because it's like Charlie, and there was no voicemail before, and now there is. Katie, now there is. Their next phone call is it's not going to be good either way. No matter what way it ends, it's not going to be good for whoever is messing around. Charlie, no, I mean, that's it. And listen, I don't want some dumb Katie, I don't want any problems. Imagine, like, look at this. I'm taking up someone else's, like, I don't even know what the H is going on. Charlie, yeah, listen, the last thing I want to do is get some guy, Katie, is involve anybody else. Charlie, the last thing I want to do is have some guy who is trying to extort money, go to jail, and then feel like he's sitting in jail because of me. Like, no, like, just leave us alone. I'm not looking to send people to jail. It's not how I live life. I just need to, but it's going to happen if this guy keeps doing that. The police will get involved. He'll get in trouble. I don't want Katie, of course, no. Charlie, and listen, Katie, especially you can't be calling somebody's business. What is wrong with people? Charlie, well, you can't be sending letters. You can't be showing up on the street. You can't. Katie, exactly. And Charlie, like what I'm going to, Katie, I don't know. But then it's like, that's what I'm saying. It's like, what is this, like a setup, or what have you got? Like what? And Charlie, or it could be someone like thinking like, I'm going to put the fact that this is it, the next step also. What I'm thinking is in a couple of days, I'll tell the person, I'm not sure if there's a point here. Hey, give me the name of someone in this family that owes you money because I'm going to go pay something. Katie, exactly. Or Charlie, I'm going to pay them a visit. Give me a name. Is it my brother? Is it Robert? Like, who's probably reading this going, oh my gosh. Katie, and I'll take care of it. Charlie, yeah, and I will see that if someone owes somebody money, they will pay, but you've got to give me a name because you're talking to the wrong people. Katie, exactly. You're threatening other people. Charlie, and frankly, Katie, like, who are you? And Charlie, Katie, I have cousins. I've got a huge family. Katie, I've got to get in here. My kids are like, and she's talking about talking in front of the kids, and she's saying she's upset. So Charlie says, do you want me to try to meet up with you, or do you want me to just leave it for you to pick up tomorrow? Don't know what that was. Katie, yeah, if you can. Charlie, you want me to try to meet up with you? Katie, I want to if we can, but if we can't meet up, I'll call you when I get out of here. Charlie, okay, I was just going to work out. Tell me. Katie, yeah, I know what I'm trying to do, etc. Go work out and call me, and then I'll back and forth, unintelligible. Okay, I think that's plenty.
And I'm not going to work out, imagine.
Do what?
And I'm not going to work out. And I said, really, hold your sister's hand. Hold your sister's hand. Take a jacket. Hold on, sorry. Don't ever let her walk on yourself. You know that. You know better than that. Okay.
All right, hit me up.
It's okay, baby.
Meet you, or you'll pick it up tomorrow.
Okay, hold on. I'll call you in like an hour. Just give an hour slot.
Okay, call me in an hour.
All right, then the next call we have is 00. Can you set that one up for us, please?
This is Charles Adelson to Donna Adelson at 9:47 p.m. that same date on the 28th.
Okay, please publish 00. And we've got a couple different clips because it's quite a long call.
Hey, it's
How are you doing?
good. Just working out.
Okay. And how long are you playing?
Yeah.
So Donna is going to ask what happened this afternoon, and Charlie is going to tell her, as you see there, no, but I'd rather not talk to you on the phone. Donna's going to say, yeah, okay. So tomorrow I was going to tell you that actually Dad is with Jessica right now and they're almost finished. But she came up with a brilliant suggestion. I was telling her that tomorrow for my birthday, Wendi had bought us tickets to go to the Las Olas Food and Wine Festival. And so we have tickets. I think it's supposed to be 7:30 to 10:30 at night. They close off, etc. Charlie, oh, really? Donna, yeah. So Wendi said I should bring the kids to the courthouse on our way because otherwise we won't get there at any time that I can actually, drivable is like driving by the Riverside Hotel, I think they said, and parking in the garage by Timpanos. Charlie says, uh-huh. Donna, and other than that, they said there's very little parking. So I said to Jessica, I don't know what I'm going to do because, so Charlie wants to know, or you're going to say, park at my house and take an Uber. Donna, yeah. So that was her suggestion. She says, why don't you use Charlie's house and park there and take an Uber over? I said, you know what? I may ask him if I can do that. Charlie, that's a good idea. Donna, would that be all right with you? Charlie, yeah. Or you can take the limo and actually, no, the limo is getting fixed. Donna, oh, okay. Charlie, because I would just say, look, just take the limo and go up there. Donna, yeah, that was her other suggestion. I said, either one would be great. I said, he's always offering, and I never take him up on it. So she was hopeful that the limo would be available. So he had his own limo. Very interesting. Charlie says, let me see. I can ask Alex to see if it's in the shop, because if not, Donna, well, but it doesn't matter because we could just as soon leave our car in your driveway and take an Uber to Las Olas. That would be fine too. I just realized that we may not be able to park there. So I thought we'd try to park. And if we can, Charlie, yeah. And Charlie then says, with the limo, you just get dropped off and you text him when you want him to pick you up. Donna, right. But if it's being fixed, it's been fixed. But if we can't get a parking spot, Charlie, yeah, either that or just park at the house. Donna, okay. I just wanted to verify that it was okay if we did that. Charlie says, yeah. And Donna says, so where are you going to be tomorrow? He says, Pembroke Pines. She says, okay. And Charlie says, I'm so much different every day. Donna Adelson said, yeah, I know. Well, we have eye doctor appointments over at Seth's office at 10:45. I have to go back and pick up the kids. I'm going to kind of paraphrase. But she was hoping she could see him, but that may not work out. And Charlie says, yeah, no, I mean, nothing big. I got to tell you, I think I'll tell you when I see, but it's fine. Donna, yeah, let's talk tomorrow. So maybe if you're in Pembroke Pines and there's a chance that we can come by either on our way down or on our way back, you'll text me an address. And Charlie, the only problem is, I'll tell you where I am, Pembroke Memorial Hospital. And he's saying I'd have to come downstairs. She says, I remember. He says, it's not so easy to come out there. She says, yeah. Let's see. And Charlie says, I get yelled at when I stop working for 10 minutes in the office. Seems like, let's see if there may be one of these things where they scroll really fast. I just want to say, if they're cutting out parts because they're not relevant, which it looks like they are, they just skipped a part. I don't think they should have left in the part about the limo. I think that's prejudicial. And what does it possibly add? All it does is say Charlie's super rich and has a limo. I mean, I don't really see how that furthers the case. Stuff like that is of concern to me because I think it runs the risk of crossing over into that line. And then you always run the risk of an appeal and reversal. So you never want that. Okay, so Charlie down here is talking about Donovan's father, who had such a strained relationship. He was there at the bris, but he didn't even come to the wedding. Well, let's see where they start. Do they start with the people who are wealthy? We're going to start down here. Okay. I wonder, what does that have to do with anything? Charlie says, 6 wives. 6 wives will make you, 2 wives will make you broke. He was married 6 times, 10 kids and 34 grandchildren and like 10 great-grandchildren. Donna Adelson, wow. Charlie, so anyway, but I'll tell you when I see you, but it's nothing. Donna, yeah. And Charlie, nothing new. Donna, nothing new.
6 wives. 6 wives will make 2 wives will make it work. And he was married 6 times 10 kids and 34 grandchildren, and like 10 great grandchildren. So, but so I'll tell you what I see, but it's nothing, nothing new, and someone, I'll tell you what I see.
Yeah, we'll talk later.
But I will tell you,
All right. So essentially, they're saying, I'll tell you tomorrow. And Charlie says, I'm about 99% sure. Remember, she says, that's it, what you thought originally, that it is what you told me earlier. So I would just like to say that his confidence level has dropped significantly. He is only 99% sure. And before, you may remember, he said he was 1000% sure. So way lower confidence level, as you can see.
Mm-hmm.
I'm about 99% sure.
So he's saying, I'm 99% sure that's what it is, and I'll tell you why. The number one reason is this: too well spoken. Donna Adelson, yeah, the language. Charles Adelson, no threats. Donna, And I made it clear, I don't know who these people are. The person seemed surprised. I mean, really, he was like, really? I go, yeah. I'm like, listen, I don't know who these people are that you're talking about. So, and then he took the route of you got to take care of so-and-so. You're taking care of this family. I go, no one's taking care of anybody. I said, and he left it with me with do the right thing. Donna, Charlie, that's not language. Donna, no, I know. Charlie, that's when someone says, do the right thing. I'm going to tell you something. The thing about a high school fight or a high school threat. Someone says, I'm going to kick your A after school. Donna says, Charlie, I mean, just that simple. I mean, listen, that's just how people talk. Your dog defecates on the carpeting. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to beat and you know what I'm saying? I even talked like that about one of the children. I'm like, you need to smack his butt. That way he hears the threat. Do you notice the one thing missing from everything? Never once was there a threat. Do you notice the one, Mom, that's the most, even if you don't mean it. So no threat. And he continues to believe this is the government. He thinks this is the police. And for some reason, he actually thinks that's better. I don't know if he would still feel that way. I guess both are really, really bad. Never once was there a threat. Mom, that's the most, even if you don't mean it. I'd say to child, I'm going to kick your A if you hit me again. Do you know what I'm saying? Donna, sure. Charlie, why? That's not accidental, because that's the first thing you tell someone is, Donna, I'm going to beat your A. I'm going to do this. I'm going to break your legs. I'm going to do this. This is Charlie talking. Do you notice not one time has there been a threat, even an implied threat, like your health or your anything like that? We're going to cut your Medicare. Donna Adelson, what about I'm going to F with you? Charlie, well, that's what patients do when they write on Yelp. I'm going to F with you is what patients write to Charlie on Yelp. Charlie's Yelp. All right. Charlie says, Donna, yeah, did you see that? Let's see. Woman, by the way. You can see that at the bottom. He says, yeah, I did. And I was super nice to her. I don't have to wait till it comes back up for reading.
So it's, just people. But no, that's the other thing. I am so.
Okay, so we'll go down to the yellow. Charlie says, but no, about the other thing, I'm so sure that it's that. And it makes complete sense given a couple of things. One, the timeline. Donna Adelson, that's what I thought of too. Charlie, 2 years later. Donna, Charlie, you have to understand they want, and listen, if I had any information, I would talk. I would help out. I would. Frustrating. You can't see past that little thing. But you got to understand, without a question, I would be beyond shocked if the family doesn't hire their own private investigators. So they must think this is possibly coming from the Markel family, just calling them kind of to mess with them because the Markels are suspicious of them. Or the car or the police. He doesn't think it's actually anyone from a gang. That's how I read what he's saying anyway. Donna, yeah. Charlie, okay, I would be beyond shocked, but really, what are they going to do? They're not going to be able to go knock on a door and go, hey, did you do this? Okay, just thought I'd stop by and ask. Hey, did you do this? Oh, okay, just thought I'd stop by and ask. They have to come up with a plan that's going to stir the pot so that if there is something going on, like what are they looking to? What are they looking to achieve? What are they looking to? You've got to say to yourself, what are they looking to get out of doing this nonsense? We'll wait till it comes back
They
up.
have to come up with a plan that's gonna stir the pot, so that if there is something going on, like what are they looking to achieve? What are they looking to, you gotta say to yourself, what are they looking to get out of doing this nonsense? If it's money, I'll be shocked, because the way you collect money is you go to someone and you tell them what you're gonna do to them, and you give them 48 hours, and you tell them where to meet somebody, who's gonna drop it off, and if there's any nonsense, this is X, Y, and Z is gonna happen to you. That's it. And if you get one of us, you're gonna get one of us, but someone else will take you out. Like it's done with.
So he's saying there's no threat behind it, and normally it's done with precision and being ruthless. And Donna's saying, yeah, that's yes, I do. I understand that. And Charlie says, so what happens is it squeezes somebody and they don't have a choice to think straight, and they just go and they give you the money. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if you're innocent, it's like someone saying to me, listen, I'm going to the Board of Dentistry tomorrow unless you walk in your back office and write me that check. I am writing to the Board of Dentistry tonight when I go home and filing my complaint, and I will sue you tomorrow. I promise you, if you don't write that check back. It puts you on the fence real quick. Donna, yeah. Charlie, you remember that lady whose mom wanted the whole case? Donna, oh yeah. Charlie, like, I was refunding what she spent, and she goes, I want the money for everything. And I said, we already agreed that I would give you the money for whatever failed. And she goes, yeah, but now that Donna, something, Charlie, yeah. She goes, no, I want the money for absolutely everything. I already spoke to my attorney. There will be a lawsuit filed and a board complaint filed before the end of this week if I'm not able to pick up that check. Do you understand? And listen, the work was fine. Over half the work took. What do you think I did? I wrote the check. Donna, yeah, it's not the aggravation, actually. Charlie, but I'm thinking to myself, these people aren't looking for a check. They're not. What do they want you to do? What's the one thing they want? And Donna says, well, I know what they want, but Charlie, there's nothing, Donna, barking at the wrong tree. It's not us. Charlie, I got it, but they don't know that. So what do you think the one thing they want? They want everybody to start talking. Donna Adelson, Charlie, they want you to hand deliver yourself because they think you know something, but they want you to hand deliver yourself and start talking as much as you can when you walk in. I agree with the comment we had earlier. I don't get this. I mean, Charlie is saying exactly the correct thing. He is saying what they're trying to do is get us to talk, but he's saying it on the phone. He's saying they could be listening to us. Don't talk on the phone. They're trying to get us to talk. It's mystifying to me. All right. Then let's see what else. If the cops were to come to you tomorrow and say, Donna, come down to the station with us, we need to talk to you. You'd be like, you know what? I don't need this aggravation. Give me your business card. If I can help you or I hear of anything, I absolutely will. Right? Donna, right. And Charlie says, that's what the answer would be. But if you go ahead and you make it seem like, you're being extorted or blackmailed or something crazy like that, then what are you going to do? You're going to run down there and start talking yourself. Donna says, I guess. And Donna, it's clever of them if that's the deal. I'm just going to read the yellow part. Charlie, these are not, first of all, this is not someone who started doing this yesterday. Charlie, so this is not someone who's dumb. This is someone who's super smart, and they know, listen, a lot of times this is what goes on if someone comes, but it's real odd that it's a year. The amount of time that's passed is insane. I mean, it would be like having a dental office and being like, another analogy. You know what? I didn't get paid on that case from 4 years ago. Let me turn them over to collection. It's 4 years ago. How do you not realize that you weren't paid on a big case that you did 4 years ago? I mean, none of it makes any sense. So it's interesting too that Charlie is saying in here the amount of time that's passed is insane. And he talks about it being a year. So that can pinpoint them to what they're talking about. That's an indicator. Okay. See if there's anything else. You're getting played for it, Charlie. I mean, there's no threats. I mean, soon you'll be effed. What does that mean? Someone's going to write a bad review on Google tomorrow? I mean, why? It's almost like they were afraid to say they're going to break your leg. Interesting, because they actually testified that they were told not to do or say anything threatening because it might undermine the credibility of this test they were doing to the bone. Like almost like they can't go in that. They can't do that because once they do that, they're going to cross lines that they themselves can't cross. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he's getting it. He is exactly understanding what is happening here. Donna Adelson, I just hope they don't go and bother Wendi. Charlie says, well, listen, if they do, I mean, listen, they bothered us enough. If they bother any more, they're not far from just going to the police. I mean, Wendi will go to the police too.
I mean, and that's
Yeah, that's right.
too. Is like when I spoke to Dad, he said, you don't say anything because.
And she says, and like when I spoke to Dad, he said, we don't say anything because the last thing we want to do is aggravate Wendi. She's been through enough. Charlie, well, I don't want to scare her. Donna, I don't either. Charlie, she was scared from day one. She's finally over being scared. That supports what Wendi said. And she was scared. Donna Adelson, right. And if she heard this, she would be beside herself. Charlie, absolutely. And you know what the thing is to this, Mom, is that everybody handles every situation differently. It's like somebody has a death in the family, and if they don't act devastated and everything else, well, does it mean that they were responsible for it? No. Donna, right. It means everybody handles tragedy differently, says Charlie. And Donna, right. Charlie, or confrontation. I mean, some people, it's like fight or flight. And Donna says, yeah. Charlie, I mean, some people are confrontational. Some people have a nice day. Some people just turn their back and walk away. Some people ignore you. Donna, right. And Charlie says, you get, and none of them, and who's to say who's right and who's to say what's wrong? Sorry, what's right and what's wrong? Donna agrees that everybody's different. Donna says, that was my original feeling to go to the police, but Dad said we've got to protect Wendi. She will be devastated. Interesting. You can see so many different ways that can be spun as we got to protect Wendi because she's at fault and she's going to freak out because she may think the police are on her tail. Or it can mean we've got to protect Wendi. She'll be devastated and we did all this behind her back. It could go either way. Charlie says, yeah, I don't want Wendi to then get stressed and now then worry about her safety. Donna, right, exactly. And so this is worth reading, I think, because everybody's always wondering about Wendi and all. And that's why we'll keep it from her, says Donna. And that's why we'll keep it from her. I don't want her to be upset. And, hopefully whatever, Donna, what this is will just stop. Charlie, well, it's funny. I called Katie and I said to her, I said, listen, I said, you're the only Katie I know. I know of other Katies, but I've known you a long time. I don't know if they keep referencing you. And I told her, I said, if I'm wrong and they're referencing somebody else, if it is a common last name or common first name, I said, they didn't tell me a last name. And I said, if you're the wrong person, then I feel horrible that they're trying to bring you into this or whatever. But she had told me she had somebody call and the voicemail wasn't set up before. And then she called a couple times, actually. She blocked her number. She called a couple of times. The voicemail was set up. It was in Spanish. So she has a friend of hers who left a message for that person to, I think it was a guy that she had call him, I think. I don't know for sure, but I think the guy was not very happy and let the person know it on their voicemail and basically told them on their voicemail what, basically, you need to stop running your mouth or you're going to be having a very, 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 very big problem and ask that person to give them a call. That's kind of the message I got this afternoon. All right, I'm coming to the end of my steam on the reading. So I think we are going to just have to listen in to what is said. I'll flip through to the yellow. Probably we ought to be able to finish this one. And then if there are more, let me look and see what's coming up. It looks like we're about to hit the break. That would be good. But we're at 10 minutes away, something like that, till the break. And then we'll catch up again. All right, Charlie, because it's the same guy and it's not, and the person is doing an awful, awful bad job of hiding who they are. You got to remember something too. If somebody's going to do something, they don't, when they come up to you, they're going to come to you with hat and glasses. And Charlie says, they don't want you to see who they are. You know, the whole thing that I told you before, it doesn't pass the, you know, if you look at it, there's 15 different things from the language. The fact that there's no threats. The fact that the person's using devices like they could easily be traced to. The fact that the person's language, the last thing they said to me was, do the right thing. That is like, see if there, go to the, and who is, Donna says, go to the police and that's it, okay? Let me let you go work out. And I'm sure when they get to the end of this call, she will ask the witness once again, did anybody go to the police? And the answer is no.
Oh, no, I won't reach out unless they show up again, but, you know, whether it's a letter or whatever, but the point is, somebody's being paid a lot of money to do his job.
Wait, another analogy. Now it's, how do you get the investigation going? You stir the pot of soup and you see what comes up from the bottom. He's right. That is exactly what's happening.
So they're trying to investigate. How do you get the investigation going? You stir the pot of soup and you see what comes up from the bottom. That's what we will top. Well, they're doing, listen, if that's what it is, they're doing, you know, listen, you gotta put yourself on the other side. If this was your family member, you wouldn't hire a private investigator, like you hire someone or whoever you're trying to do. If it's someone saying, hey, let's see, listen, they got theories out there, okay? This is probably one of their theories, is that someone in our family paid for something to be done, right? So if they paid, it would make sense that someone's come back from one month. So let's either make up some sense or make up some names or do something like that and see if all of a sudden it's, and listen, it's, you know, does it either A, bring them into the police so they can sit down, tell us what they know, which is fine, tell them what you know, or we go ahead and then I'll show up to claim the bribes. They didn't have to go out and kick doors down, they all showed up. It was really funny. It was like 90 people they roped up. So listen, it's a good idea. I just think they're barking up the wrong tree. But if they go to Wendi, it defeats the purpose of like, of not stressing her out, and she'll be the first one to go do it. Yeah, we'll do it.
Judge, should we have a stretch break?
We are going to have a break.
Okay.
The jury, the bailiff will take you to the jury room. Please, you.
Okay, we will go ahead and flip on to the end. So we will be nearly or entirely caught up. Okay, great. We are caught up. All right, boy, that's exhausting. I hope we are through with the communications between them. The most confusing thing to me is how clearly Charlie gets it. He correctly identifies exactly what is happening and why. He even goes to the right things. The way they're talking is too gentle. They don't seem to have the right accent. It doesn't make sense for this to be gang related. This is somebody who has this theory that we paid somebody to murder Dan Markel, and they're trying to see if we'll act or do something. And he's awfully careful. Let's don't talk on the phone. Let's meet outside. Let me come down and see you. Nonetheless, he just talks and talks and talks and talks and talks. and he thinks his code is enough, and it just is so not enough. So it is amazing how he sees it and he doesn't see it at the same time. So while we're on our break, Breeze Coyote, she'll tell on us. Yes, they. Oh, I see what you mean. Why are they not telling Wendi? Because Wendi might tell on them. Interesting. That is another interesting fact. They are very actively not telling Wendi. Why? And maybe, and I think this is Breeze Coyote's point, maybe because they think Wendi would tell. But they say that it's because they don't want Wendi to be upset, that it would really upset Wendi. Why would it upset Wendi so much? Is it because she didn't know about this? It sounds like she knew about something. Like, what if she found out about what they had done after they did it, and that's why she was so scared and so forth, and that's why they're afraid to tell her? I don't know. It's intriguing. Grillsy Lou Bear became a YouTube member. Wonderful. We are glad to have you as a member. And Breeze Coyote, another super sticker. Thank you. Much appreciated. Brooke, great job reading these. Adelson's and Co. So cringy. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I am worn out. I'm wondering if I will be able to do my summary. Maybe I'll just do, you know what? Maybe we'll come up with the top 5 points or something, and I'll do a shorter summary. I don't know. I'm worried about whether my voice will hold out. Okay, Christine, new member. Awesome. We are glad to have you. And I really appreciated Donna's note about me being a good teacher, and the pop quiz reminded her of what she used to do with her students. So y'all did real well on it. So I have to give you that. And I think I've already welcomed Janelle, a new member. And right before Janelle, Lisa had gifted 5 lawyerly memberships. So we have a lot of sharing the love, which I really appreciate. Thank you so much. And Pam is thinking that the most important fact from today is the bump, because this is Donna's trial. I mean, that is obviously really a big deal, right? Which of the evidence shows Donna was involved? Donna had something to do with it. She went straight to Charlie, and they talked a lot. They talked a whole lot, particularly Charlie. And he and Katie, they just went into all that code stuff. A lot of times it was not something you could understand, but it also seemed to be way over the top for people who weren't guilty. It really was suspicious. Breeze Coyote, thank you so much. Repeated super stickers, many appreciations. All right. And I think Annie Frost had asked about whether Wendi or Harvey will be prosecuted for anything in the future. What I'm trying to do as we go through this is kind of evaluate that. I can see why the prosecution would have some pause, particularly with Wendi. It's hard to understand about this part where Wendi is not told about the bump, not told about any of this. There's indication that she knew something before and got upset, and they don't want her to get upset. It's hard to know what she knew from the bump. The bump tells us so much more about Charlie and Donna and Katie than it tells us about Wendi. It doesn't tell us much at all because they walled her off, which is in and of itself very interesting. So Pascaline, and I can't remember if we went this far back at lunch, but it's also saying this would not be allowed in France. And I think we had 2 countries where they said that, or maybe I'm getting mixed up. Oh, Brando's tickled pink. My grandmother used that expression. We use that in my family, tickled pink. I say that. To hear lawyerly accidentally cuss. Well, thank you very much. I've been trying not to, but it's like impossible to read that and to not actually end up doing that. So I don't think I actually have this running. Let's make sure it's running. So when they get back, we'll be in queue, ready to go. Oh, they're back. So let me back up so we don't miss anything at all. Okay. It's buffering. Give it just a second, and I will get us back in line. So that's when I go back. Okay, there we go. All right. It doesn't seem to be moving again. Standing, but for the judge. Some judges do, some don't.
everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, as a matter of scheduling, after discussing this with the attorneys, we will have a bit of a shorter evening. The state does have some additional matters to conclude with Agent Sanford, but I believe we will have our recess a little bit earlier this evening. than intended.
Oh, these promises, Frank.
Well, the other way of saying it is we're going to hold you captive listening to phone calls. However, the present way is the end is near. It's captive.
Torture will continue until morale improves. All right, let's skip to RR. Could you, Duke? Could you set up RR for us, please?
Yes, it's on 4/29, the day after all the calls we just listened to, and it's Catherine McBanwa to Charles Adelson at 3:03 p.m.
RR.
Okay, we have to read these because we never know what exactly is going to be said. And even if I mess up a time or two, it's a tenth of what the cussing is.
Hey,
Your phone was weird. It was like, it was doing a dial tone.
yeah, it's weird. I tried picking it up. You weren't there.
It's one
Okay, so it says, Katie says your phone was weird. It was like it was doing a dial tone, which well could be something indicating that someone was listening. And Charlie said, yeah, it was weird. I tried picking it up and you weren't there. Katie, oh, it went like bring. And so I was like, okay, what the F is that? All right. No, I was just going to tell you, like I was going to swing through something. And she says, I'm gonna pass by like where you left my S. Charles, oh, you're okay. Katie, okay. Charles, is that you in the car now? Katie, actually, I have no freaking gas. Like I was like, oh my God, please, no, I don't want to get stuck on a highway, huh? Charlie, are you at the gas station or you're at the house now? Katie, I'm at the gas station, actually. Charlie, okay. Katie, so what was I going to say? Oh, so has anything been up? Nothing? How's work? Charlie, good. Boring day. Katie, huh? Boring? Charlie, boring. Yeah, sometimes boring is a good thing. Katie, yeah. Charlie, listen, I thought really. Katie, mine was fast. Charlie, I thought really hard. I didn't know what a married man with kids wants for his birthday. So I thought if I was married and I had kids, what would I want for my birthday? Katie makes an off-color joke and Charlie says, exactly. And Katie says, that's what you did? And Charlie says, but I didn't have time to get a card from Hallmark to say exactly what I wanted to say. So I didn't get a card. Okay, now what is funny about this is he is talking about giving a gift to Sigfredo. And at least that was what we were told at the last trial, which is already weird, right? That he was dating Katie. She went back to her ex, Sigfredo. They're together now. They have and had before kids together. And he's going to give a gift to Sigfredo. And he's talking about actually getting a Hallmark card, but he just couldn't find one to say the right thing. It's hard to know exactly what to say to your gang member friends. I mean, how do you say happy birthday? It's just, it's so touchy. If you get it wrong, there's no telling what will happen.
What would I want for my birthday?
So, and Katie says, you're never good at expressing yourself anyways. And he could be joking. I don't know. Charlie says, I never get anything for myself anyway. But anyway, I think I hit the nail on the head with the birthday present. Katie, okay. Charlie, I think I hit it. Katie, really? Out of the park, says Charlie. Katie, wow. Charlie, call me after. Katie, so thoughtful. Charlie, I know. Katie, what was that? I want to see. Do they sound like they're being sarcastic?
What was I gonna say? Like, I'm just saying, like, nobody's gonna look at me like funny and shit, like, something weird.
But anyway, I think I hit the nail on the head with the birthday present. I hit it out of the park.
Wow. So natural.
That wow sounded like she thinks it really is a gift. I don't know. They also argue that Harvey's birthday party, the 70th birthday party, was really just a pretend code word for the death of and murder of Dan Markel. So hard to know. he doesn't sound sarcastic
Well,
to
then
me.
I'm saying, like, I'm just saying, like, nobody's gonna look at me like funny and shit, like, something you're-
Okay, so she's saying nobody's going to look at me like funny and stuff, like, right? And Charlie, no, no, no. The other day I told Bud that you may stop by. You got to grab something. Katie, oh, okay, because like I just don't want anybody to be like, hey, what the F are you doing? Charlie, no. Katie, yes, I'll be like, hey, what's up? Can you like roll this for me, please? And Charlie says, so tell me, call, how far are you from a house? And Katie, like right now? Charlie, are you there now? Katie, I'm about to. Charlie, okay, call me after you open it. It's in 2 play. Katie, so that the number, enter, open, and then I come out. Charlie, take your shirt off. Katie, huh? Charlie, read the number, take your shirt off so you can read the number that you wrote down. You're so stupid. It's so stupid. Do not do. Okay, I really need to know what the tone is here.
Your shirt off so you can read the number that you wrote down.
Oh, you're so stupid. You're so stupid. You know?
Wouldn't it be easier to just write it on your hand?
He's saying write it on your hand. And anyway, you're a fucking idiot. Oh, dang it. You're just so weird. I don't know, man. Just sometimes, I don't know. Some people think alike. Charlie, listen, I can be good looking or I could be smart, and I chose to be good looking. Okay, well, he defines himself. Katie, but who told you that lie, bro? Charlie, listen, it wouldn't be fair to everybody if I was good looking and smart. Katie, oh, Charlie. So I said, Dan. Katie, he's got the range. This is the one that I was supposed to have. Charlie, I said, just make me good looking. Katie, let's swap right now. Charlie, what's that? Katie, nice looking range. Doing good. Charlie, you're not. Katie, is your cameras on? Charlie, is my what? Katie, is your cameras on? Charlie, I'm going to skip that. I'm not sure what that means. Oh yeah, they all are, says Charlie. Katie says camera. Charlie says, yeah. Katie says, okay, because I don't want anybody like, I don't want you catching me, like picking my nose and other items. Charlie, don't key the range, huh? Charlie, don't key it. Cameras everywhere. And Charlie says, the range looks good, right? Katie says, dude, I'm small. Charlie, what? Katie, I'm small. Charlie, what's small? Katie, I'm small. Charlie, oh, the range looks good, doesn't it? I guess she's in his garage looking at his cars. That's all I can figure. What's the come off this Ferrari over here? Charlie, Ferrari? You spent how much on the Ferrari? And you said it was a dream car. It's extinct. You spend the same thing on a ring, you get your dream girl. My dream girls. Is this really Charlie?
Yeah. Well, let's stay on the phone with me. Damn, you know what's a come up? This Ferrari over here.
Ferrari. You spent how much on the Ferrari? And you said it was your dream.
So she's looking at his car collection, it sounds like. She's in the garage. And he's saying that, his dream girl is 19. So it was actually under 25 for those of you disappointed. She says, how much did you put in here, bro? My car is going to smell. He says, it's an air freshener. I don't want to look at it right now. Where's the keys to the Ferrari? That would have been a good present. Charlie, I know. You'd be like, fine, I got you something. Katie, huh? Charlie, yeah, that's just what you needed to do. Katie, what? Charlie, bring the Ferrari home as a birthday present. Katie, yeah, bro, did you double bag it? Charlie, yeah, okay, all right. Smelly, the trunk. I'm going to put you in the trunk, though. Charlie, did you open it? Charlie, no. You just throw it in your trunk? Katie, I'm about to. Not really sure what we're talking about here. I thought you were going to open it first, says Charlie. Katie, why? Charlie, all right, just open it when you get home. Katie, why? Oh, hold on one sec. Okay, hold on one sec. Rinse with Paradex. And okay, they're going to talk about business for just a minute. And they're talking about some surgical thing he's just done. And Charlie says, all right, you're going to open it when you get home. Katie says, why? What else was in there? And Charlie says, there was a gift card in there. Katie says, heroin. And Charlie says, gift card. I guess those words sounded alike. Katie, oh, I thought there was heroin because, I heard out in the streets that you like to do that stuff. Whose Hummer is that? And Charlie says, it shouldn't be a Hummer. I'll oil them. Okay, so we're going back to the talk about other things. And they're talking about a truck, got a Jeep, and it's blue and 4-door, blah, blah. Feels like going by the farm store. Ironic, we both live next to a farm store, says Katie. Okay, we're going to talk about that. Feels like a great beach day. Again, I'm not totally sure why the cars are left in. Should have just, she does say, I should have just dumped on your boat. He says, you can take the boat anytime, honestly. Katie, no, I'm going to buy my own. I don't need anybody's hand-me-downs. That's yours. What's yours is yours, and I don't want to mess with anything, says Katie. Charlie says, do you want me to sell you my boat? Katie, no, it's okay. I'll look for one, man. Charlie, mine's probably not fancy enough anyway. But if you, by the way, Katie, man, you know what? I really wish you would have given me that bubble. I miss that car. And Katie says, it gives people character to have that type of car. Charlie said, I was driving it. You know what I didn't like about it? Honestly, I got pulled over a few times and people profile you in that car. Katie, of course, but I remember. She says, one day you went inside the office and you said, I was like, yo, what's up with this dude? Like, you look like a hobo. Like, I'm like, I've heard things about you. I'm like, ew. And like, your hair was like, oh, I haven't gotten a haircut. And you're like, I have no AC. And I'm just like, yo, leaving out part there. I got AC in my car. This dog doesn't have any AC. More bad language. Katie says, and you were driving that car. You should have told me that from the get. I would have been like, oh. Charlie, yeah, nah, dude, I love that car. Katie says, that's cool. Charlie says, the only thing with the range, I mean, I'd be happy to trade it out with you. The only thing with the range is that when that thing breaks, it's going to be like $3,000. Katie, no, I don't want it. Charlie, $4,000. Katie, no, I already have my heart set on what I want to get. Charlie, what do you want to get? Katie, I want to get the freaking Escalade. Charlie, Katie, because either I'm going to get the Escalade or I'm going to get a Suburban. Like, I have my heart set on it. Charlie, yeah, and I could tell you something else also. Since that car was made in like 2004, when they weren't looking to save money on like gas and stuff, my Range Rover gets like 9 miles per gallon. I've never driven a car that bad on gas. Katie, oh yeah? No? Charlie, it makes the Lexus look like SIP gas, twice as bad as a Lexus. So, well, I'll tell you what, we'll figure something out. We'll see what we can do about cars in the future again. Katie, and just figure it out. This is Charlie. I mean, right now it's nice and that no car payments. Katie, yeah, no. Charlie, honestly, you talk to people, and the two biggest expenses they have outside of childcare are house payment and car payments. That's both of them right there. And then, okay, so I think they're about to close out that, or they're just going to show other things. Charlie has to go. Call her back in 15 minutes.
Here again is Charlie Adelson, friendly with Catherine McVanoa,
Yes, very.
and also friendly towards Sigfredo Garcia,
Yes, he was.
indicating he's got a birthday gift that he's procured for Garcia,
That's correct.
and offering McVanoa a Range Rover.
Yes.
I want to skip ahead to May 4th, 2016.
I didn't hear him
Is
offer.
there another final attempt at a bump?
Yes, there is.
Could you tell us about that, please?
A text message was sent from the undercover to Mrs. Adelson's cell phone at early in the morning, late at night, 2:09 a.m.
What's the content of the message that was sent?
So the text read, so you don't take me serious. You think I'm playing. You have some puta call me to see if I'm for real. If you think what Katie, baby daddy did for you can't come back, you're fucking crazy. I want there's actually I believe a $sign there. Now, or I'm going after the 100K exclamation point.
And are there a few calls generated by that particular bump?
Yes, there was.
Could you set up SS for us?
Yes, it's the same day as the As a text message. Text message was, like I said, was at 2:09 a.m. on the 4th. That morning at 9:08, Katie McVanwa calls Charlie Adelson.
Okay, so this would be right at the, like, oh, I see. So about 7 hours later.
Correct. About 7 hours later that morning.
All right. Thank you. For this one, we'll publish SS starting at 12:45, please. I think this call is going to be a follow-up on the gift for Garcia. Is that right?
I believe it is.
Okay.
I don't believe they've talked yet.
All right, let's play SS.
In my person, like in my other place, I probably never know that.
So you haven't opened up the public space?
Okay, so we've got Katie and Charlie talking on the phone, and Charlie asks her, "Where's that bag?" And Katie says she hasn't opened it. It's in her purse at home, like in my other purse. And he says, "You haven't opened up the public bag?" She says, "No, why?" And he says, "There's a," she says, "I'll open it later. You're scaring me, bro." He says, "No, it's not like I put a hamster in there." And Katie says, "Okay, yeah, I don't want something to die." Charlie, "I got him a guinea pig for his birthday." Katie, Charlie, "He's been in there for 3 weeks in your trunk." Katie's not buying it, speaks in terms we won't read. Katie, "I got to get in." Charlie, "No, hey." Katie, "Yeah, open it," says Charlie. Katie, "Are you sleeping?" Charlie, "It was supposed to be a birthday present for somebody, if you know anybody's birthday." Katie, "I mean, his birthday is still going on." So she never even bothered to give it to Sigfredo. Maybe because she wasn't sure Sigfredo would be super pleased to get a birthday gift from her ex. So, Charlie, "Okay, well, would it be okay if you told him it was from me, or do you think that's a bad idea?" Katie, "I don't know." Charlie, "Well, take a look and then you can tell me." Katie, "Okay." Charlie says, open the thing. There's a very nice gift card in there." Katie, "Okay." Charlie, "That's why I was like, Katie, you're a weirdo." Charlie, "I know." Katie, "You know what he said? He told me, oh my God," and I felt so bad. Like, he's like, "Bro, like, because my mom always gets him a present, right? Like, he took us out. Like, she took him out for dinner and stuff or whatever, because my mom always does that, like, for him. And he told me, he's like, "Well, nobody ever gets me a present." Because I knew I didn't get him a present. He's like, "Nobody ever gets me a present." I'm like, "Bro, you're not 10 years old anymore. Like, get over it." I don't know. What do you think? I think people should get you a present on your birthday. Anyway, Charlie says, Katie says, "Now he's getting a present." Charlie, "Well, guess what? I actually did." And Katie, "Well, thank you." Charlie, "So you're welcome. So open it up if you think it's okay to give him. If you think he's old enough, then give him the present, okay?" She's asking what it is, and Charlie says, "If you think it's not, then don't do it." And Charlie says, "All right, just make sure that's in a safe place. I got to run. It's going to be super late, etc." And bad reference. We won't read that. Katie, "I spilled it everywhere in my food. Coconut water." Not sure the reference there. And they say they're late and they hang up. Okay.
TT, please. Let me start at 4:55 on this one.
Okay, so Charlie, Katie, and she says, "Did they give us anything before that?" Yeah, the whole family would be on Xanax. Why don't you just blow some weed in his face? Who knows? Charlie says, "I'm kidding, but no, I'm not. He's got the drugs. He's fine. Let him get started on it. And if you don't think it'll cause anything, you can tell him it was from me when you open up the present." Don't know. Remember the person who said, Katie says, "You're scaring me. I'm going to go down. I'm going to open it now. I don't know, because you're scaring me." Charlie, "Was it in your car or is it at your house?" She says, "It's in my house, but I hid it." He says, "Well, go look. And if it's okay for his birthday present." And she says, "Thank you." And he says, "Dude, you got ticket. I got you tickets to the concert and the limo." And Katie says, "I know, thank you." As I said, thank you. Charlie, where's my birthday present? It's not your birthday today. Because, okay, she had come back and said, okay, well, that's for him. Where's my birthday present? He's like, well, it's not your birthday. And she said, well, let me tease. And Charlie, you wait your turn. So he's giving a nice gift. Sounds like it was concert tickets and use of the limo. She says, it's my daughter's birthday. And Charlie says, I hope he feels better. Call me. She says, it's your other goddaughter. It's your goddaughter's birthday at the end of the month. Charlie, oh, yeah. Katie, yeah. I get all these people that want me to adopt them. Katie, no, you already know my kids. Charlie, I got like 60-year-old women in offices saying, where's your kids? I go, I don't have any. They go, can you adopt me? And Katie says, that's nice. Charlie, I'll send you a Father's Day card. I got Scotty wants to be adopted. I got like 8 people that want to be adopted. Katie says, I want to be adopted. Charlie, I know. Katie, but you don't want to adopt me. Adopt my kids. And then she talks about them being the godfather, and they end the phone call.
Charlie Adelson mentioning that he purchased concert tickets and a limo for Catherine McBanoa.
Yes, ma'am, he did.
And McBanoa refers to her own child as Charlie Adelson's godchild. Is that right?
She did.
Let's play You, please. This is when we go to 10:30.
Loans and paybacks and everything like that, then people will go ahead and get their money lent and they'll be paid back.
It's very interesting.
So that's.
All right. I'm going to let this one just kind of run through until we get to the yellow part.
It's very interesting.
So that's really how people make a lot of money, is using other people's money.
There you go. Words of wisdom from Charlie. That's really how people make a lot of money, is using other people's money to make it. There you go. In case you're wondering.
Oh, sure. It's a good way to do it.
So we'll see. I mean, I would say if you have a good track record of 2 years, it will not be a problem raising capital at all. So that's what.
Yeah, it's good stuff. So are you on your way now to the gym?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So is everything else okay?
So Charlie asks, so is everything else okay? And Donna says, yeah. Charlie, like it is, or you're just saying it is? She says, just saying. Charlie, yeah, I figured, yeah. Donna, yeah. Charlie, did you see somebody today, or was it Donna? No, it's different, but I'll see you on Sunday. We'll talk. Charlie, you don't want to come down and see me tonight? She says, no. And was it bad, or was it no, I'll just tell you, I'll see you Sunday and fill you in. He says, I know, because I can kind of talk to you, but when I talk to you and you're not giving appropriate responses. Donna says, yep, that's why. Charlie, to my stories, it just seems like it's other Donna, yeah. Charlie, did someone bother Wendi? Donna, not yet. Charlie, but you think they will? Donna, oh, I don't know. Charlie, Donna, I'll see you Sunday. We'll talk. Charlie, well, I think it's important that you see me before Sunday. And Donna, well, what are you going to be doing tomorrow? Charlie says, well, I'm meeting Doug in the afternoon, blah, blah, blah. He could maybe move that around. And maybe they can nip something in the bud early before it becomes something. And then before it snowballs out of control. All right, so they're going to meet for breakfast, check your schedule, we'll work something out. He says, that sounds good. And Charlie says, but I think it's just better that things get nipped in the bud is the correct word. But anyway, early. Then Donna, yeah. Charlie, I don't know why you wouldn't just call and let me know. Donna, there's reasons. Let me talk to you tomorrow. She is not the one who blabs like he does. All right, Donna pickups at 1:50. She's talking about picking up the kids. Okay. We will.
To the Garcia birthday present. That was being discussed. We had it on a couple different dates, but in April of 2016. Is Garcia's birthday in April?
It is.
April 27th?
27th, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. All right.
I understood the concert tickets on the limo were Sigfredo's present for his birthday. Is that what you thought? She seems to imply that was for Katie.
Now back to our calls. Let's go to the next day, May 5th, 2016. So now Donna Adelson has informed Charlie Adelson about the bump text, right?
She informed me there was something that happened.
All right.
Correct.
And so do we have Charlie to Katie next?
That's correct.
All right, publish VV, please.
Yeah.
Hey, how are you?
Yeah.
End of work.
Okay, so Katie and Charlie are talking, and Katie is saying he's asking how somebody is feeling, and Katie says he's actually fine, and she gave him Motrin and amoxicillin, and she forgot to give him Tylenol, but he looked fine, and she's hoping he doesn't call her from school. And Charlie says, well, once that antibiotic kicks in, he's going to feel a lot better. Katie says, I gave it to him last night, and says he hurts a little bit, but whatever. It's kind of like she's dreading. I'm like kind of dreading like how the thing, have to pull it apart. It's like acting up. It's like pulling. So I'm scared. Charlie says, so I'm on my way to Miami right now to do, just to meet with my parents. They want to. Katie, Charlie, talk to me. Katie, about? Charlie, I don't know. Probably just business stuff. You know, they're always come up with new ideas and stuff and new problems. So Katie says, oh. And he says, I may. We'll see if they end it there. And Katie says, the rent.
Even for us, it's too torturous. Let's do WW, please.
Even for us, it was just too much to do the whole phone call. I'm grateful. I'm really grateful. So Charlie and Donna. We're back to Charlie and Donna. All right.
Hey, Charlie.
Hey, how are you?
Good, honey. How are you doing?
Good. I'm coming across the bridge now.
Oh, okay. Okay, wonderful.
You want me to come up to the apartment, or you want to come down?
You know what? We'll meet you outside, and we can walk to the pool area.
All right, sounds good.
Okay?
I'll see you soon.
Okay, I'm going. Bye.
All right, XX, please.
Okay, so she wants to meet outside. This is similar to the meeting they had when she first told him about the bump, and they went and sat in an area away from people, and they weren't able to get a recording of it. Okay, we'll have to read this one. There's zero way you can understand that, I think. So this is Katie and Sigfredo Garcia. And they first talk about the kids and his sister Susie, who called out of the blue. And but the kids, he's sweeping up. The kids are out there. And Katie says she wants to make sure everything, he says, is fine. She says, I know. He says, it sounds like you're going through it. Katie says, yeah, it's about that other thing too, but I don't even know. Garcia wants to know if there's anything he can help with. She says, no, I'm saying like I got a call. So I was like, okay. And Sigfredo Garcia says, you got a call? And Katie says, yeah. And I'm like, what happened? I was like, I don't know. I have to talk to, meaning Charlie somehow. Charlie was like, I don't know. I have to talk to my parents. And I was like, okay. So talk to his parents, said Sigfredo Garcia. So let's see. This is Katie Garcia. And she's relaying what Charlie just told her. And Katie says, yes. I'm like, where are you? I was like, what's going on? And on that, I don't know. He said, I'll call you when I leave my parents' house. I was like, all right. So that's why I was calling you to see what you're up to. And Garcia said, okay. And Katie said, I feel dizzy. And then my ears started ringing like really bad. And Garcia says, wow, that's a shame. And in slightly different terms, Katie said, I know, just when I text you, just, like respond back to me, man. I started like freaking panicking. All right. And he says, all right. There you have it. That furthered the case.
All right, so everybody's waiting to find out what this next thing is that Mrs. Adelson's got to say.
That's correct.
Play YY, please.
Okay, so Charlie is about to call Katie and tell her what had happened. And he says, I may just call you from a landline. I'm at my friend Adam's place in Miami. And Katie says, okay. And so remember that they think Charlie maybe calls from landlines because he thinks they're more protected. Of course, that doesn't help from Madvanova's end, but that's the idea.
ZZ, please.
This is Katie and Charlie again. So he thinks he's being smooth by calling from a landline, but he's calling her and that phone is tapped. So that is really not doing him any good. So she says, okay, just give me a quick recap. It's just like what exactly on the text? And Charlie says, and I'm not asking you to do anything about it. She says, uh-huh. He says, at all. Katie, oh, hi, baby. She's talking to the kids. Because we got to go to an appointment. So go ahead, Charlie. But the person said, so you don't take me serious. And there's a child in the background talking. Let me see.
Adelson's condo?
Yes, ma'am, it happened.
Okay, I'm sorry, I had that out of order. When did that happen?
That happened after he made the call saying he was coming over the bridge.
Okay.
Happened right after that.
At that meeting, was there any surveillance effort made?
Yes, we tried to go and get close and do a recording.
Where did they go?
They were in a pool area inside the building, like a private area for residents only.
All right, so were you able to capture any of the recorded conversation? Were you able to record any of the conversation?
No, the three of them were in a corner by themselves and couldn't get close to them.
Who's the three of them?
Harvey Adelson, Donna Adelson, and Charlie Adelson.
Okay, so now this has been reported to Magbanua, and she's about to get more information about what the text said. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm sorry. Please resume.
The person said, so you don't take me serious. And you there?
So he's going to call Katie and tell her what happened, what the mother told him. And he's going to describe, the person said, so you don't take me serious in this text message. And the person said, so you don't take me serious and you have some person with a bad name, call me up, baby, Katie's baby daddy. So what's important about that to Katie is it's referring specifically to her by name. And by baby daddy, that's referring to Sigfredo. So they're both being included by more or less name.
Yeah, the person said, so you don't take me serious.
Okay.
Like, so you don't.
So he repeats that like 10 times. And she has them to say it again. And then it was something about like, you don't respect what was done for you or something. And then he goes on to say, she says, that's a long text. It was a long text. Charlie, no, you don't. It was like 20 words. The way Charlie described it, it seemed like a long text. It started off with, so you don't think I'm serious. Katie, Charlie. And then it was like, you have some word. Katie, eat. And Katie coughed into the kids in the background. And Charlie says, it said, so you don't take me serious. And you have some bad word, call me Katie's baby daddy. You don't appreciate what was done for you or something like that. Katie says, all right. And Charlie, and that was it. That was it. It just ended. Katie, all right. Charlie, but it came from that same number. The person didn't blot the number they're texting from. Katie, yeah. No, we already got to that. We got to that point already. All right, gotcha. Charlie, so don't. And Katie says, they go back and forth. Let's go to Charlie, net substantive. And I have a feel, it's one of two things. Okay, add that to our tally. It's one of two things. And I could care less. I just want the person to stop harassing my family. And Charlie says, but evidently, if you're whoever called Katie, and we know that actually he did end up calling one time. Charlie says the person could give an S that he called, which is interesting because they're getting this message saying you don't care. And Charlie's been told that Katie and someone for Katie called more than once. And he's confused. He's like, why do they keep saying you don't care if everybody's calling them all the time? And he's saying, apparently they don't even care that you called. Katie says, no, I had a friend that called, but Charlie, yeah, whoever it was that called, that person texting my mom at 2 a.m. could care less, spoken differently. Charlie says, the only person's name he referenced in the text was Katie's baby daddy. So Katie, how many Katies do you know that has a baby daddy? Says Katie. Charlie, yeah. So, Katie, I know everybody has a baby daddy. And Charlie says, yeah. And it's Katie, that means something. Charlie, yeah. But the weird thing is whoever it is could really give an S about what was said to him because he has no problem continuing to send text messages from that number. Katie, see, that's the part that really boggles my mind. I'm sure she's shocked. They haven't been calling that. Why on earth is this not going through? Charlie, yep. So don't. Katie, somebody that's not Charlie. So don't do anything. And Katie says, afraid, obviously, somebody that's fishing. Charlie, no, cause Katie, for something. Charlie Adelson, somebody who has no problem. Katie, somebody that can get all of this information. This is, get personal phone calls, a text some way, it's a lot. And Charlie says, okay, but this is my one fear. Katie says, Charlie, nobody can protect somebody all the time. If it's a 1% chance that it is a bad guy who did something bad, I worry about my dad's safety going to an office, etc.
Chance that it is a bad guy who did something that, I worry about my dad's safety going to an office where.
No, I get you, bro. You don't gotta
That's exactly.
Walk out of me,
Yeah.
All right, not that anybody can understand this. So Katie says, you're scaring the F out of me, and Charlie apologizes. Sorry. Katie says, you're acting like, bro, we both no, what the F? And Charlie says, yeah, I know. That's what you know. And Katie, right. And whoever it is, if they're referencing to me, you don't think I'm scared? Charlie says, yeah. And whoever it is, whoever called, the person could obviously give an F cause. And they go on. Katie, that becomes even more of a okay, who are you dealing now? And Charlie says, yeah, spitting. Yep. We'll go down to the yellow. Katie says, or somebody's trying to mess with you. You get what I mean? Read between the lines. Charlie says, yeah. Katie says, much more. I'll be is it the feds? What is going on? And Charlie says, and then if they do, they're throwing a lot of information out that I don't know. So that's which is crazy. The question is, where did they get it from? And why don't they just go collect the reward, whoever has the information? Katie, exactly. All right. We're saying the same thing repetitively. Circle, star, correct, they are. And Charlie says, gotcha. And Katie says, it's getting to a point where it's what? Charlie, so don't do anything. It's just aggravation. That's all. I just want my family left alone, Katie says, yeah, all right, Charlie. So says he had the day off. Katie says, all right. I try to remember so many, and it's so hard because you throw in so many other details behind it that it's when I have to think it out of my head, I'm all over the place because you just taught so much more of what's not necessary. And Charlie says, no, I know. I always do that. I always go off on tangents, and I just listen. You're just my friend. That's the only reason why I'm going to you. And Katie says, I know. And it's pissing me off because it's like, I don't even know. Like, I'm me. I'm trying to help you out and figure out like what is going on so I don't. And Charlie says, I wish I knew what was going on. There's a lot of crazy people out there. And Katie, all right, making up stuff, says Charlie. And from there on, they just say goodbye.
What does Mag Banawa do immediately after hanging up from this call?
She texts Sigfredo Garcia.
And does she ask him to call her?
Yes,
Does that call occur?
it does.
Publish BBB, please. And we're starting at, I guess, the beginning through the 2-minute 40-second mark, please.
So
Hello?
Katie is going to call Sigfredo. And she is going to say, were you calling? One of my friends just called me and was saying, like, remember when I asked you, like, to do me a favor because somebody's harassing one of my friend's family? And he's like, yeah. She says, all right, like they texted yesterday at 2 in the morning, not giving an S, not blocking their number. It was the same number. And Garcia said, yeah. And Katie told you to help me out with whatever, saying, obviously you're not taking me, this person texted, obviously you're not taking me seriously. You have somebody calling me who is Katie's baby daddy. And I was like, wait, what are they talking about? Like, he's like, my friend is telling me, like, I don't even know if it's you or whoever. I mean, there's so many people that have baby daddies, and I've gone out with like plenty of Katies. I have a lot of Katie friends. Like, I don't know who it is. That's what her friend is supposedly telling her. And then that you don't want to appreciate what was done for you or something. And this is not going to stop. What's so funny is, how did somebody know your voice? Or even if they're talking about you? And Garcia says, yeah. And Katie says, could be a completely different person for all I know, And Garcia says, yeah. Katie says, he's asking me because it's like, it seems like, because I told him, like, help him, like I was like, okay, I'll try to help you out. Garcia, you know what? I'll take care of this. Katie, but it's funny how it just happens late last night at 2 in the morning. It's like somebody got upset. Garcia, yeah, I get it. Yeah, 100%. And Katie says, and they're not scared to use that number because their parents, who are definitely, they got to have much more stuff than they can get a rise out. I don't think anybody should go through that. And it's funny, like, how do you get, it's just calling his mom. Like, it's not calling anybody else, or like, yeah, you can lock it up or whatever, but pretty brave using our number, huh? And Katie says, so I just don't like, the fact that my name is being thrown out and baby daddies are being thrown out. Garcia, yeah, no, I don't like nothing about it. So I'll definitely take care of it. And then they begin discussing their children.
No, we already did it. It's out of order.
No more references.
No, you don't give a shit.
I think you're doing the right thing.
Well, honestly,
I don't know, listen, I know that. You never know if you're doing the right thing.
Charlie tells her, you never know if you're doing the right thing. He's talking to Donna again.
take a minute. Okay, I hear you.
Hear me out for 1 second. Talk to Dad a lot, and just figure it out together. Don't just rush, but I think what we talked about is that safe.
Okay.
I mean, look, it's so small. I mean, listen, it's not.
It doesn't have to be tonight, sir.
What?
You don't think it has to be tonight?
Yes, you don't think it has to be tonight? And he's saying, what? And Charlie then says, in my opinion, I think the sooner the better. But I would be firm. I mean, I would. Is he asking his mother to do this now? Donna, yeah, I already wrote my letter. And she's talking to the kids in the background. He says, I mean, I would be nice but firm because my opinion is, I think you're being too nice and I think it's absolute nonsense. Donna, yeah, but Charlie, but it's one of those, that's why it's a one time. And then, I mean, it shouldn't even be any time. I mean, the whole thing is.
This one's a little garbled, but is the gist of it that Donna Adelson is going to call the undercover number?
That's correct.
And does she do that?
She does.
When does she do that?
She does it. She tries to call him on 5/6 at 11:30 and receives a voicemail. She calls again at 5:06 p.m. after he tries calling her back.
Okay. And do you have evidence independent of the wire that the defendant downloaded some software to record this call on her own?
Yes.
All right, publish this call, please. It's on 117. It should be call 3 in that exhibit.
So this is Donna calling the undercover cop and she is recording it.
Well,
This is Mrs. Adelson. Is this, Sammy? Okay, my grandchildren had my phone before, so,
Senora Adelson?
I'm Mrs. Adelson.
Yes.
My grandchildren
Yes.
had my phone before, so and I just saw that you called.
Oh, okay. You left a message on my voicemail?
Right, I did.
No.
This is my problem. You approached me on Alton Road. You handed me an article from the newspaper about my ex-son-in-law. You told me I need to call you and help your friend who is in prison. Now, at the time you did that, I didn't understand what you were talking about. I didn't call you back. Then you mail me a threatening letter. Then you send me a text message to my phone that says I'm not taking you seriously. So I am taking you seriously. And I really want you to listen to me.
I'm listening.
I have to tell you, I mean, this is important. I have been so stressed out. I have spoken to 10 or 12 people who are close friends of mine, telling them about this and basically picking their brains and asking them what I should do, because I don't know your friend who is in jail. You mentioned a name. I don't even know his name. I never spoke to him. I don't know what he looks like. I've never met him. I'm sorry your friend's in jail, but I don't know what that has to do with me.
You know exactly what it has to do with. You know exactly what. Listen to me carefully. Listen to me. You just got to listen to me.
You need to ask your friend who this person looks like, what their name is, something, because I know there's a big reward out there, and if you need money for your friend, that's the way to get it. I mean, I'm asking you nicely. I don't know who he is. I am out of the loop. It is not me. If I can help, I would help. I mean, that's what.
Just like I told you, listen to me. Just like I told you that day, we know that your family had a problem up north. We know that problem was taken care of about 1.5 years, 2 years ago. And we know that Katie has been taken care of and has been taken care of. Now my brother in jail, we were in Broward together. He told me the whole thing, and he hasn't been taken care of. You know. Now, all that's being asked for is $5K. That's all we're asking for is for $5K. And he told me everything, and I know everything. I know who's involved. I know everything, and I'll get the $100K for myself.
You know,
All I ask is to send the $5K. Everybody knows what's going on.
I don't, you're saying everyone knows. I know I lost my ex-son-in-law. I did not have anything to do with it. That's why I said, ask him what.
That's what my brother Tato told me. He told me everything when we were in jail. He told me everything and who was involved. I know everything.
Well, I don't. That's the problem. I am telling you, it's not me. It's not me. I have had a year of aggravation, a year and a half of aggravation over this. My daughter, my grandchildren, it is not me. And when I asked my friends, what do they think? They said, well, this person needs to get a description of you because of what you look like, or it's not me. I don't know who caused this. It wasn't me. I mean, I don't know.
I'll tell you, just like that day when I talked to you, this is not going away. This is not gonna go away, because Tato told me everything. He wasn't being taken care of. He needed the 5K. Send 5K, that's all we were asking for. If, don't do that.
I don't know who Sato is. You don't understand.
We know you know who Tato is, but you know who Katie is. And you know the contacts Katie has, and she has, listen to me, let's stop fucking around. Let's stop fucking around. Okay? You know who Katie is. And you know that Katie has somebody that knows Tato. And they took care of a problem for you people. That's just the bottom line. The bottom line is you know who the fuck Katie is.
Look, I don't.
I'm no more than Mr. No, I'm not fucking around with you. You know who Katie is. You know that they took care of Katie and her people. Nobody's taking care of Tato. I know you don't know who Tato is.
No,
But we know who all of you are. And this ain't going away.
You know what?
So I can give you you send the 5K?
Here's what you need to do. You need to go and.
Don't tell me what to do. I know what to do and I'm doing it.
You're looking for money, get $100,000 or whatever whatever the reward is. It isn't me. You have got the wrong person. That's why I said, ask your friends,
You're Donna Adelson.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Well, I know, we know who's involved in all this.
This is not making any sense. I mean, if you want the money, you should get it from the police. They can give you a whole lot more than you're asking me for money for someone. I can't do this. I have had too much stress and too much aggravation from this, and I don't know what you are talking about. I just don't know. I just don't know.
Good. I think you should talk to Katie, talk to people that are involved in this. You'll know. You know what's going on.
That's why I'm.
You can tell me, Adelson, you can tell me all you fucking want, but I know you know. Because I heard, when I was locked up in Broward with my brother, he told me everything. Everything. He told me everything. I just wanted to take care of him because fucking Katie was being taken care of with her fucking food.
I just think instead of asking me, you should get the money from the police. There's a lot of money out there, and I know, if you think you know who this is, then go ahead and do it, because I know it isn't me. I know it isn't me. And I can't take this kind of level of stress. I just can't. I know I didn't do anything.
Talk to people, you talk to the right people, you talk to people, you make this 5K come to me. That's all I need. Just do it and get it to me. Do it and get it to me.
I'll call you
Bye.
back.
Did she call back?
No, she did not.
Did she call the police?
No, she did not.
Do she and Charlie discuss, I guess she shares this recording with him and they have further conversations about this call that she made?
Yes, they do.
And they're at that point 100% that the bump is the police, right?
That's what Charlie tells her, yes.
It's just so interesting that of all of the people, the one person who called up and said the thing that would most quash the law enforcement was Donna. She's like, I don't know who you are. I don't know any of this. I don't know who this person is. I didn't do it. It isn't me. She says, I don't know what you're talking about. You've got the wrong person. It isn't me. And she is the only one who does that. No one else actually bothers to call the police really and say that. Even Charlie. Charlie was much more cryptic when he called.
Let's publish CCC, please.
Hey, Charlie, how are you?
Sure, what's going on?
Good. Well, we just finished with dinner. We drove through Blackwell back to his hotel in Miami, and we just got back to the icon. So we just a little walk along the marina, and then we're gonna go upstairs.
Right, I just stepped away, I was having, dinner with you.
Okay, I'll let you go right back.
I will.
Just tell you that I did have that handpiece there.
So we'll just go down there. Charlie says, let me ask you a question. Any more nonsense from the patients? And Donna, yeah, that's why, those things always get aggravating, but I try not to let that bother me. So this is more code. The patients are now a code for this wiretap. Charlie, or at least the prosecution will argue that. Was it bad? Donna, no. And I loaded that new app too. I have to show it to you. I think you'll really be interested. In other words, she's telling him I recorded it. And said it was a long talk. It was 8 minutes. Charlie, you talked to the patient for 8 minutes? And Donna said, yeah. Charlie, and they were nice? She says, not really, no. Charlie says, let me ask you a question. Did they give any threats or anything? And she says, no. Charlie, that's interesting. Donna, yeah, I thought it was very interesting, but I definitely want you to know, I'll tell you about the patient tomorrow. I wanted to make sure I got that stuff to you. So is that too early for you? He says, it kind of is. She says, yeah, that's what I was thinking. He said, I can do it. And they talk about when they can get together.
ED next. This is Charlie to Katie about this recording of his mom's conversation with the undercover.
That's correct. That last phone call was at 11:17 at night. This is the following day, 5/7 at 5:07 p.m.
Okay.
Adelson, do you need your headphones or your amplifier to hear the evidence clearly?
I don't understand that. I am very confused about why this keeps happening. Like, is she not wanting to hear it? Is she wanting to say later, oh yeah, I haven't heard that phone call in a long time. I've forgotten that. If she goes on the stand, like, what is that about? That is so strange. It seems to me like the defendant could tune out, and what does the judge really normally do about that? Like if they're staring into space, the judge wouldn't normally do anything about that. So it's intriguing to me that this has become a repeated issue. He probably did then address it in private conferences, and now we're hearing it more directly. I'm really curious. Don't understand that.
Hello?
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Good,
Are you with it?
I'm with a bunch of people, but I gotta do.
So straight off, Charlie calls Katie, of course, and we'll skip down to the boat. Charlie says he's on a boat with a bunch of people. Said, but I got a new CD that you should listen to. She says, uh-huh. He says, next time I see you. She says, okay. And Charlie says, so it's interesting, but it's 100%. 100%. And Katie, 100% what? And Charlie, it's 100% record breaker. Makes you want to drop the mic. Katie, oh yeah? I can't wait to hear it. And Charlie, kind of S you want to play on when you're just cruising along. You see a Vietnamese pot-bellied pig walking down the street. Where are we going, Charlie? Charlie, what is he talking about? Katie is like, is it a lawn tape? Charlie, the track is over 4 or 5 minutes. Katie, I thought it was just a tape. He said, oh, the track's long. Katie, I mean, you're old school, you know? I know, it's just like a long single over 5 minutes long. Katie may be confused. I don't know if she has any idea, especially after the Vietnamese pot-bellied pig walking down the street. I have no idea what that was about. Charlie, lots of talking. Katie, wow. Charlie, yeah, 100%. And Katie says, did you already re-say it aloud to yourself? He says, I heard it. Katie, so I can hear, Charlie, I heard the track many times. I'm the one that recorded it. Katie, oh. And then, oh my goodness, we have more. Okay. All right, trying to be cool, calm, and collected. Okay, Charlie, oh my God, I didn't even tell you one of my friends got the cutest pot-bellied pig. Okay, I remember what this was. I remember that was a reference to law enforcement. I was where that came from. Now I remember it. Okay. Katie has the cutest what? Charlie, pot-bellied pig. Katie, pot-bellied pig. Charlie, yeah, you know what a pig is. Katie, are you serious? Charlie, yeah, got the cutest pot-bellied pig. Anyway, Katie, that's not good. Charlie, I know. I effing get. I like dogs, not pigs. Katie, yeah, they're hard to maintain. And Charlie, as long as they're housebroken, they're not that bad. Okay, so they're talking. There's stuff in the background. All right, we'll stop there and let it go. Let it run. Charlie and the
I'm
pot-bellied
not sure if
pig.
McVanow was picking up what he was putting down, but what is a pig?
Pig is slang term for police officer.
And so Mrs. Adelson called your bluff, didn't she?
Yes,
All right, and was this pretty much the end of the wire operation?
it was.
All right, I want to publish EEE. Could you tell us about this call?
Yeah, it's on 5/12. It's Charlie Adelson to Donna Adelson at 6:18 p.m.
Publish EEE, please.
Okay, so they're going to talk for a little bit about the kids, getting the kids in the car.
Haircut, we took them to McDonald's. They're happy campers. They are.
So they went to McDonald's. They're having a good day with Grandma. They're happy. They did not want to get their hair cut, but it was too long, says Donna. So she says, so how is my boy? It sounded like you were having quite a busy day. Charlie said, yeah, it was really, I didn't get a chance to call Maddie even. I can take care of that, some of that tomorrow. Then he misses his exit. She says, oh, well, that's what happened to me today. Trying to get down to the part that matters. Okay. So it turns out Wendi is making him a little party in Wynwood. Let's see who she's making a party to. Let's go back. Could it be Dave? Oh, sure enough. He just spoke to Dave. Well, he calls him David, but I won't even do his last name. But so I asked him what he's doing for his birthday. He reminded me he's a few months older than Charlie. And it turns out Wendy's making him a little party in Wynwood. Donna, oh, really? Charlie, yeah, Wendy's always like very tight-lipped. Donna, you're not kidding. Charlie, so what you need to do, Donna, Charlie, is go. You know, she's obviously tight-lipped for a reason. It's because she doesn't want you to know anything. Donna, anything I know. Charlie, so my point is, if she doesn't want you to know anything, then don't ask anything. Donna, I don't ask. Charlie, and she'd be happy. Donna, yeah, of course. Charlie, and then I can find everything out and just tell you. Donna, I know, it's great. Charlie, so I was like, so what are you doing for your birthday? He's like, well, Wendy's making me a little birthday dinner, a little get-together party. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. He like, yeah, she's doing it. He's like, I don't know anything. All I know is Wendy's putting it together for me and she's doing it in Wynwood. And Donna says, oh, Charlie says. So I go, oh, that sounds awesome, Donna. And all I knew is that she was going straight from work to the hotel where everybody is meeting for this Miami Fellows thing that she got, and that she has to stay there tonight because it starts early, first thing tomorrow morning. Donna says, I guess in between she managed to do something else, which makes me happy. I'm really glad. That's great. I couldn't imagine. I'm skipping around a little bit. And Donna asks, he sounded good? And Charlie says, yeah. And Donna says, good. Did you give, and she asked the boys, did you give Dave his present this morning with mommy? And they say, yeah, they did, because they knew it was Dave's birthday. The plan was that they were supposed to go to Dave's house at 12 at night. But what happened? Why did mommy not take you at midnight? Well, one of them apparently got sick. So mommy told him in the morning that one of them had a fever and was throwing up, so he couldn't go. So Charlie's going over to his house, or Darren's house. Maybe that's someone different. And the boys had their treat. The boys are going to do their piano. I think we can skip through. Here we go. Okay, Charlie Adelson. Oh, Donna says, I can't even begin to tell you. Oh, we're talking about the patient again. This is yet another, the patient. We have all kinds of code terms. They really need to come up with like a consistent term because it's really hard to follow this plot. So Donna tells him, I have to tell you that Dad was telling me about that case, and we both feel so much better about how it's working out, says Donna to Charlie. Charlie, oh my God, are you kidding me? Like the patient. Donna, I can't even begin to tell you. Charlie, oh, you and me both. The patient is being so, once you know how these patients act, they're so cooperative. Donna, right, so cooperative. Charlie, oh my God, you don't understand. I couldn't be happier. Donna, yeah. Charlie, because if they go to the Board of Dentistry, it becomes a huge, huge pain in the rear. Donna, right. Charlie, if they go ahead and just, are upfront about everything, you got nothing to worry about. So let's skip down a little bit. Charlie says, not 1,000%, but 10,000%. So we have moved all the way from 99 to 10,000%, rocketing past 1,000. Dad told me that yesterday, and I have to tell you, this is Donna. Dad told me that yesterday, and I have to tell you, Charlie, Mom, not even, you don't understand, not even. Donna Adelson, not a question. Charlie, yeah, like, not even like, oh, no. The fact that they were so nice about everything just makes you feel so much better. And then Charlie will skip down here. They're really nice. I don't think they're going to go to the Board of Dentistry. And they turned out to be really, really nice. Donna, yeah, I was really glad to hear that. That made a huge difference. I was really worried. Donna, now I slept well last night. Charlie, and then Dad told you what? Donna, everything. Charlie, you know what I told him to ask for if it ever becomes an issue? Donna, yeah. He went over everything in detail, and now that Charlie, and that's it. Donna, I have a question about somebody. Did you ever speak to him? Charlie says no. Then I'm going to tell the girls they need to give it one more effort to try to email him. I'm assuming this is something entirely different. Okay, let's see. We don't want to waste our time if it's all irrelevant. She was asking the girls at the office something about billing. The girls are walking right across Alton Road, and there's no light, something. She's going in to do the billing. Then she can ask questions about the billing. The girls were a little shocked because I walk in at 11. I don't think any of that is really relevant. Okay, so Charlie says, crisis averted. Donna says, what, honey? He says, crisis, and Donna says, crisis averted? He says, yeah. Donna, I hope so. Charlie, But I got to tell you, you just can't. Mom, you cannot. I mean, now that you know what it is, you cannot get upset. You can't let patients bother you. And Donna, no, I know that. And I also know exactly what I'm doing, I mean, plus the state of me, so I'm good. Charlie says, you've been doing this a long time. So Donna, yeah, Charlie, understand. I mean, that's why you weren't at the front desk for a while, but you just don't let Donna, that's right. Charlie, the patients bother you. That's it. They're always, Donna, no. Charlie, but that's it. And they talk about having a nice evening. Okay.
Learning that they're being investigated for murder. How did they react to that?
They seem pretty happy about it.
Really happy about it.
Sustained. Members of the jury, you're to disregard the last answer.
Wasn't the gist?
Right.
Sustained. Members of the jury.
So
Sustained.
I guess what was sustained was him saying really happy.
Wasn't the gist of how you got made that the undercover wasn't nasty enough?
Right.
It's not done like that. You got to have a beard and a hat and glasses, and you got to make threats and all that kind of thing.
And the reason that's important is because one of Donna's arguments has been that the way she acted after the bump was all related to her complete fear of this person. So in fact, the reason they got figured out or made was that they were too nice, is what she's saying.
Right?
Correct.
After the wire gets made, it's kind of business as usual, right? Back to Wendi and her love life, that sort of thing.
For them, yes.
Were any more checks issued by the defendant to Catherine Magbanua after the wire got made?
I believe that's when they stopped, if I'm not mistaken. I have to go back and look, though.
May of 2016 is when they stopped, right?
It was May of 2016, correct.
And after you came off the wire, was there a time when law enforcement went into the Adelson Institute?
There was.
Could you tell us about that?
Yeah, myself and my partner, Investigator Ice with TPD, went into the Adelson Institute with a subpoena requesting Catherine McBan's employment records. And we began speaking with the front desk.
Right.
About
Was
that.
Catherine Magbanua there working?
No, she was not.
Did you ever uncover any evidence of Magbanua working for that business?
No, the only thing they ever provided us was basically a list of the checks that we already knew about.
Was a phone call captured from that business during the time that you were present in there trying to serve this subpoena and get these employment records?
Yes, one of the employees called Charlie Adelson while we were there. She walked to the back and called him and it was captured on the wire.
All right. At this time, I'd ask to move into evidence States Exhibit 100, Your Honor.
Any objection? States 100 is admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, the FBI is asking for records for Katie.
For what?
That she works here?
I wouldn't give anything.
Yeah, and they
I don't know.
asked, did you work out? I was like, yes, she works here, but I don't know what he's doing. Doesn't remember who sent that.
Erica,
Yeah.
do me a favor. I'm not there right now,
Uh-huh,
and I'm in surgery,
uh-huh.
but it's not my office. It's my dad's office,
Uh-huh.
so I can't give anything out.
Right.
I mean, I don't have access to it. I don't know where anything is.
Okay.
So you don't have access to anything.
I
So
don't know anything here either.
yeah, so I would do this. I would not, I would not speak to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
You can do whatever you want, but it's my dad's office.
Yeah,
So I don't have access to any of that stuff.
okay.
So they can talk to my dad, and I'm sure they'll be able to get whatever they want from them.
Okay, understandable.
So if I had it, I mean, you can talk to whoever you want, just they don't want it, but,
No, you know, whatever you said.
yeah, I mean, no, I mean, I'm not, I shouldn't say don't talk to anyone. Talk to whoever on the planet you wanna talk to, but it's not my office, and it's not your office.
Right.
So you don't have, records to give them, and I don't have records to give them, so I'm sure they'll be able to cut them out in any way, any way they can.
Okay, so that's what I thought.
Tell them that it's not, I mean, it's not my office, the office was sold back to my dad, actually, a long time ago. So tell them that that actually you're talking to the wrong Dr. Adelson.
Right.
So what you need to do is tell them that you will get in contact. So tell them, it's not your office, you can't do that, right?
No, yeah, they said within 20 days of order statute, provide a bill of cause, with reason.
Are they there now, or are they?
You're there, but you know, I'm in the back, they're just waiting for me to come back.
Oh, they want records?
Yeah.
Do me a favor, I'm gonna call you from the landline on your cell phone, okay?
Okay.
During the surveillance of Catherine McVanoa, did law enforcement ever observe her to physically go to the Adelson Institute?
No, we did not.
She later admitted that she did not do anything to earn those checks that she received, right?
That's correct. She did admit that.
And in at least this call, whose office does Charlie Adelson say the Adelson Institute belongs to?
He says it says it's his dad's office.
And has been for a long time, right?
Correct.
And that was said on what date? June 1st of 16, is that right?
Yes.
All right, now before we do this early breaking, I have one more thing. I want to try to circle back to the call that we had technical difficulties on, I think twice. So I want to go back to Matt Surrey, which was the restaurant conversation between Charlie and Harvey Adelson. You recall that?
That's correct. I do.
Okay, and this call L.1 on the State's Exhibit 99 is shortly after that, or maybe during that. Could you tell us?
Is this 1695?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it's after the Matt Surrey meeting, correct, between Charlie Adelson and his father, Harvey Adelson, and this call is between Charles Adelson, Harvey, and also his mother, Donna Adelson.
All right, thank you. Publish L.1, please.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at it's an hour and 15 minutes there, it's an hour and 15 back here. And I'll probably be there in 2.5 hours.
Okay.
So, you know, I'm hoping to get to your place by 5:30.
Okay. Yeah, because you want maybe, maybe just a little bit.
We pretty much saw this, I thought, but he's talking about coming down to talk to Donna and when he'll be there so far. We got at least part of it.
No, I always talk to that one.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Can I just ask you one thing?
Sure.
Has there been any more drama?
No,
Zero.
sure.
Yeah. Did Dad tell you what I spoke to him about?
Yeah, and I have a couple of questions, that's what I'm chance to shoot tomorrow.
Yeah, but it makes
Those cases.
perfect sense, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. There's so much some questions and things that I think need to be addressed, but, we'll do that tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I'll talk to him. I mean, listen, it's in a rush, I'm still off to one day.
Okay, sounds good.
It's not like that, but
Yeah,
what, I thought everything through again and again and again. And,
So he's going to go through again. He's going to say, I think I'm 100% right. Boy, he has a lot of different percents, and says, or 99% right, because none of it makes any sense. Remember, it's been Charlie's theory all along that this is the police, not gang members, and that they don't really have anything. They're trying to get something. In fact, this is evidence that they don't have anything. And Donna says, Charlie, Donna, I know it's Charlie. I'm just telling you, it's not done like that. It's not, I know for a fact it's not, which Charlie says is because he himself had been extorted by Katie. Donna says, yeah, Charlie, it's not done like that at all. And they're approaching somebody who has nothing to do with anything. I went too far. Donna, yeah, Charlie, which just seems sillier. Donna, yeah, Charlie. So listen, my feeling is that, you go to, I'll tell you what my feelings are, but back and forth. And then he says, it's utter nonsense. Okay. That's the best way I could describe it. Donna says, yeah. Charlie says, utter nonsense. I wouldn't pay it any attention. No attention at all. It's not done like that. It's flat out when it's not done like that. Donna says, well, let's talk about it tomorrow. Charlie says, yeah, no, but I mean, I can say it. I can say it on the phone without saying it, but it's not done in such a nice manner. Absolutely correct. That is what they say they were spotted for. And Donna says, no. Charlie says, no, it's not. It's not done like that. It's done like that if you want someone to talk to you. And if it's otherwise, it wouldn't be done like that. And Donna says, yeah. All right. So they keep going like that with some back and forth about yes. He says he'll talk to her later, says it's utter nonsense.
Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be awesome, and just that's supposed to go what I spoke to him about. So I'll even talk to you about it tomorrow.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
It makes perfect sense. Perfect sense.
Well, okay, if June comes, I don't think we can do it afterwards, because it's not just.
I could always tell you to talk to her, but just that she's got, she's got her, oh yeah, no, she won't get out of the Dolphin truly until 5:30, till we, sports bra, and a pair of shorts, and I'll sweat.
Okay.
So I'll whatever, so.
All right, so
That's what she's, I'm 99.999% sure she's not coming.
okay.
Actually, I'm basically like 100% sure.
Okay. All right, then. So go have a good night, get some rest. I need to get that sleep.
Sounds good.
I love you, looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. Have fun, okay? Just be careful. Okay.
I love you, Kate.
Love you too.
Members of the jury, we are going to take a break for the evening at this point. Once again, do not discuss this case with each other or any other person. Do not seek out any information about this case. We will resume tomorrow at 8:45. Please report at that time, and we will get started with the trial once again at 9 o'clock. Agent Sanford, unfortunately for him, will still be on the stand, but the defense will have their opportunity to cross-examine at that point. Have a good evening.
All right, we'll let them file out.
Do we have any matters to address before going into tomorrow about scheduling or anything else?
Judge, I do have a little bit more to do with Agent Sanford for the next item related to the exhibit that the defense is reviewing still, so.
I believe this is the matter that we addressed earlier, Mr. Zellman.
Yes, Your Honor, and Ms. Kaplan also provided me with one-page excerpt from my client's 2014 planner with some proposed redactions. I just need to have some conversation with Ms. Kaplan about the proposals. Hopefully it won't be an issue that we need to address the morning.
All right, bailiff shall need to have the courtroom open at 8:15 so the defense can speak with their client concerning these matters. For the state, please report at 8:40. By 8:45, once we have jurors, we will keep moving.
Yes, sir.
That's it for this evening. Have a good night, everyone.
Okay. And there will be some argument tomorrow probably over whether or not the new information provided by the state is going to be allowed in. So let me get ready to do our summary and tell you about the recap for the day. It has been quite a day as we went through the various phone conversations from the wiretap. We'll go ahead and just let that end. Pull that out entirely. Okay, today, what we went through all day long, it was all day long. We went through the phone conversations that followed after the wiretap. The wiretap and the bump were connected. They did the bump while they had wiretap permission so that they could find out what happened. Law enforcement was convinced that the Adelsons were tied up in the murder of Dan Markel, but they didn't know. They wanted more. They wanted some proof about that. So that is what we'll be talking about in the summary. So let me make sure I am ready to go. Have I said thank you to everybody? I think I put everybody's up on the screen. I did see a couple of questions in the super chat, so let me go ahead and answer those. Rodeo Gal asked, what happens if Donna collapses and has to be admitted to a hospital? Looks like she could pass out at any minute. I agree. She does look like things are not going well. She just looks, and she keeps taking off the headphones and the judge keeps telling her to put them back on. It's frankly really confusing. I don't know what that is about. I've never heard a judge tell somebody over and over to do that, forcing listening like that. Obviously, it would be better if a defendant listens. You want them to, first of all, have that background if they choose to take the stand, and you also want them to know the evidence presented against them. It's part of their constitutional right, but you usually can't really force it. So it's interesting to me that he keeps telling her that and in front of the jury. I am not really clear on why that's happening, but she does look not well today. She looked really different. That was one of the first comments we had, in fact, in the super chat, with somebody's like, wow, she looks really so not good today. And what would happen? What would happen if someone, a defendant, suddenly became ill? Well, we've seen that happen in one of the cases we covered with Lori Vallow Daybell, where she got sick. The court canceled court for a day. And then when she still didn't want to come, he had a doctor check her out. The doctor determined she was fine, and so we can continue on with the trial. And forced her to come at that point. So that's one possibility. If she were to truly be admitted to a hospital, what they would do is postpone everything. It could be that it reached the point where they could not continue to do that. The jury's all sitting there, they're waiting, and they just can't let that happen. And at some point, they would call the trial and say, I'm going to have to say this is a mistrial, and I'm going to move forward. Ultimately, that would be the answer. That's what would happen. Thank you to Mortal Clown and to Janet Studdard, who asked about Donna and is concerned about jury appeal issues with the way the judge is talking to her. Corey wanted to know, how would you cross this witness? I think what you can't necessarily cross this witness in that he's not lying or saying something false. So what you have to do is go into the question of how difficult some of these were to hear and about his lack of knowledge of the meaning of some of that code that they use, because who knows? They used a ton. At lunch today, we did a little poll, and I was like, okay, which of the following were not code? And we received several more codes after that. So they used all kinds of code terms. You could tell that they were, the way they would say it is, it's about the patience. You would know, okay, well, this is some kind of code, but I'm not really sure necessarily what they're talking about. We listened to Charlie all day long. And for the most part, I read them because the tapes are so lightly, they're so hard to hear. And I knew that it would be hard for people to hear. So I read through them. It was a little easier. I appreciate y'all being supportive of that. I'm glad that you liked being able to hear them. To me, that's super important. Thanks to Alley Cat and Mildred Brando and Breezy Coyote and Grillsy Lou Bear. I think that takes me all the way back. Oh, Brooke, if I didn't go all the way back to Brooke. All right, let's head over. Not head over. We're here. Let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to, if you are been with me all day, first of all, I am so grateful. Thank you for being here with me all day. And I'm going to start this so I can cut it out and do a short recap for people who haven't been able to watch it. So you'll get to hear it right now live, and I'll cut it out for them and do a little video of that. So if it sounds like I don't realize that we've been together all day, then I really do. I'm just starting over. So, all right. Hi, y'all, and welcome to the recap of day 5 of Donna Adelson's trial. She's on trial for murder in the case of the murder of Dan Markel. And we listened all day long to various recordings. After the state got permission to do a wiretap, and they were listening to all the phone calls and conversations between the numerous people they say are involved in the murder of Dan Markel, they did something called the bump. Somebody went up to Donna on the street, pretending to be a gang member, handed her a piece of paper. It was a copy of an article about Dan Markel's murder and had a number, $5,000 written on it, and a phone number. And so this person said to Donna, you know, you've taken care of Katie, I'm saying it funny, saying you've taken care of Katie and you've taken care of, I forget which one is Tato and which one is Tuto, but anyway, you've taken care of Sigfredo and Katie, but you've left out Louis Rivera, and you need to take care of Louis just like you did of Katie and of her family. And so this then set off a bump. What I had not really realized, even from Charlie's trial, there wasn't just one bump, there were 4. And each time law enforcement followed what happened, and they are completely correct. They have said from the beginning that what happens is you have Donna Adelson get the message. She calls Charlie. Charlie calls Katie. Katie calls Sigfredo. And that happened each and every time. And then Sigfredo would call Katie, and Katie would call Charlie, and Charlie would call Donna. And it would go just like that each and every time, all through all 4 bumps. Sometimes there'd be more than one call between some of the people, but it was over and over again. We saw it run right through that exact channel up and that exact channel down. So we started off the day actually with talking about a discovery violation, which was kind of ironic because this is aimed at the state. Up until now, the judge has been pretty hard on the defense for not having done its objections to the exhibits in advance. But now suddenly the state wants to submit some new evidence that apparently the defense doesn't have. And they're going to hear some about that tomorrow. The defense needed a chance to look at it and may not have objection to it. One is a clarified version of a jail call. So they took one of the calls, I assume, between Donna and Charlie, and they enhanced it, clarified it so it would be easier to hear. There were also some photos and a 14-minute call, and I wasn't sure if that was an overlap with the jail call, but those will be discussed. There hasn't been a firm ruling on it yet. The judge did feel like there would be no prejudicial effect from the jail call, and so he's probably going to allow the enhanced version of that in. The defense had already seen the regular version, so it seemed fairly safe to allow that. So Detective Sanford was on the stand all day long. It was a really long day for Detective Stanford. And they started out with the wiretap, started out just proving some of the basic facts around what they say is Donna's enmeshment in the lives of Charlie and particularly of Wendi, because that would be some of the motive for her to go out and make sure that Wendi brought her kids down to South Florida and that they did whatever it took to make sure Wendi was allowed to do that. Dan Markel, the victim, was in the way of that because he had said no to letting Wendi move down to South Florida. And he had even filed a motion to keep Donna from having the visitation with the children, unsupervised visitation. So we heard that now infamous recording, terrible recording, even in the enhanced version from the Dolce Vita restaurant. What the state did so much more effectively, I think, than last time, on the screen while they were playing this video, they put a transcript beside it so that you could understand what was being said. That really helped. And that's what we read, because what I read aloud, because it was too difficult to understand. Very garbled recording, even in the ultimately enhanced version. And I must say, there was another witness who took the stand about the enhancement. And I'm pretty sure that was yesterday, but I think Sanford was on all day. So in the Dolce Vita restaurant, Charlie talks to Katie McBanoa. Now, there's been the bump, and Donna and Charlie have met privately. They talked on the phone in some code. They wouldn't really say anything. And then Charlie drove down and met with her in person. And they met in an area where we saw a photograph of them, but it was so far away, and it was in a spot where they could not approach them without being kind of obvious. So they were not able to get a recording of that. So the first real response to the bump, other than the cryptic call between Charlie and Donna, was the restaurant, because Charlie calls up Katie and says, "We need to meet," and goes and meets her at this Dolce Vita restaurant. In it, he says all kinds of things that really damn him. And even though he thinks he's being really clever and using a lot of code, he is really not. And it is really pretty apparent what he's saying as he talks to Katie. And he also says very clearly, multiple times, that he thinks it's one of two ways, one of two things. And by that he means this is either an extortion from gang members who really are trying to get money for Luis Rivera or his family, or at least have found out about this and have realized it's a way to get money. That appears to be what the family is most afraid of. They are really worried that it's actually gang members. But what Charlie is just sure it is just law enforcement. He is not really worried about that. In his view, as long as it's just law enforcement, fine. Because what that means is he's not going to have to be afraid that they know anything. The only reason he figures they'd be doing this is if they didn't have enough evidence to charge him or anyone else. So he seems to feel like it's pretty safe. He keeps saying it would be great. He wants it to be. He's 100% sure it's okay, and implying because it's law enforcement. And Charlie thinks Sigfredo would be happy, he says in this conversation at Dolce Vita, that he's paying Katie. That does two things. First of all, it confirms that Charlie is paying Katie and suggests there's something wrong with it. And Sigfredo, who would be one of the people who knew about the murder, wouldn't do anything to get back at Charlie because Charlie's still paying money to Katie, suggesting the reason for all of that is continued payoff for the murder. So Sigfredo ought to be happy. So who is this who's coming after them? It doesn't seem like it could be a gang member, is sort of the thinking. So then, sure enough, Charlie calls, now that he's met with Katie, he calls Donna, uses one of many, many codes he uses, says that he met with a friend and he helped her with relationship advice. And Donna, oh, okay, yes, relationship advice. Then he talks to her more than once that day or evening and says, I would worry about absolutely nothing. I'm telling you. And Donna says, we don't know that. And Charlie says, it does him no good. It's not like you threatened or hurt anybody. And he says immortal words from Charlie. It could be a lot worse. Or could it be, now that Charlie is spending life plus 30 in prison, or is that Katie? Anyway, life in prison. I'm not sure. It could be a lot worse. So at that point, we also had a phone call between Sigfredo Garcia and Katie. Now, all of this, Sigfredo Garcia was one of the hitmen. He had been in a relationship with Katie for many years during the period when the murder was ordered by Charlie, according to both the jury that convicted him and the prosecution. Charlie was dating Katie. So, but now Katie was back with Sigfredo Garcia. And she is now that she knows about this phone call and the phone number and the $5,000, she is trying to get Sigfredo to make a call to that phone number to find out what is going on. Who is this? And Sigfredo says no. They've just had a really very bitter sort of argument. We heard part of that. And now, but she wants him to make this call and he says no. Then she calls him again just a little while later. It's a calmer call this time. She's referencing the phone number by trying to refer to yet another code. This time she's talking about the price of the kids' back to school clothing. And Sigfredo Garcia does not get it. He's like, you need more money for the kids' clothes? Have we not bought enough? And he's very confused. But she's trying to give him the phone number or refer to it. And once again, she's trying to say she wants him to call. So Charlie and Katie talk again, because Katie talks to Sigfredo. Katie talks to Charlie, and they discuss this time yet another code, investing in real estate and property, and they talk all around it, but they're talking about this investing. And then Charlie calls Donna, sure enough, and says, the police are out, be careful, perhaps referring to the idea, again, a code, that the police are the ones who did this wiretap and have done this bomb. It's nothing to be worried about. It's only the police. It's not a gang member. There's also confusing reference to Macy's and a vacuum. I never was clear whether that was code or what it meant, but maybe that was code, or maybe they bought a vacuum and needed to return it to Macy's. I don't know. They also put up and played the recording of the phone call of a tap that was done, and someone went. Charlie was meeting with his dad, Harvey, and it appeared that what Charlie was going to do was explain to him what was happening. Wasn't clear whether Harvey knew about everything in advance, but everybody was worried about telling Harvey, at least Donna and Charlie were. So Charlie and Harvey met at a sushi restaurant. Now we know from some transcripts from last time that Charlie and Harvey realized at some point really quickly that the person next to them was trying to record them. He put a big bag on the counter right there on the bar, right between whoever it was and Harvey, and they weren't having it. They weren't talking. It was mostly a completely silent meal. They said a few things, but they had figured out that they were being listened to. And then, so this really that didn't do it, right? That wasn't enough. So law enforcement went a step further with a bump letter. And this letter was to Donna again. And they said, look, my phone isn't ringing. So apparently you don't care about Tato, which is Luis Rivera. He knows he's effed, as so are you, said this letter. Well, you can, of course, imagine what happens. And we'll skip to the Charlie call to Katie. Well, even this happens first. He says, my parents, I'm supposed to talk to them. They want, and then I need to talk to you. I'm here with my parents. I'm going to be talking to them privately, and then I want to talk to you. Let's meet. So 30 minutes later, Charlie and Katie meet at a place called Monty's. And then afterwards, Charlie calls his mother back and says, okay, I met with, he's been at Monty's. He just says, and he's talking to Harvey and Donna. They're at Wendi's house with her children. They're babysitting. Wendi is out. And one thing that is completely clear is they do not want Wendi to know. So Charlie says, I'm going to come by. Y'all come down and I'll meet with you. And then everybody's like, don't tell Wendi. We got to make sure Wendi doesn't know you're here, doesn't know we're talking to you. They are very adamant that Wendi can't know. So although there is much speculation about Wendi's involvement, it isn't clear at this point. What is clear, let me put it that way, is she doesn't know about the bump. She does seem to be insulated from the bump. Does that mean she had nothing to do with what's led up to this? We don't know. They seem to talk about they don't want to upset Wendi. We don't really know the full meaning behind it. So then we had one extra phone call between Charlie and his then girlfriend, June Umchinda. And Charlie said he was at the office. This was not true. Charlie told her that the thing that had happened at work was a bigger deal than he thought it would be, which apparently refers to this whole wiretap thing now that they have a second letter come in. Garcia and Katie talked that same night, but they're still kind of arguing. Not really much happens in that. So she texts him a little bit later, and she says, I need to talk to you about something else, because they just got in an argument when he talked. And he gave her the old whatever, and they didn't really talk that we know about. So Charlie says, once I get this letter, he's talking to his mother, and he is just absolutely convinced that this has to be a woman. And the reason he's convinced about this, and therefore would be less dangerous, I guess, was because women always say to him, to Charlie, you don't care. And this person started with the letter, you don't care. He's like, well, that's what women say to me all the time. So surely this must be a woman. That's apparently what all women do. So there was more code in here about the company fixing bridges quickly. To be honest, I wasn't clear if the company was the government fixing bridges quickly, but it was clearly code for this whole extortion thing. What I think they meant was that if this was really some kind of gang thing, they would have moved fast. They wouldn't be like, hey, I'm sitting around waiting for you to do something. There would be a pay $5,000. You got 48 hours and let's get this thing done. And I think that's what they meant by company fixing the bridges quickly. So Charlie keeps telling Donna, this is not how extortion is done. Charlie implies he has this vast history with extortion. Now, you might think that would be a negative. That would really not be what he would want. But actually, I will say this, that fits with the theory he presented at his trial. Remember, he said at his trial that the reason he was involved at all was that two hitmen randomly went up to Tallahassee, killed Dan Markel. I guess random wouldn't be the right word, but without his knowledge, killed Dan Markel, and then came back and through Katie used that to extort him to say, yeah, we want cash because we did you this favor of killing somebody you don't like, and we're going to set you up for this if you don't do that. So Charlie's saying now this is not how extortion is done. I know. And Katie and Charlie talk. Then Charlie's talked to Donna. Now Charlie's going to talk to Katie, and she wants the number. And again, they're using real estate as their code language in this. So then Katie wants the number. Charlie calls Donna to get the number. She doesn't have it. Charlie tells Katie, okay, I don't have it. We'll have to go get it, because Donna has given him the slip of paper the man handed her. So Charlie tells Katie, I don't have it. Katie apparently manages to get the number at some point, and then Katie gives the number to Sigfredo. Now, as of now, the witness points out, absolutely no one has called the number. So there's all this back and forth, and nobody is calling. But then they kept trying all day to play that Matsuri, which is the Japanese restaurant where they were having sushi. They tried to play that. They finally got it a little better in the afternoon, but we kept hearing little bits of it. So following this, Charlie calls Katie, or I don't know, somehow Charlie and Katie are talking. I can't tell you who called whom, but Charlie said that he thought when it must have been Charlie. When he called, Katie's secretary answered, and he thought it was Katie because her voice was just like Katie's, and he thought Katie was talking to him in code, and that because the woman said Katie's in the bathroom, and he thought that was code. And he was like, well, I want the problem flushed. Has the problem been flushed? And then Charlie also, in the course of this call, offers Katie a gift card to use at any hotel and a tree for her house, a bonsai tree. And a couple of times they refer to this tree. So is that more code, or is it just a valuable bonsai, or is it a money tree? I never did figure that out. But yet another code that was used over the course of this. All right. And one of the points that Charlie makes is that this just can't possibly be a real extortion Because if it was somebody other than the government, they would take real steps to disguise themselves. They'd be wearing an Abraham Lincoln beard, he suggests, or they would be wearing a hat, a big floppy hat and sunglasses. And this guy just walked up to Donna on the street with no disguise at all. Especially ironic since he actually is an agent who is now not showing his face because he doesn't want to be known. So Sigfredo says he called the number, and Katie says she called the number. So everyone is claiming to have called the number, but as of yet, still no one has called the number. So then bump number 3 happens. And this is where somebody the same person calls the Adelson Institute and asks for Donna and leaves a message that's very important and that it involves the paperwork. So the usual happens. Donna calls Charlie. Charlie calls Katie, leaves a message, tries her twice more. She finally calls Charlie back. And the judge at this point remarks to people that there should be no facial expressions. So I don't know if people were reacting to this. Frankly, it was almost comical. Some of the exchanges between Charlie and Katie in particular were just wild and really hard to follow with this crazy code. So after lunch, Detective Sanford, poor man, still on the stand, and Charlie calls Donna and wants to know, okay, was there caller ID with that? Because Katie says she doesn't have the number, which is totally false. We heard the call where Charlie gave her the number. And so Donna says, yeah, we don't have caller ID. So no, we don't have that at the office. So Charlie calls Katie, tells her, okay, we don't have caller ID. And she is mad. I mean, the entire phone call was like beep, the beep, a, the beep, 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 beep. She was really angry in the call right before this and this one. Now, the judge, for the first time here, and it happened 3 times today, I believe, the judge instructed Donna to wear her headphones, her earphones, so she could hear the testimony. And it kept happening. She kept taking them off, and he would warn her, you need to put that on so you can hear this. You need to put that on so you can hear this. It was very unusual. I am not familiar with the judge doing that. Like let's say a defendant were to be really bored and stare out the window, it's not normal for the judge to say, hey, pay attention to this. But so something that's going on here, and I don't fully understand it, but the judges, he must have said this several times to the counsel. That's my guess, because he has not normally gone straight in front of the jury and said something. So he must have said something and then said, I'm going to start calling this out if it doesn't happen. And he did. So Charlie and Katie talk, and then Charlie and Donna talk, and Donna says basically, without using the letters, it's the FBI, it's the government, and they're just fishing. We don't have to worry. They got nothing. At this point, I say the patents, that makes no sense. Extort Charlie all the time, money back. Oh, Charlie starts talking about, well, this is not how an extortion works. This is not how the whole thing works. And Charlie says that Wendi, he does know, this is really odd. Why are they not going to Wendi? And he says, Wendi would be the first person I would go to. It's an odd thing to me that they haven't gone to Wendi, but they didn't, nor does anyone in this chain go to Wendi, which really is pretty important because it means if Wendi is charged, her counsel has an argument. Look, they walled her off from this. Why do you think that was? It's because she was never involved. They did it on their own. That's what her counsel will argue. And they've got some ammunition with this right here. So finally, Charlie actually does call the undercover person, the person posing as the gang member and leaving this note. And he says he's trying to figure out who this is. And the man says, well, my brother Tato was not taken care of. I met him in Broward prison. And then Charlie calls Katie 3 times to tell her all about this conversation and tells her, about this call, about Broward and the connection. And here's the thing. By now, Katie knows, Sigfredo knows, that Luis Rivera is actually in Broward prison. So they've got to be thinking, could there be a connection? So Sigfredo suggested calling the cops. a pretty logical suggestion, which several people have mentioned so far, but absolutely no one does at any point, even after the tap and the bump. So Katie calls Sigfredo, says, I want you to call. Will you call? Use a friend's phone. Don't use your own phone. And Sigfredo tells her he called and got a message and there was a hang up. And there was, in fact, a hang up at one point. So Katie calls Charlie. He tells her again, they talk about going to the police. No one goes to the police. Sigfredo tells Katie he called 3 times. That is false, said the witness, said Sanford. Charlie calls Donna, says nothing new, that he's going to tell her when they are in person. And he is 99% sure that basically that he thinks it's the police, in which case he believes there's no threat at all. There's absolutely no problem. And Charlie says, and what's so ironic is Charlie really gets what's going on. I mean, Charlie says things like, I think they're just stirring the pot. That's one, stirring the bottom of the pot and stuff is coming up. They're seeing if roaches will come out, if they just do something to make us talk. All we have to do is not talk. They don't have anything and they're trying to make us give them something. And he's right. And he talks anyway. He says all kinds of really incriminating, damning stuff. Is it specific? He seems to believe that if there's not an eyewitness to a crime, if someone doesn't say, I did it, then it didn't happen. He really seems to think that and doesn't seem to understand how much ammunition he's giving them. So in this period of time, he also talks to Katie about a birthday gift he's purchasing for Sigfredo. It sounded to me like it was a concert ticket and a limo ride. But it was not entirely clear. The prosecution seemed to imply that was a gift he gave to Katie. But Katie seems pretty pleased with the idea, with what he was giving Sigfredo. And she then says, suggests, well, it's my birthday and it's your godchild's birthday. So suggesting that her child was the godchild of Charlie. Then there is bump number 4. They're still going for more. And this one is a text to Donna's cell phone at 2:09 a.m. So you don't take me serious. If you think what Katie's baby daddy did won't come back, you're crazy. Katie's baby daddy is, in fact, Sigfredo, who, in fact, was one of the 2 hitmen. This is really specific knowledge. And yet, no one seems to really get upset that law enforcement seems to know this. So we've got the usual. Charlie and Donna talk, and she says, I've got more to say to you. It's not going to be on the phone. They meet outside. They go to the pool area. Harvey is with them, I believe, this time. And Katie, and so Charlie at some point talks to, in fact, even before they talk, Katie tells Garcia, look, Charlie's going to go see his parents. Something's up. Something's happening. And Charlie and Katie talk. He says, I'm going to call you from a landline. And then, in fact, Charlie and Donna and Harvey met, and the FBI was not able to record it because they met out by the pool. They couldn't, it was inside a building that was closed off, so they couldn't get in there. So Charlie tells Katie, look, that text, Katie's baby daddy, that's really specific. And several times Katie says, well, I'm really worried. They seem to know a lot about me personally. They're using my name in this. And Charlie says to Donna, their plan is now Donna is going to call the number. And she even downloads an app onto her phone so she can record what happens. And she says all of the things that probably other people should have said up until now and haven't. She says, you approached me on the road with an article about my ex-son-in-law. I don't understand what you're talking about. This threatening letter, this threatening text. I mean, I am taking you seriously. I've spoken, she says, to 10 to 12 friends, asking them what I should do about this. She says, I don't know your friend. I don't know what this is. He says, you know exactly what this is. She says, yeah, if you think you know something, go get the reward. If you think you know who did this. And he says, all we're asking for is $5,000. She's like, the reward is $100,000. Go get that. And he says, everybody knows what's going on. This is the undercover cop posing as a gang member. And she says, I lost my ex-son-in-law. I didn't have anything to do with it. It's not me. And he tells her this is not going away. And she says, I don't know who Tato is. He says, you don't know Tato. Maybe you don't know Tato, but you know Katie, and you know who Katie is. And Donna says, go get that $100,000. It's not me. You got the wrong person. If you want the money, go get the $100,000 reward for finding the person who killed Dan Markel. And I can't do this. It's making me sick. I don't know what you're talking about. And the man says, Tato told me everything. She says, get the money from the police, do it. I know it isn't me, and I can't take this level of stress. I didn't do anything. She says, I'll call back, which she does not. And she doesn't call the police. So Donna, of course, talks to Charlie some on the phone, and they talk in code this time about a patient. I also forgot a Yelp review was a code at one point. Multiple codes. Maybe they should write codes because they are really creative. And so they talk about a patient, and she tells him she downloaded an app and what the patient had to say, and says the guy was not nice. So Charlie talks to Katie, and this time he says he is 100% sure it's a pot-bellied Vietnamese pig, which the state believes. And if you listen to the call long enough, it does become clear he's talking about the police. And Katie says, that's not good. And Charlie says, right. But that isn't what Charlie really thinks, because he calls Donna then and he says it's 1,000% now, not just 100,000%, that it's the police, and they are so relieved. And it's clear from the code he means the police. And they just seem so relieved, like, oh, good. So they're just fishing. It's just the police. And they don't seem at all worried about that. They don't seem worried that they've actually pinpointed one of the hitmen. Maybe, do they know for sure? Probably, because Charlie is giving gifts to Sigfredo. So probably. But from that point, about that point, the checks to Katie stop. And at that point, the law enforcement goes over to try to get Katie's employment records, because she's been getting these checks from the Adelson Institute. But what they find is no evidence that she actually worked there. So they're asking at the office for Katie's records. And what the employee goes back and calls Charlie. And Charlie says to them, look, it's not my office. Tell them I can't answer the question, that they have to ask my dad for permission. And also, you don't know where it is, so just don't give them anything. And Katie, now, of course, Katie has admitted that she didn't work there. So there you have it. An exhausting, long day, but it was so interesting. If you were to pick one day to watch back, watch the entire day today. Watch our video from today, because it was unbelievable. It was just, honestly, it was wildly entertaining, these phone calls between all of the alleged co-conspirators, because their conversations are just crazy. And the codes and all that Charlie does when he talks to Katie is just absolutely wild. I had to do a lot of making sure that certain words weren't in there. Occasionally I would be reading and I would say it anyway. But anyway, I was trying very hard to keep that out. Some phone calls, it was really difficult to do. This trial is hotter and hotter and hotter. If you are not watching it all day, please come watch with us. It's been really a fascinating event. I'm enjoying sharing this with you. We're going gavel to gavel coverage. We are going to be live starting first thing in the morning, and we'll be live all day. We would love to have you join us. If you would please hit the like button for this video and subscribe, we would love to have you back for more. All right, so that'll be the end of the standalone video. I do want to say a shout out to a couple of people who have done a super chats or become new members. Taylor Jade says gibberish should be Charlie's nickname. It is. I don't know what Charlie's nickname should be, but he does need some kind of nickname. I'm sure he has one now in prison. So Breeze Coyote has become a new member. Fantastic. Has been participating all day long. Breeze Coyote has. And Diana Bishop is also a new member. So glad to have y'all. I am worn out, so we are going to call it a day. Don't forget, join me tomorrow morning. Another unbelievable day of this trial, which just gets wilder and wilder. So I will see y'all tomorrow.